Hallo, 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 hallo.
God dagen.
Ja, nå det ikke noen god dag.
Ja, og god dag for kjøp.
Vent litt, 2 sekunder her.
A cidade estava sitiada.
Nisso ao começo eu também não sabia o que fazer.
Foi a mais terrível que eu passei na minha vida.
Eu temo, né, que o Brasil se torne, num futuro próximo, um narco-estado.
Porque no final, tudo é dinheiro.
People back home there, they are suffering. And someone is driving a Range Rover with their money.
Where is my money?
I think she's a scam up to now.
It's some of the world's most desperate people who are getting ripped off.
Repeat after me.
Jo, dere fikk noen tallene fra USA nå, ikke sant?
I didn't know how big it was. I didn't
Ja.
really understand.
Ja, de tallene var veldig, veldig bra. Mye færre mennesker som søker arbeid. Problemet med det at da vil jo gull reagere på dollar, og dollar vil jo styrke seg ganske bra. For det betyr at økonomien går veldig bra. Det vet vi jo. Problemet at inflasjonen har begynt å stige. Så jeg tror det blir litt sånn der... Det kan gå litt alle veier. Støy. Hvis du ser på fundamentale, alt helt likt som det var i går. Hadde det ikke vært for Trump i går, så hadde vi jo brutt antageligvis 400. Hvis ikke han sa det han sa. Han fikk jo hetta når markedet falt, og bondsene rørte på seg. Så de tallene som kom nå, gjør at dollaren vil styrke seg noe. Og så vil han få problemer, for han vil jo sette ned renta. Det derfor han skal gi sparken til Powell. Så det kommer til å være akkurat samme å kjøre, så det ikke noe nytt. Men de tallene var jævla bra, ass. Kan ikke si noe på det. Unemployment claims kom inn på 221 000, ventet 233. Altså det et stikk i strid med alle forventninger. Philip Fed Manufacturing kom inn på pluss 15,9. Du har ventet minus 1,2. Så det jo grisebullish for dollaren. Og det derfor du ser Gud stupte på det. Det som litt rart her nå, det at Nasdaq begynner å falle. Jeg tipper at det har noe med det at det blir ikke noe rentekkutt. Og hele amerikansk økonomien går og venter på rentekutt nå. Og når Nasdaq faller og markedet faller, så skal du også kjøpe gull. Så det ikke noe krise dette her, det bare litt sånn, det var litt uheldig den her altså. Jeg trodde ikke at de tallene fra USA skulle være så bra. Bra visste vi jo at det kom til å være, men ikke så jævla bra. Ikke så bra. Så det som kommer sikkert til å skje nå, at det kommer til fokus på at det ikke blir rentekutt. Det liksom det som er greia nå. Det liksom... Hva gjør man med gullet? Jeg gjør ingenting. Jeg har kjøpt litt her nede. Sitter helt rolig. Angrer selvfølgelig på at jeg ikke tok gevinst i går. Jeg tok litt grann gevinst i går. Ikke mye. Så... Ja. Det liksom ikke så mye mer å si enn det. De tallene var dritbra. De var veldig, veldig bra. Og da får du et løft på dollaren. Så vi bare se nå hva som skjer videre på Nasdaq her nå. Nasdaq bare går og går hver dag på grunn av AI, og nå det full fokus på grunn av det Kina, den loven med at Nvidia skal få lov til å selge til kineserne. Så vi får bare se da. Det liksom ikke så mye å si. De tallene kom, og de var jævlig bra da. Men alt det fundamentale helt likt som det var i går og i forrige.
A lot of noise, but also some interesting movement over here in United Airlines as well. You're now seeing the stock up more than 4% at the market open. It's narrowing its profit range for the year, saying the outlook has become more predictable, but peers have been being dragged lower headed into the market open. I also want to point out, really interesting, just because we were talking about it before, Pepsi, the shares are rising in the biggest gain since April of 2020, Romaine. So fascinating earnings season.
Yeah, and absolutely. And this gets to the idea we were just talking about with Mona, the idea that everyone's looking for that tariff impact, that economic impact on these companies. And at least for right now, they seem to be finding a way to navigate.
Shrugging it off. We're going to bring now back Mona Mahajan, Edward Jones is head of investment strategy. Let's talk about earnings.
Jeg kjøpte litt her nå på 33,15 kjøpte jeg her nå.
Relatively more worried about relative to their rival given their international exposure. Is international exposure right now something that investors count as a bad thing given where the dollar is and given that maybe a little diversification is working out?
Og som bryter 33,30 så kjøper jeg mer. Jeg kjøper, for det er liksom midt mellom en range her nå. Og så må jeg bare følge litt med Nasdaq, for Nasdaq begynner å falle nå da. Jeg tipper at det på grunn av da blir det ikke noe rentekutt. De tallene som kom i stad var så bra at nå har jo faktisk Powell rett at økonomien går bedre enn ventet. Inflasjonen stiger. Så det er sikkert derfor Nasdaq faller. Og da skal basically gull også gå opp da, bare på det. Men hvis du ser på valutaene nå, så ser du at euroen har svekket seg noe jævlig mot dollar. Og det er på grunn av de tallene de var dritbra tall.
Interest rates may move lower, that fiscal stimulus from the tax bill may kick in, and we see corporations adjust to that tariff environment.
And as these corporations adjust to that tariff environment, Mona, do you have any concern that maybe certain pockets of this market may not adjust? I mean, we're still early in this earnings season. A lot of the companies first out the gate, of course, are probably a little bit more insulated from that tariff impact because of their size.
Jeg sitter litt short Nasdaq fra I går. Jeg sitter fortsatt på de. Tok bare ut noen av dem.
What happens when we get there?
Yeah, look, a lot of those non-perishable goods that we talk about, electronics, consumers, clothing, toys, all of them are thinking about strategies right now. They may have started to build inventories.
Nvidia har gått til rødt. Taiwan Semiconductor leverte 61% vekst. Det helt sinnssyk vekst. Den opp 2,3% bare. Det ganske lite. Det burde gått mye mer. De leverte 61% vekst.
From now until year end could remain relatively contained because we did see that nice inventory build. The other call out I'll just make, of course, is a broader point on the U.S. economy. We know it's a services-driven economy. 70% of GDP comes from services. And the goods, and especially those consumer goods, only make up about 11% of GDP. So even if we do see some inflationary impact, they're likely not...
Det ikke noe nytt som har kommet. Det var fokus på Trump, for at han skulle sparken til Powell, og så får han ikke gjort det, og så fikk du dollaren som kom opp, ned på først for at han skulle sparken, for det ble rentekutt. Og så gikk han ut og sa det motsatte, så gikk det opp igjen, dollaren altså, og da falt det gull. Og nå fikk du faktisk jævla bra tall, som underbygger litt sånn kortsiktig styrke på dollar da. De tallene var veldig bra.
Posting a lot of bifurcation. You have NVIDIA just soaring this year, and Gina Martin-Adams over at Bloomberg Intelligence, her thought on this is that the Mag 7 is so last year, and she named about 27 global stocks that have better profitability, better earnings growth, and better valuations. And given what you're seeing around the push-pull with NVIDIA, China, what's happening with the Trump administration, the flipping of rhetoric so quickly, is the Mag 7 a reliable trade, given NVIDIA is holding it up so much?
Yeah, I think the Mag 7 may be adjusted over time, but the fundamental theme of AI, hyperscalers, data centers has really shown up this year. And in fact, there was a lot of uncertainty heading into, the beginning of this year after the tariff announcements were made, whether or not these companies would commit, reaffirm their CapEx spending plans. And in fact, all of them did across the board. And we are still seeing strong enthusiasm on not only the spending, but the potential for returns on AI. So
Jeg tipper det du ser nå, altså. Nå blir det ikke rentekutt. Og så vil de ha rentekutt, og så får inflasjon, og så... Jeg tror det du ser nå. For hvorfor ellers skal Nasdaq falle nå? Altså, jeg short Nasdaq, men det det som skjer, og da vil gull stige igjen. For da selger du selger beta, og så kjøper du firm assets. Så jeg tipper gull kommer til å stikke av igjen etterpå allerede.
All of those should benefit over time. So this theme of Yes,
Så jeg har kjøpt nå, bare sitter rolig. Jeg tør ikke shorte noe mer Nasdaq, for den styres av Nvidia, som sagt.
Into public markets. We've seen a pickup in IPO activity. With regard to investor sentiment and their appetite for some of these new issues, and I know it'll vary depending on the types of companies coming to market, but do you think there is enough appetite and enough cash, for that matter, ready to be deployed to absorb that new issuance should that uptick continue?
Yeah, you know, we remain hopeful that new issuance market will pick up, especially if we do continue to get this deregulation trend into the market. We think capital markets activity has been pretty subdued over the last several years, and there is this environment that was, you know, a lot of folks beginning of the year very hopeful that we would see a meaningful pickup. We're starting to see that trend emerge. IPO activity, M&A activity, capital markets in general, we heard from the banks, is starting to show signs of life here. And we do think, if you think about, for example, over $7 trillion still in money market funds on the sidelines, there is cash that can be deployed, especially as, you know, rates move lower. Investors may start thinking about, you know, what are alternatives to these money market funds, and we could see that flow back into the market. So we think the setup is
Therese, jeg har ikke noe. Jeg bare følger med hele tiden. Se at den faller, så tar jeg den ut. Se at den går oppover, så sitter jeg. Jeg har ikke noen ting. Nivåene, hvis du skal se på nivåene, så er det 3,220, 3,27, 3,330, 3,39. Jeg har ikke noe target min på. Gull er langt over 3,004. Vi var på 3,78 I går. Det er sånn. Alt det fundamentale ligger fortsatt intakt. Det er bare Trumperen som fyrte I går.
On the downside, you do have Abbott Laboratories really
Så jeg kjøper mer gull her nede nå.
Decliners. You also have Elevance Health. Both of these are earnings stories here. Abbott lowered the top end of its full year guidance, where Elevance had cut its guidance. But big tech is mixed. Let's look at sectors here to get a better look at what's happening across industry groups, because healthcare, as we've been talking about, earnings story.
Maya Marks, jeg må ha nok marginer på Copy. Jeg kan ikke kjøpe på Copy. Det er det som er problemet på Copy, at det er for små kontor. Jeg må ha marginer der, så vi tåler at det svinger litt. I går så svinger vi opp og ned med nesten $60 på grunn av meldingen fra Trump. Så jeg kan ikke kjøpe mer der. Så jeg kjøper på privaten.
All right, when we come back, we're going to dive a little bit deeper into earnings season. In fact, one of the biggest movers in the S&P right now is United Airlines, a more predictable second half. That's what the CEO says. A discussion when we come back, right here on Open Interest.
I'm Alex Rodriguez. And I'm Jason Kelly. And we're back with more episodes of our show, The Deal.
The theme of this season, On the Road. We're bringing you more behind-the-scenes conversations with the biggest names in sports, business, and culture, like Melody Hobson.
I started to study women's sports like an 11-year-old studies baseball statistics, and I got dangerous in seeing up arrows.
Susie Wolf.
When you're competing, you're not thinking about any fear or any worries of what could happen.
Josh Harris.
You can't do a good deal with a bad person.
Jay Batt.
At the end of the day, there's never been a better time to be a student athlete.
And more. Stay tuned.
Listen carefully. Can you hear the rhythm in the markets? Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the preludes leading to global elections, in the dissonance that moves the Nikkei, and the rising course conducted by AI. There's music in the markets, and if you want to learn to listen for it, we'll show you how.
Nvidia opp 0,25%.
Released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody
Dollaren begynner å svekke seg litt nå.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade. Watch Bloomberg Tech. This is the Asia trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television. Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
All right, let's get right to our top call. Some of the analyst action in focus this morning. First up, we take a look at Starbucks getting cut to underperform over at Jefferies. The analyst seeing too much froth in the stock price and says the coffee giant's complex issues, quotation marks, could take a little bit longer than expected to resolve, fractionally lower on the day. Meanwhile, to the upside is Stephen Madden getting upgraded today to a buy over at Citi. Citi saying that the company's margins are bottoming as fashion trends turn more favorable for the company's core business. Those shares having their best day since early May. And finally, CoreWeave, a new bear on the street. This over at HSBC, initiation of coverage of the cloud computing company with the reduced and a street low price target. HSBC saying the company's liquidity looks a little bit stretched. The shares down a little bit on the day. Shonali?
And let's get a check on United because the airline had narrowed its profit range for the year, saying that the outlook has become more predictable than in the first 6 months of this year. CEO Scott Kirby spoke to Bloomberg in the last hour.
It's been a good year. I mean, it's actually pretty remarkable that we've grown earnings and margins for the first half of the year despite everything that's happened. But a lot has happened this year. And we like to have a policy of being conservative on our guidance because stuff does happen. And we want to be able to absorb some unexpected events in our guidance. So we intentionally build it conservatively.
Joining us now, Bloomberg Boston Bureau Chief and the writer of Industrial Strength, the newsletter. You have to catch it, of course. That is Brooks Sutherland. You know, you do still have United Airlines, even with today's
Hvor langt ned blir du med om den fortsetter å falle? Jeg kan ikke sitte evig for alltid lang. Nei, men vi var oppe på 78 i går da. På en måte. Det en dag hvor det faller mye på grunn av Trump. Nå bare la det roe seg litt ned. Fake news? Nei, det ikke fake news. Donald Trump har pratet om det nå Han har pratet om mye sparken til Powell nå i hvert fall 3 uker. Og så har vi sagt hele tiden han kommer ikke til å klare det. Og nå prøver de på å ta han på en Nå prøver de å få han til å presse ut med at han har brukt så mye penger på oppussing. 2,3 milliarder på Fed-lokalet. Det Trump selv som sier dette her. Og han vet nøyaktig hva han driver med. Han styrer markedet med jernhånd. Hvorfor tror han gikk ut og breaking news i går når det falt? Han fikk jo hetta, for hele bondmarkedet krøllet seg i går. Og gull var på vei opp i både forgårs og i går før meldingen.
I am curious
Så ikke noe annerledes i dag.
Earlier this year at the airport in New Jersey, Newark, New Jersey, it obviously did have an impact on the bottom line in the most recent quarter. But was there any real staying power to that? Because there was some concern that people would look at this and not necessarily blame the airport or the FAA, that they would somehow take out all of their concerns on United itself.
There was, and United would say that this is not going to stick around and that they're going to be able to move past this. I think it's a little bit too early to tell. You're right that it did take a toll in the quarter. I think there is a lot of news these days, and a lot of news to keep people occupied, and that may end up working in United's favor in terms of moving on from this.
I also, Brooke, want to take a look here at General Electric, of course, the aerospace industry right now.
Dag Tore, ja, senere. Ikke nå. Skal vente til vi er oppe på gull, og så skal jeg vente til Trump, sikkert etter ferien, når det blir litt normale dager. Nå er jo Trump I 100 her.
I do think the administration is listening. And this is important, of course, because GE Aerospace was able to restart shipments of engines for a Chinese plane maker. When you think about the relationship to the administration, how important is it to a company like GE right now? And do they suffer from any future?
Hvor høyt kan vi komme diff på gull? Jeg vet ikke hva diff betyr.
I mean, what you've seen the Trump administration do is
Hva tenker du på han som han ser?
An agreement that's held for decades that's allowed the aerospace supply chain to operate essentially tariff-free, and he has put real kinks in that. And so you've seen, Larry Culp at GE, but a number of other aerospace executives trying to implore the administration to lift those tariffs and to understand the importance of keeping that supply chain flowing. If you look at some of the trade deals that the Trump administration has announced, Boeing airplanes tend to play a very prominent role in those deals. They are very high-value goods. They're, one of the most valuable U.S. exports. And so I think, to see that on the one end and then also see tariffs on the aerospace supply chain on the other end does create a conflict. And I think that's the message that Larry Culp is talking about. That's the message that they're
Skrivefeil, jeg har skrivefeil hver dag. Nei, altså, helt seriøst, hvis ting må roe seg litt ned nå, og hvis ikke Nvidia går helt bananas her, så kan vi fint gå opp til 30-40 på gull. Det jo ikke noe annerledes nå. Det bare... våre meldinger i stad som kjempebra. De får et problem med inflasjonen. Da skal vi kjøpe gull igjen, da. Men det støy, det markedet. Det jo helt naturlig at det svinger litt, da. Men det liksom Nvidia som drar opp Nasdaq hver eneste dag, og da får du mange som selger ut, og så kjøper de Nasdaq for Nvidia som går. Det samme som jeg skrev I går. Det skjer jo nesten hver dag. Men nå får vi se da. Hvis Gull klarer å bryte her oppe nå på 27, så stikker den opp. Igjen. Og så ble Gull oppgradert av 2 meglerhus I forrige uke. Og Australia, som sier at de skal øke eksporten fra kull til gull, men de kommer til å øke forbi kull. Det vil si at gull skal opp til 5000, sier Australia. Det det de har target da.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jumana Bersachian Dahran, and this is Bloomberg. Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
It's the most fascinating time for the global economy in years, and our conversations are front and center.
We're stress testing consequential ideas, and investors around the world are scoring them in real time, helping to translate the policies from Washington into actionable ideas for Wall Street.
It's the morning call you actually want to be a part of.
Separating the signal from the noise, with some fun along the way.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm David Gura in Alberta, Canada, and this is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Open Interest, the second day of gains for the S&P 500 as it tries to stretch out to yet another record high, 6280 and change as we stand right now. And keep an eye on the NASDAQ 100, potentially closing out at another record high itself. Modest moves right now in the Treasury space and more pronounced moves when it comes to the dollar. And that really is the setup, quite frankly, for the broader earnings picture as we move deeper into the session. Take a look at some of the names behind me. I'm going to look over my left shoulder here for a better look here, as right now we keep an eye on big names like NVIDIA and Taiwan Semiconductor, with TSM, of course, out this morning with a relatively bullish commentary about demand holding up. CSX in play today, as is Norfolk Southern. In fact, two of the big movers on the day on the back of speculation that Union Pacific might actually be interested in buying one of its rivals. A report by Semaphore that did not name the target, but seeing big activity in CSX as well as Norfolk Southern. It's a big part of the reason, along with UAL, why you're seeing Dow Transports lead the charge among the major indices and averages out there. But once we get to the closing bell later tonight, it's going to be all about what's going on in Hollywood and in the entertainment space. Netflix set to report earnings after a
Nå er vi på 20 nå. Får vi se om han bryter 3.22 da.
Not on subscriber growth, but on advertising dollars, and of
Men
course.
det er helt likt som i går, det er ikke noe annerledes. Det er bare det blir litt støy på de tallene. Det eneste som jeg er bekymret litt for er den Nvidia, for han bare går og 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 går. Han har laget 2 nye regler nå for Nvidia. Han må være lastet til pipa selv, han Donald Trump, på Nvidia. Jeg kan ikke skjønne noe annet. Hvorfor ellers skal du forandre hele systemet for Nvidia, hvis ikke du har lastet seg?
Yeah, absolutely, Shonali. So I think, they've had a very good slate, as you said. They've broadened their content strategy a lot. So it's not just, dramas. They have live content right now. They have unscripted content. So everything is really working. And you talk about, the first half content slate. Just wait till you get into the second half. We already kind of kicked that off with Squid Game, the final season. And then you really have what management itself kind of characterizes as an embarrassment of riches. So they have literally the 3 biggest shows ever in their history in this 6-month period. You had Squid Game, you're going to have 2 parts of Stranger Things, and then you're going to have Wednesday. And it's not just that, you're going to have some NFL games, you're going to have movies like Happy Gilmore, Knives Out. So it's really a monster slate, and that is absolutely going to drive subscriber growth as well as, their
Nvidia opp 70% på 3 måneder.
Hikes in their prices.
How far
20% på 1 måned, verdens største selskap.
On the ad tier, I understand why you would raise the price on the non-ad tier, which quite frankly still has an ad, by the way. But I am curious, for those folks who are subscribed to the ad tier, when they see that price go up to $6.99 to $7.99 and maybe even beyond that, at what point does it stop being a value proposition for the customer?
Romain, Netflix is still by far the most compelling value proposition. I think they've proven that just with kind of the breadth and the depth of the content that they offer, and they're adding more and more to this. And what really the ad tier helps them do is, be able to take up those price increases on the non-ad tier. So they increase prices by 16%. It's right now about, $18 per month. I think they still have quite a bit of runway. Just if you look at US prices itself, they can take this up to $20, $25 per month. And I don't think people are going to bat an eyelid.
Okay.
I told you, the content slate's pretty good.
Yes.
Geetha, really quickly here. I mean, this is still a stock that has run up by more than 40% this year. How high is the bar for earnings? Even if they do a good job, would it be good enough given where they're trading?
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Shonali. It is kind of priced to perfection at this point, and a lot of those growth catalysts, I think, have been factored into the stock price. But really, I think when you go into the 2Q earnings report, what investors are going to be super focused on is, are they going to raise guidance? So right now, their full-year revenue guidance is for about 13% growth. If they can raise that to, let's say, even 14%, 15%, I think that's a big win. The other big number to look for, operating margin targets. 29% is the number that they've guided to for this year, but if they take that anywhere above 30%, I think, again, that's going to be a big positive catalyst. So really the focus here broadening out to the financial metrics and to the strategic direction.
Geetha, we thank you so very much for joining us today. That is Geetha Ranganathan of Bloomberg Intelligence. Looking forward to the close today.
Stranger Things. Like I remember when those kids, like, they were nice and cute and it was fun. Like, aren't they all like 40 years old now? Like,
You
what
can
are we
just
watching?
switch to Wednesday, right?
Oh, okay.
I mean, coming up in the next hour, we're going to get out of the entertainment zone and we're going to get into the serious business of Washington and policy making. Rebecca Patterson is joining us next. Worried about inflation if Trump were to fire Powell. Stick with us. This is Open Interest.
Nå er vi på 22, her er første ordentlig motstand, og så er neste motstand 27. Det er liksom... Hvorfor ramler han så mye? Støy. Han har motstand for her nå på 22.
Let me break down our CapEx into the buckets that we spend. Big part of it is to expand our reach of fiber. You cannot wait until there is certainty to build that. These have long lead times that require you to have conviction about where demand is going. Another bucket is, as more people are on our network, we also have to add more coverage and capacity. It's almost like a variable expense. Third, we are modernizing our wireless network right now. Through the investments we're making, we are driving down our unit costs over time and providing more capacity to serve the demand that we think is coming.
Do you have less confidence in that three-year plan now than when you first came out with it, given that some people are having trouble deciding how things are going to look in the next 3 days?
No, I really don't. I look at the nature of our business. It doesn't matter the economic cycle. This is a critical goods or service, and we have every confidence demand for it will remain. Will it be harder in a more challenged economic environment if that ends up being the case? Of course, but remember, we are investing at record levels. Slight moderations of that would allow us to deliver a lot more incremental cash to the bottom line. So I have every confidence we're going to be able to deliver our guidance.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg. Bloomberg loves earnings.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Fresh economic data is buoying the markets. On news from the Commerce Department, retail sales were up last month, 0.6%. That's despite fears over inflation and President Trump's tariffs. The specifics from CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger.
Motor vehicles and parts sales increased by 1.2% over the course of the month, and excluding autos, sales were up by 0.5% month over month. Building material and food service retail spending both rebounded, perhaps showing that the drop in May sales were due to unseasonable weather in the eastern side of the country.
The Dow is up 135 points right now. Senate Republicans have pushed through President Trump's plan to cut $9 billion from the federal budget by
En video opp
clawing back
1,3% nå.
and funding for public broadcasting. NPR CEO Catherine
Nå er det
Long.
video
This could
styrer hele
fundamentally
showet.
alter public radio as a national service in this country, and that would be a tremendous tragedy.
The House has to pass the legislation by tomorrow or the funding will be released. CBS News confirms the Justice Department has fired federal prosecutor Maureen Comey. Name sound familiar? Here's CBS's Scott McFarland.
She's the daughter of former FBI Director James Comey, and she handled, in part, the Sean Diddy Combs case and the Jeffrey Epstein case. The Department of Justice would not comment on why Comey was fired. We do know that she was fired under the presidential authority, which means it was done under the president's name.
They're lowering the voting age in the UK. CBS's Vicky Barker has details from London.
16 and 17-year-olds can already vote in semi-autonomous Scotland and Wales. Now, Prime Minister Keir Starmer's government says it's extending the franchise to their Welsh and English counterparts, too. That's keeping a campaign promise made by Starmer's Labour Party.
A pop star of the 1950s and 60s has died. Her publicist confirms Connie Francis has died after she was hospitalized in Florida earlier this month for severe pain. Francis' heyday faded after the 60s, but she continued to record and perform. This song recently went viral on TikTok, introducing her to a new generation of fans.
Pretty little baby,
Connie Francis experienced more than her fair share of tragedy. She was sexually assaulted and robbed at knife point in 1974, then sued the hotel chain where the attack occurred. Born Conchetta Rosa Maria Franconero in Newark, New Jersey, Connie Francis was 87 years old. This is CBS News. Disneyland opened 70 years ago today.
The opening day on July 17th, 1955 was covered on black and white TV.
As you go on through that tunnel past the Disneyland Santa Fe.
The price to get in back then, $1, then 10 to 30 cents a ride.
Here is one of the most famous motion picture theaters in the world. It'll be here at Disneyland.
And even Walt Disney himself was a part of the opening day.
Before you enter this realm, I'd like to read this dedication.
The California Parks Opening Day Gala drew a crowd of more than 11,000 invited guests. Plus, of course,
the real star of it is Mickey and Minnie Mouse.
Matt Piper, CBS News.
The man behind the hit musical won't let the opportunity slip by. Lin-Manuel Miranda says he'll use the show's 10th anniversary performance August 6th on Broadway as a fundraiser for a coalition of nonprofits that provide immigration services. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been the U.S. corporate high yield. These are two big-time blue-chip companies. One person's chaos is another person's
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Our view is that the economy is slowing down.
There is the possibility of a death spiral.
Both quantum computing and AI are going to power the future.
People are just buying everything with tech.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Good Thursday morning from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City. To our worldwide audience, we're streaming live on YouTube. That's the internet, kids. head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Live Radio, and that's where you will find us. Coming up, Michael McKee, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent, making his thoughts on some of this economic data, as well as who's going to be our Federal Reserve Chairman going forward. Dan Genter, President, CEO, and Chief Investment Officer of RNC Genter Capital, get his thoughts on these markets. George Ferguson, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Aerospace and Airlines Analyst, talk to us about United Airlines. They took their guidance a little bit disappointing here, and we'll talk to him about that. We'll talk about GE Aerospace, which raised its guidance on the aviation business. Mandeep Singh, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Tech Analyst on the latest tech news. I'm not sure what's going on with President Trump and NVIDIA and chips. We'll get the latest from Mandeep Singh. But right now, let's go to Charlie Pella for Bloomberg Business.
I thank you very much, Paul Sweeney. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, they are all advancing. Right now, we got the S&P gaining 16 points, 62.80 where we stand, up by about 0.3%.
Nå bryter vi gull på, nå skal vi opp på 27 antagelig.
0.3%. And the NASDAQ Composite Index up 90, that is a gain of 0.4%. Your 10-year, 4.43% with a 2-year, 3.89%. Gold down 20%.
For nå begynner vi å prate om det jeg sa i stad, oi. Nå har vi et problem med inflasjonen. Fordi nå kan man ikke sette ned, nå kan man antageligvis ikke sette ned renta. For arbeidsmarkedsrapporten var så bra. Arbeidsledigheten var veldig mye sterkere enn ventet. Pluss det var en inflasjon som stiger. Hva faen skal vi gjøre for noe? Det blir problem nå.
Economic resilience. We got our Michael McKee standing by. He'll have more on the days.
USA går så det griner, og så har du en president som vil sette ned renta, liksom.
United Airlines up now by 3.3%. Part of a broader advance in the group. United says the second half of the year has become more predictable, and it is suggesting it may be able to beat its earnings targets after customers return to booking flights. CEO Scott Kirby was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Radio.
We are encouraged by the environment, and in fact, just in the last couple of weeks, for us at least, the yields have turned positive on domestic. They've been down, for several months as we started the year, but yields have now turned positive for forward bookings at least.
United's Scott Kirby interviewed on Bloomberg Radio. So UAL up now by 3.4% among rivals. Delta up 2.2%. American Airlines up by just about 3.4%. Bottom line here, stocks higher. S&P up 0.3%. The 10-year 4.43%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hi, Charlie Pella. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Lisa Mateo, Paul Sweeney, we're live here on our Bloomberg.
En som jeg ikke liker at Nasdaq går hver eneste dag. Samme faen. Så går den.
Reporting, we got stocks. We got in the green here today, up about 0.4%. Let's take a look at some stocks that are on the move today. I'm Paul Sweeney, Lisa Mateo, and we're joined by Bloomberg's Denitza Sakova. What do you got for us, Denitza?
Let's start with the robotaxi competition, which is heating up. We just had Waymo starting to run in New York, but today we're having...
in New York?
Yes. Didn't you see the photos? It's on Twitter.
No. Okay, all right. I'll check it out. All right.
Here we go.
God forbid I missed something.
I didn't hear that either. Oh my gosh. Anyway, let's start with Uber. It's teaming up with electric vehicle maker Lucid Group and tech driving startup Nuro to launch a robotaxi fleet. The reaction on Uber is actually muted. The stock was down, but Lucid, it surged 62% initially in pre-market trading. Now it's about 30%, but obviously incredible gain. Of course, this is a much smaller company compared to Uber, but still the price reaction is really impressive. Uber announced Thursday it will purchase and operate Lucid SUVs outfitted with the Nuro driver technology. They'll be part of their ride-sharing network. We're talking about at least 20,000 vehicles over 6 years.
Globalt indeksfond noe av det tryggeste du kan kjøpe. Men jeg hadde aldri kjøpt nå når du har markedet på all-time high, og alle økonomer sitter nå og sier at dette ser ikke helt bra ut. Jeg kan ta et eksempel til deg. Moreus Hansen, en av de råeste forvalterne i Norge, som eier et svært meglerhus. Jeg tror det er Fernland eier, hvis ikke jeg tar helt feil. Han gikk ut av avisa i går og er pissnervøs, og har solgt alt han eier og har av posisjoner, og betalt med all gjeld, sto med avisa i går, og så sitter han med alt i banken. Han er den råeste forvalteren vi har i Norge. Han tør ikke kjøpe aksjer nå. Celine Middelfart har svære forvaltere som jobber for seg, tapt over 300 mill. I år. Petter Stordalen tapt over 0,5 milliard I år. Warren Buffett solgte ut nesten alt han eier og har I Bank of America. Solgte ut masse. Ja. Så de som på en måte har peiling nå, de sitter og skjønner ikke så veldig mye. Så jeg hadde ikke kjøpt et indeksfond nå. Men hvis du skal sitte det I 10 år, så kan du sikkert kjøpe det nå. Hva spiller ingen rolle? Jeg tipper at vi får en korreksjon tilbake der vi var før Donald Trump kom inn I bildet. For nå har du en PE på Nasdaq på over 40. På hele Nasdaq. Det vil si det at hvis du skal kjøpe et selskap som dyrt, så kjøper du ikke en PE på 40. Og her har du en indeks som på 40. Du har en indeks som pissdyr. Og så det en president som kommer med breaking news hver gang det faller, så skal han ha en eller annen berolige markedet. Han har jo egeninteresser herfra til helvete. Så jeg hadde ikke kjøpt indeksfond nå. Men jeg hadde kjøpt det på en blodrød dag eventuelt. Og som jeg sier, hvis du skal sitte det I 10-15 år, så spiller det ingen rolle egentlig. Sånn egentlig. Men du kan jo kjøpe rentefond. Da får du en... Nå vi snart oppe på 27 på gull igjen. Et rentefond relativt safe da, ikke sant? Sånn obligasjonsfond. Det dere også må tenke på når dere kjøper et indeksfond, så blir forvalterne målt mot indeksen. Så selv om indeksen faller, og de litt I pluss I forhold til indeksen, men totalen ned, så det en bra jobb for et fond. Mange som ikke vet det. Men nå blir vi også litt lurt også da, for nå snakker vi om indekser, ikke sant? Og indeksene nå basert på 7 aksjer på Nasdaq. Se på Oslo Børsen og se på Tomra og mye den trynte, Arc Solution, alt liksom har gått til helvete, alt på grunn av det som har skjedd nå. Og så det noen få tungvektere som drar indeksen opp. Det forsvarsaksjer, metall og noen få industri da, ikke sant? Det basically forsvarsaksjer som har gått. Hele Europa liksom. Nå får du europeiske aksjer på billigsalg. Du får Oslo Børs på billigsalg nå snart. Det masse spennende å kjøpe der ute, men å kjøpe indekser nå, det tror jeg noe det dummeste å gjøre. Fordi du kjøper ikke indeksen sånn som du gjorde før. Nå kjøper du basically 7 aksjer på Nasdaq. Kjøper du Europa, så kjøper du 12 aksjer som drar opp på Tyskland. Du kjøper ikke en indeks sånn som det var før, hvor du har mange aksjer. Nå det noen få som går. Resten bare ligger nede med knekt rygg. Det det som ikke folk skjønner. Det mange som ikke har peiling, så bare, fy faen, du dum, hvorfor skal du shorte, indeksene bare går? Nei, indeksene går bare ikke. Det noen få aksjer som går. Resten av faen meg aksjemarkedet ligger nede med knekt rygg. Det jo konkurser, profitordninger på nesten alt, jo. Det bare AI som går. Men de jobbtallene I dag var jo dritbra, da. De så ikke jeg komme. De var dritbra. Unemployment claims, 221 000. Det mulig at det har noe med at de har kastet ut hel haug med illegals, eller jeg vet da faen, jeg aner ikke. Hva hender det der? Jeg vet ikke. Men gull skal I hvert fall opp. At den faller nå på grunn av en melding. Det derfor du ikke skal handle når det kommer meldinger, men gull skal opp. Og så må Trump holde kjeft snart. Faen eller. Jeg tipper det Empro at det har noe med det å gjøre, for hvorfor ellers skal markedet falle nå, liksom? Du ser jo nå at det veldig spennende å se på det der. Dere ser på euro-dollar, ikke sant? Her. Og så ser du på bondsene. Så her, home builders are slashing prices at the highest rate in 3 years. Vet dere hvor negativt det her liksom? Forstår dere hvor ræva det her Det et eller annet som ikke henger på greip her. Det derfor det kommer ned nå sikkert på det. Men det henger ikke på greip. Du har så kontranyheter. Det bare sånn det. Beste unemployment claims ever. Det må være på deportasjonen. Det må være det. Det må være derfor markedet kommer ned nå. Så det home builders are slashing prices at the highest rate in 3 years. Altså, det krise, liksom. Men allikevel så driver folk og kjøper. Altså, pluss at inflasjonen stiger. Det helt katastrofe. Gull skal gå. Nå på 27 på gull. Nå har gull gått opp snart med $20. Dere skjønner nå at dette veldig spesielt, eller? Jeg skjønner at folk får hetta. Jeg forstår det jævla godt. Jeg forstår det veldig godt at folk får helt hetta. Du ser bare en rød strek, og så ser du plutselig en grønn strek, og så kommer en ny melding fra Trump, og så ombestemmer han seg, og så har han ikke sagt det likevel, og så kommer en ny melding. Jo, han har sagt det, men det var ikke sånn han mente det. Så kommer en ny melding. Jo, han mener det, men nå skal de ta Powell på en kvittering, og de skal få, jeg vet ikke hvem det var, en uavhengig et eller annet som skulle se på pengebruken til Powell. Det skal ta ham på den måten nå. Sånn. Så nå begynner dollaren å falle, ikke sant? For nå fikk vi en ny beskjed. At the housing market jo cracker, basically. Det en ny beskjed. Derfor så går gull. Kom en kontrabeskjed fra den vi fikk i stad. Så hva faen skulle du tro for noe? Du har de knalltallene her, og så har du de ræva tallene kvarter etterpå, liksom. Henger jo faen ikke på greip. Her. Manufacturing Index 15,9. Det helt sinnssykt bra, liksom. Det dritbra. Og så kommer en melding etterpå. Stikk i strid. Home builders are slashing prices. Hva faen? Det som å si McDonald's går dritbra, så kommer det 5 minutter på, men de går konkurs til neste uke. Det bare sånn, det gir faen ikke mening. Skjønner dere hva jeg prøver å si her? Se her nå. Denne meldingen kom nå. Home buildings are slashing prices in the highest rates in 3 years. Builder confidence has been negative in history for 15 straight months. Dette her real estate. Det helt dritt til helvete. Og så kommer meldingen her i stad. Manufacturing-indeksen går dritbra, liksom. Og det noe du manufacturer mye av, så det Homes, liksom. Så også da spørsmålet, ok, Forex Factory riktig? Eller det CNBC og Bloomberg som riktig? Hva faen skulle du tro for noe? Det jo helt tullete. Nå går gull rett opp her. Happy days for oss. Det bare sånn... Det derfor det viktig å ha liksom et syn på hvor markedet skal gå hen, så ikke du blir blendet av disse rare bevegelsene her. For du blir jo helt satt, du blir jo helt kjørt i ræva, ikke sant? Nei. Philly Fed Manufacturing, beste ever. Kortere etterpå, går til helvete på boligmarkedet. Ok. Da ble jeg klok. Da ble jeg jævla klok. Det blir som Ford. Aldri solgt så mange motorer noensinne, og så kommer en melding senere. Ford selger ikke biler. De selger bare motorer. Ok, det var ikke så bra tall likevel da, eller? Det blir helt fucka. Neste motstand nå på gull 3,33. Altså hvis den går opp til 40-50 dag, da skjønner jeg ingenting. Selv om jeg positiv til gull, da skjønner jeg ingenting. Det blir sum av de tallene her. Det er helt merkelig. Jeg tror ikke dere skjønner hvor rare de tallene her er. De tallene her er veldig rare. Manufacturing index går i taket, mens boligprisene og boligproduksjon går i dass. Det gir jo faen meg null mening. Det må være deportasjon på å være unemployment claims. Jeg forstår ikke hvorfor det er så høyt, ass. Forstår ikke. Tok litt gevinst på gull nå, den jeg kjøpte der nede. Kjøper inn den når den kommer litt ned. Sorry, jeg har telefonen. Ja, da er vi oppe på jævlig bra Lost in Heaven. Veldig, 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 veldig bra. Er det noen som har trodd at vi skulle opp igjen så fort på gull? Sånn helt ærlig, var det noen som trodde det I dag da?
Ja, vi har noe kjøpt I dag da.
Ja, du og din luring.
Jeg Lost in Heaven da.
Ja, altså det skal jo opp, men jeg bare skjønner ikke, jeg forstår ikke de tallene som kom I sted, som gjorde at det kom ned. Jeg snakker med han ene investoren nå, for jeg blir så jævla irritert. For det jo så tull. Men det jo nesten, og det som Empro sa I sted, de tallene sikkert basert på hva heter det for noe? Deporting? Hva heter det for noe på norsk? Deportasjon? Så det jo bare tull. Det støy. Det jo derfor det går rett opp igjen. Og det her det folk får, og så fikk du housing, slash på housing også. Det jo helt krise. Så du de tallene da, Robert? Homebuilders?
Jeg hørte det nevnte jeg, ja.
Det det verste på 3 år, og så får du en kontramelding på Philip Fed Manufacturing på 15,9, vent ut minus 1,2. Så det bare sånn der, det henger jo ikke på greip. Så gull skal sikkert opp og faen meg gjennom 4, 3, 5 veldig snart. Nå det litt volum også da, jeg vet ikke om dere ser det på oppturen her. Det litt volum på lenge.
Ja, nå har ikke jeg sett noe volum da, men det sikkert det når det såpass stor oppgang. Hansi har nå sikkert kjøpt seg opp litt nedover der.
Og så når vi gjør det på gold, det blir litt lettere for meg når jeg har litt større konto. Det som jeg sa I går, at det veldig ekstremt vanskelig for meg å trade på disse meldingene opp og ned med så liten konto. Så jeg må bare sitte veldig rolig, jeg må ta det her pluss og sitte rolig. På privaten så jeg faen meg 26 innganger nå liksom. 26 jeg har kjøpt på hele den nede her. Jeg vet gullskåp, men jeg kan ikke gjøre det, gjøre det på koppen.
Jeg har en 12-13 posisjoner her, altså.
Så bare kjøp masse på vei ned, arm opp igjen. Ja, og jeg må sitte forbi 48 for jeg kan ta en ny posisjon. Det det som dritt. Mens på privaten så kjøpte jeg da på 33,18, ikke sant? Det jo Propina, jo. Så kunne det være som Sahar I dag, da? Skal jeg vente på dette? Trust me, jeg skal aldri gjøre den feilen gjort på K-P-trading noen gang mer. Aldri noensinne. Hadde med 100 kids. Enkelte sier at det koselig, Brepina. Jeg ikke der, da. Alle bare, det så koselig med barn. Jeg mer sånn, la meg slippe å få se dem. Ja, men sorry, jeg en dårlig person sikkert.
Ja, nå det fæl.
Jeg driver og har tungekyss med en kråke, da kan ikke forvente så jævla mye av meg.
Nei, men jeg tror ikke du skal gå ikke å se det I tilfelle folk tenker at jeg har det snakker om. Du kan ha kråke.
Ja, den kråka, ja. Ja, det kunne vært så hard. Tralalalalalala. Nei, jeg skjønner nå at alle har ferie, for å si det sånn. Fy faen. I går så hadde jeg lyst til, det litt stygt å si det, I går hadde jeg faktisk lyst til å skyte Donald Trump da. Jeg tror faktisk jeg fantaserte om å skyte den I går. Ikke drepe den, men bare skyte den litt. Jeg ble så irritert, ja.
Det det han driver. Han driver og skjøter den, men han dreper den ikke.
Nei, men det greiene I går synes jeg var så stygt gjort. Jeg ble så jævla irritert. For selvfølgelig har han sagt at han skal gi Powell sparken. Han har sagt det I faen meg 3 uker nå. Han har skrevet det på Truth Social. Han har sagt det på X. Han har sagt det på alle nyheter. Han sa det på Bloomberg. Han sa det på intervju med CNBC. Han sa han skal gjøre det han kan for å få Powell sparken. Det det han har sagt I 3 uker. Og I går så kom det en bekreftelse fra White House officials, hvor de sier at Trump skal forsøke å gi Fed Chair Powell sparken. Og da ramlet hele fuckings markedet, og valutaen gikk I dass. Det fikk skikkelig konsekvens for alt av import og eksport. Ordentlig kaos I går. Bondsmarkedet gikk jo helt bananas I går. Og da fikk Donald Trump hetta. Og hva gjør han da? Jo, da har han en pressekonferanse midt I børstiden, hvor han sier, nei, det var ikke det jeg mente. Altså, han engasjerer seg I markedsbevegelsene. Altså, det så manipulering på et nivå jeg aldri har sett før. Hadde det her vært en annen president, så hadde han bare holdt kjeft, ikke sagt noen ting. Det hadde kommet en eller annen pressemelding eller noe sånt, ja. Eller det hadde bare roet seg ned. De hadde ikke stoppet det han driver med for å prate på nyhetene. Bare, nei, det var ikke sånn jeg mente det. Det var sånn og sånn og sånn. Og så får vi vite etterpå. Han skal fortsatt prøve å gi Powell sparken. Men han skal gjøre det med en kvittering. For de mener at han har brukt for mye penger på Federal Reserve-bygningen. Så det det sant det han sa som det falt ned på først. Skjønte du noe hva jeg mente nå, eller?
Jo, men det jo sånn det
Ja. Ja.
Hele tiden.
Ja, det bare sånn... Jeg jobber med dette her nå I 17 år. Jeg har aldri sett dette her før. Aldri I mitt liv sett dette her før. Jeg blir så jævlig irritert også, for du får liksom ikke gjort det sånn som det man vil, ikke sant? Man får liksom ikke... Alt fundamentale tilsier at dette her kaos, og så funker det ikke, liksom. Også det med Kina og det med Nvidia forandret loven på at nå skal det være lov for amerikanere å selge chipper til Kina. Og så for 3 måneder siden så var det full kaos. Nei, kineserne, de kan ikke ha amerikansk teknologi. Og hjelp kineserne, vi må eie TikTok, for det TikTok, det livsfarlig. Det kinesere som det, liksom. Det var kaos, det var fullstendig farlig. Må ikke, nei. Så tipper jeg han, og så var han Jensen, han heter, CEO på Nvidia, var på møte nede I Qatar for litt over en måned siden med Donald Trump, og så var han på møte med Donald Trump på The White House for 2 uker siden. Og nå så har han gjort det mulig at, jo, du kan få lov til å selge AI-chipper til kineserne. Tror du ikke Trump har kjøpt aksjer I Nvidia for en stund siden, eller? Gjennom en eller annen?
Ja, tror du.
Ja, det kan du faen meg banne på at den har gjort. Altså, det jo så stygt dette her at det holder. Og de skulle ta hun der Nancy, vet du for noe der... Vet du for noe? Nancy... Hun innsidedama. Hun der... Pelosi hun heter? Pelosi? Nancy Pelosi?
Pelosi,
ja. Og så hadde du andre dama, de bare... Og Trump og Elon Musk, de bare... Hvordan det mulig at disse kongressmedlemmene har så høye formuer? Hvordan det mulig at de tjener så mye penger på så lite lønn? Og så gjør han det faen meg åpentlyst selv. Med sønnene sine. Og så starter de en egen fuckings kryptocoin. 2 eller 3 stykker. Og en kryptobørs. Og så skal de endre loven på krypto I USA. Nettopp. Rett etter at de har startet coinsene sine selv og en sånn jævla krypto-fuckingsbørs. Jeg husker ikke hva han heter engang, jeg. Så nå skal han forandre loven. Hva tror du skjer med den kryptoverdien hans? Kommer til å gå taket?
Ja, nå skjønner han veldig godt.
Ja, helt...
Han har aldri tjent penger før.
Ja, men det er sånn derre Jeg sitter i Norge og får det til med meg og skjønner hva som skjer. Og liksom gjør ikke amerikanere liksom ser de ikke det de driver med? Det er jo helt spinnvilt, liksom.
Det er det. Men han har kommet i posisjon til å gjøre akkurat hva han vil.
Ja, det har han faen meg gjort. Og i går så sa han jo det at Epstein-greiene bare er piss. Og skal bare drite og dra. Har ikke noe å vise til der. Det var det han gikk til valget på da. Han sa at hvis han blir president, så skal han slippe løs alle Epstein... alle dokumentene, usensurert. Det var det han sa.
Ja, nå påstår han at det er manipulert av demokrater.
Ja, det er bare sånn. Nå kan noen forholde seg til det. Se Nasdaq, hva faens oldemor?
Are moving fast.
We know that flight disruptions are driven by this air traffic control outages and also construction in Newark Liberty International Airport dragged down some of those results.
Hva skjer på Nasdaq nå?
But United Airlines said that the second half of this year could be a little bit more predictable. Nvidia.
Er du short?
Jeg shortet en halv, ikke i dag, i går. Ja, det er Broadcom og Nvidia som går, og Microsoft opp 2,3 og 3%.
Oi.
Det er på grunn av det der, den nye loven med AI-chipene til Kina. 100%.
And the management said that yes.
The air train to the airport and then a little shuttle bus from the air train to Terminal A. I tell you, I'm guessing half the time from a car service from the Upper East Side here. Because it takes an hour to get out of the city from the Upper East Side.
Right,
to
so
get
you didn't
across.
hit all the traffic.
So I think I'm going to do it all the time now. So a new thing at this age. Go figure. Lucid.
Lucid, yes. Shares are up by 37%, but keep in mind, on a 12-month basis, they are still down by 22%. There is only one buy rating for the stock. We know that Uber Technologies is partnering with Lucid and a startup called Nuro to launch robotaxi fleet. The plan is to deploy about 20,000 robotaxis over the next 6 years. And separately, Lucid also plans to do this 1-for-10 reverse stock split. Companies usually do that to avoid delisting. But you guys spoke about this robotaxi. I don't know if I would be brave enough to take robotaxi in New York. I don't think so, because people drive like crazy here.
They do.
Exactly.
It's the Wild West.
But it's the bike people now. I mean, the bike people and there are a million of them now for the delivery people. And then it's the people going in the opposite way on the one-way street on the bikes that'll kill you. That's going to be the one that's going to.
I was this close to being taken out.
I know.
All right, Natalia Najevich, thank you so much. For more conversations like this, you can subscribe to our new Stock Movers reports. You can listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere else you listen. All right, we go from that to economic data, right? A big day for retail sales, better than expected report. Here to break it all down for us is Mari Shore, Senior Equity Analyst at Columbia Threadneedle Investments. Mari, thanks for joining us this morning. I have to ask you, were you surprised by those results? I mean, strong consumer.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for having me. The results show that the consumer spending has been very consistent and resilient throughout this period, despite weaker consumer sentiment and fears about rising inflation. But when we look at the category data, most of the categories showed slight improvement versus last month. There was only a couple categories, like some bigger ticket categories, where I think we saw some forward buying earlier in the spring. And also I would call it the non-store retail category, which is largely Amazon. We did see a slowdown there, but that could also be due to consumers waiting for the July Prime Week, which is always a huge seller for Amazon. So I think, when we step back, the results are really consistent with what we've been seeing for a couple of years now post-pandemic.
So, Mari, we've heard about companies kind of building up inventory and trying to get ahead of maybe some tariffs there. Are we seeing consumers buying to get ahead of tariffs as well?
Earlier in the spring, we did see some bigger ticket categories like autos and home-related purchases, where I do think there was some forward buying going on. But when you speak to the companies about it, it sounded like it was very short-lived, and it was really not a significant driver for them in their Q1 sales performance.
Where do you see the weakness in retail? We've been hearing a lot about the luxury sector kind of dropping off a bit.
Yes, luxury has been under pressure for some time now. I think there's a multitude of reasons. I think it's, demand normalizing post-pandemic. There's been a lot of pricing taken in those categories, and I think there's maybe some pushback there. And then finally, I think luxury consumers are spending on different things now, more experiences over things. And so I do think that we've seen the luxury companies struggling for some time, and that appears to be continuing. Outside of that, there is some concern, among lower income consumers. But it seems like the results there have been pretty consistent outside of some weakness in some border states and cities where there are greater concerns surrounding immigration. But again, when I look at the category performance, it's been really consistent with what we've seen for years now, which is consumers spending on needs over wants, and within the wants, spending more on health and wellness and apparel relative to other bigger ticket categories like home-related goods and consumer electronics.
So I know it's only the middle of July, and I hate to ask, but back to school, what's the outlook?
The outlook for back to school is pretty similar to what we see today. Originally there had been more concern, I think, about higher inflation coming through with back to school. But as we heard from the companies that just reported Q1 earnings, a lot of them were largely able to offset some of that early tariff pressure with sourcing cost efficiencies, taking some of that hit on their own gross margin, and then only having to pass through more modest price increases in aggregate. So I think now the inflation outlook as we move into back to school is for, maybe low single digit inflation across some of these goods with heavier reliance on imports. But I think that will still be manageable. The bigger concern that I see is as we move into holiday, if tariffs do escalate from here, that means that the companies will have to take greater pricing as we move into holiday. And that's where I think we could see even greater consumer pushback to higher inflation.
All right, Mari, great stuff. We always appreciate checking in with you, Mari Schorr, Senior Equity Analyst, Columbia Threadneedle Investments up there in Boston. Let's get back down to Washington, D.C. Lots of stuff coming out of Washington, D.C., which is pretty much a daily occurrence these days. Nathan Dean, Senior Policy Analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. He's down there in D.C. in the muck. Nathan, I'm looking at Bitcoin here at $119,000 here. There's something called a crypto week in D.C. What's the Trump administration policy regarding crypto, and why is this week important?
Yeah, so this is Crypto Week from the House of Representatives because they're going to vote on 3 separate bills that deals with crypto. The most important to us right now is called the Genius Act. This is a stablecoin bill, and once the House votes on it, which we think will come probably this evening around 7:30, it will become law because the Senate already passed it. So allow firms like Circle to go forth and actually have a regulatory framework and be able to operate knowing what the rules of the road are. Now, there's another bill out there called the Clarity Act. Now, this is broader, so if you're into Bitcoin investor, this is the one you should be paying attention to. And this one is going to most likely pass the House probably tomorrow. Potentially could get pushed back a little bit, but the challenge with the Clarity Act is that, yes, it is going to provide a regulatory framework for companies like Coinbase and Robinhood, but it's going to need more time to cook. There isn't agreement on the Senate Democratic side. It hasn't passed the Senate. And so come September, after the August recess, we think the senators will come back and they'll actually just look at it from their own perspective. And I don't think this is going to have any chance of passage until early next year.
Nathan, talk more about the Bitcoin reaction to all this, because we saw it go, above 120,000. Now it's at 118,000, down 1%. It's this kind of back and forth. Dig more into that for us.
Yeah, so a lot of the Bitcoin investors want institutional adoption of crypto, and that would come through the Clarity Act. The Genius Act, think of that as the first step because it's stablecoins only, so that's allowing a taste. I mean, we heard on many bank earnings calls this week that many banks are now considering stablecoins, and so that is beginning the stages of institutional adoption. But the Clarity Act is really the key thing here because the SEC can only do so much because they have authority over securities, and Bitcoin is a commodity, and the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, as of yet, does not have authority to oversee Bitcoin. So Bitcoin and Ethereum, a lot of these currencies that the crypto world wants to investigate or invest in, it's sort of outside of this regulatory framework. So for that institutional adoption, you need the Clarity Act. And so that's where, if you're looking at Bitcoin in particular, Clarity, not Genius, is what you should be paying attention to.
Nathan, what are your clients asking you about this time? Because there's so much going on in D.C., and you're one of the few folks out there that really has the finger on the pulse. What are they asking you these days?
Well, obviously, there's been a lot of discussion now that the One Big Beautiful Bill is done. What's coming next? And we would say is it's deregulation. Because if you go back to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent's 3 pillars of economic growth, tariffs, taxes, and deregulation. Taxes are pretty much done. Now we're in the implementation phase. Tariffs, obviously, August 1st is the big deadline that's coming up. A lot of questions on, is it going to be extended? It's hard to say. It's President Trump's decision, and his aides have been saying no, but history suggests, yes, that it will be extended. But then they come with this other idea of deregulation. And for the first half of this year, the Senate has been spending a lot of time confirming leadership. For example, Governor of Fed Michelle Bowman, who's now the Fed Vice Chair of Supervision. Now these agencies are actually going forth and producing these proposals on deregulation. So from a stock perspective, a lot of sentiment on deregulation, but between now and 2027, you're going to see the fruits of deregulation, begin to see it impact the company's bottom lines.
All right, so I'm going to tie in a couple of these things. So you mentioned the president. Talk about, and then we'll get into crypto. So talk about his influence on crypto and how that's been affecting as well.
Well, it's been almost critical because if you look at how it's played out this week, is the House said, look, we've got Crypto Week, and Crypto Week actually turned out to be somewhat of a mess because there were several members of the House Freedom Caucus that said, look, I'm not going to vote for this Genius Act for a variety of reasons. Now, one, they wanted to package 3 bills together and send it to the Senate as a way to jam up the Senate. Usually that's not what happens, and that's what happened here is that they had to split it up and move individually. But you're also seeing pushback on this idea of a central bank digital currency. This is one of those 3 bills. And President Trump several times this week had to step in and say, look, come to the White House. We're going to figure this out because I want the Genius Act on my desk this week. Yep. And ultimately is provide that political capital to move these bills forward.
I mean, Nathan's a perfectly nice guy, Lisa, but he's got to deal with all this D.C. stuff all the time. I mean,
it's a tough job.
He went to Purdue, University of Chicago, MBA, did a little creative writing at Stanford. I mean, he's a perfectly nice guy, but he's got to deal with this Washington, D.C. stuff all the time. And thankfully, he makes all the sense in the world for people like us. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Yeah, it's 11:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the S&P, NASDAQ, both at records. This Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitments, see if your
Lost in
company
Heaven vanskelig å si. Han har motstand på 3,3, altså
right now
39.
up 20 to 62.84. That is a gain of 0.3%. The Dow up 94 now, up 0.2%. NASDAQ up 133 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a gain of 0.6%. NASDAQ 100 Index also up 0.6%. Broad-based rally on this Thursday morning. The Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares up 0.9. The 10-year 4.44%. The 2-year 3.90%. And the 30-year 4.99%. Gold down $11 the ounce to $33.33, down 0.4%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.2%, $67.18 a barrel, and Bitcoin down 1.2%, $118,000, $515 on Bitcoin. Alcoa, after earnings, says tariffs on imports from Canada costed $115 million in the second quarter. The company redirected Canadian-produced aluminum to customers outside the U.S. to mitigate additional tariff costs. Alcoa, right now, up by 3.9%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, thank you, Charlie. This is Bloomberg Intelligence. I'm Lisa Mateo alongside Paul Sweeney. Pepsi, their shares get a nice boost this morning. They're up about 6%. International customers, a big part of their nice earnings report that just came out. Here with all the details, Kenneth Shea, Bloomberg Intelligence, Senior Consumer Products Analyst. Kenneth, thanks for joining us. Positive results. This is pretty good for them because it's a time when people are a little bit more health conscious, maybe. You know, there's some negativity around soda, processed food. So this is pretty good news for them.
Yeah, hi, Lisa. Yeah, I would describe today's rally in PepsiCo, though, more to a relief rally. You know, sentiment has been pretty low on Pepsi since their last report. In the first quarter, they lowered their guidance. It wasn't really a strong report. This one, I think, was a report of stabilization. Organic growth was about up 2% in the quarter. Wasn't great, you know, but it was above the 1% expectation. Operating margins widened. Analysts love to see that. And I guess the last piece of good news is they gave a good sense of good innovation that's coming in the fourth quarter and first quarter next year in the area of protein drinks. And as we know, everybody on GLP-1 drugs these days are looking for protein supplements. And that it really is an on-trend innovation I think people are getting excited about.
Hey, Ken, a lot of folks, including myself, have gone to private label goods when shopping in the supermarket, trying to, you know, fight this inflation thing out there. Does Pepsi, with their brands, are they seeing that as a headwind?
You know, Paul, not really. Not in their big Frito-Lay franchise. This is the 800-pound gorilla in a snack aisle. It continues to gain share, believe it or not, at least on volumes. I think some of the problem with Frito-Lay foods, I should say their overall food, they combined Quaker with Frito-Lay last quarter, is that I think consumers are a little more price weary, to your point. But so I think they've held the line a little bit with things like, bundled package sizes and things like that. But the company says it's really turning its attention more to productivity and cost to get that business going. In the second quarter, comparable profits were down 13% in that business. Not great showing. So fortunately for them, though, in this quarter, the international area and Pepsi beverages did pretty well and more than offset that weakness.
Now, you were talking before about GLP-1. So, yes, people going for the more protein, like how you said, but also wanting to eat smaller portions. And that's something that Pepsi is changing with its snacks, right? Making the packaging smaller. Is that correct?
That's right. It's a trend that's been going on for a while. And I think they were pleasantly surprised as their competitors, Coca-Cola and Keurig, were when they rolled out the mini cans years ago. There's a lot of outcry that sugary drinks were adding too many calories, so they came out with the smaller versions, and kind of like a portion control kind of thing. What they probably underestimated was how much that contributed to price mix, because obviously the unit prices are higher with those smaller cans, and they've extended that same kind of concept to a lot of their snacks as well, whether it's Cheetos or Frito-Lay and so on, to your point, and a lot of the packaged food items as well. Smaller is also more convenient, so it also plays into consumer trends for portability as much as it is for calorie counts.
I like the smaller cans of soda. It's perfect for me. The 12 ounces was too much. These things are just perfect for me. So kudos to all those folks. So, all right, what I like about a lot of the names that Ken Shea covers is they're big, nice, juicy dividend payers. I'm looking at Pepsi, just about almost a 4% dividend yield here. Ken, how do your companies like the Pepsis of the world, how do they think about their dividend policy?
Oh, they're very much committed to it. They know that their shareholder base is very income oriented. And so, it serves the company well to have a policy like that. By and large, the dips in, consumer spending goes up and down, depending on the whims of, economics. These are businesses that are typically recession-proof, cycle-proof, and so they take these steady cash flows and they do a nice balancing act of reinvesting with innovation. They're always looking for productivity improvements and more fruit this quarter. And they take care of shareholders first through dividend, and then on a more selective basis, share buybacks. So they have a lot of levers to pull to reward shareholders with an income stream that predictable.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the COMP function for Pepsi in the last 5 years, compounded annual return, about 6% for the stock.
Kanskje vi
But then
kan
you throw that
bryte
4% dividend yield, that's a 10%
400
return.
kanskje?
That's not a bad way to make a living. So that's how I think a lot of people look at those staples stocks out there. Ken Shea covers them all. He's a senior consumer products analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. He's down there in our Princeton office, although I'm guessing he's probably working from home because that is a thing now for a lot of folks. Let's switch gears. Let's go to just kind of straight up retail. Poonam Goyal joins us. She covers all the retailers for Bloomberg Intelligence. Hey, Poonam, we're at the mid-year part of the year here. We're going to have the retailers start reporting their earnings in a week or so. Give us a state of we had some retail sales today that came out pretty darn solid. What are you seeing from the companies you follow as to how the consumer is performing out there?
Yeah, look, I think the consumer still has money to spend, right? And they continue to be selective and choosy, but they're spending. The biggest indicator for me on consumer spending is the unemployment rate, and that still sits at historical lows. So I do think that results will be fine. My biggest watch as we head into the 2Q earnings season is guidance. So when we heard from companies in the last quarter, there was weakness in the guidance because of tariffs. And I think the tariff situation has only gotten worse because now they're moving from a 10% pause to potentially something higher than that, whether it's 20%, 25%, 30%. We have all these numbers being thrown out at us. Nothing is finalized, but it's not the 10%. So I do think that there is some risk to the guidance, and that's really the key point here is how investors will respond to that.
Tariffs having a big impact on retail. So let's start with the global e-commerce industry. How is that going to be affected by President Trump's tariff policies?
So the global e-commerce world is actually a little more insulated than the traditional retail world, because if you think about the players that live in it, they're largely marketplaces. They don't own the inventory. If you think of an Amazon, if you think of an Etsy, if you think of a Wayfair, these brands don't own the inventory largely. They're sold by third-party merchants or people or vendors, and therefore they take on the risk of the higher costs. And for them, it's just about offering competitive prices and getting people onto the platform to make the sale. So I think they're better positioned and they'll have a better 2H than the rest of retail. I also think that, people are still shifting more to online. If you think about just penetrations online, they're still at about 25%, and we have them going to above 30% in the next few years. So there's just a tailwind from a secular standpoint that benefits the global e-commerce sector.
Poonam, what are we hearing about away from the Walmarts of the world, the Targets of the world, how are, the mom and pop retail, how are they going to deal with tariffs? What are the folks you talk to, what are they telling you?
It's going to be tough, for the retailers, the mom and pops that don't have scale to use as leverage with suppliers. They will have a tougher time. They're going to have to figure out ways to make things here or get things from here. It is going to be challenging. Prices will have to rise, right? That's the thing. So we think prices will eventually rise to the consumer, and the consumer will decide what they're actually willing to pay for. It won't be everything. So there will be choices made. And as we head into the back half of back to school and holiday, notably, depending on when prices increase materially, it could have an impact on spending.
Oh, you mentioned back to school. I think the kids are getting shivers already. It's too early to talk about that, Poonam. We just got out, it's over. So earlier, a little bit earlier this morning, we talked about luxury in the retail sector. But what about different sector, like malls, department stores? I mean, how are they doing lately?
So they're still struggling relative to the rest of retail, but they do have strategies in place as they cut back their store count to really win back shoppers depending on the vertical that they're in. So if you think of someone like a Nordstrom, it's cut back a lot, and I think they're still well positioned with the rack in their basket. I think that really helps them. It targets the value customer, and it helps them reach the customer when they're pressured or strapped for cash. When you think of a store like Macy's, Bloomingdale's, I think does better than Macy's. Kohl's still a little, I would say, struggling. But these are stores that are big. They have a lot of inventory. If they're located largely in malls, that's not where the traffic is. There is still secular headwinds in place for them.
So, Poonam, net, let's look way ahead. Forget back to school. Christmas. What are we thinking there, dude?
If you can tell me where tariffs will settle, I can tell you what we're thinking.
Yeah,
I can tell you. If we're looking at a 20%, 25, 30% tariff, prices, and if they go into effect in August. So it depends on when they go into effect, right? If they go into effect in August, there will be some headwind. If they go into effect in October, then the shipment's here. So we'll be fine for holiday. So really the timing is key here. When will we go from a 10% tariff, which is where we're currently held at right now, to something higher? If that happens in the fall, I think holiday is somewhat protected.
Wow. Yeah, that's going to be really, really interesting. And we're going to be talking to Poonam Goyal a lot as we kind of get into the fall here. And we talk about how the consumer's behaving and how the retailers are deciding how to pass along the price increases. I just don't know. I know. I threw out the Christmas. I mean, it was bad enough to do the back to school, but Christmas was just beyond the pall. So anyway, Poonam Goyal, she's the best. She's a senior U.S. retail analyst. She covers all the e-commerce stuff as well for Bloomberg Intelligence. She's our go-to person on all things retail. She actually, like, the day after Thanksgiving, that Black Friday, I think, like, she walks the malls and like counts cars in parking lots and silly things like that. But you have to do that if you want to keep your finger on the pulse of kind of how the retailers are doing out there. And Poonam does it better than anybody. S&P 500 up 24 points. That's 0.4%. We're going to have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
11:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. I'm Charlie Pellet, developing story. Amazon's AWS cloud computing unit cutting jobs. That, according to Reuters. Amazon shares up now by 0.2%. But again, headline on the Bloomberg Professional Service, AWS cutting jobs. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all higher. Stocks rose after a better than estimated retail sales report, and a drop in jobless claims pointed to economic resilience. S&P 500 index up now by 28 points, up 0.4%. The Dow up 177, also up 0.4, while NASDAQ up 152. That is a gain of 0.7%. 10-year at 4.44%, the 2-year 3.90%, the 30-year 4.99%. Gold down $10 the ounce, $33.36 the ounce, down 0.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude now rallying 1.2%, $67.15 a barrel, and Bitcoin down 0.8% at $119,000. United Airlines says the second half of the year has become more predictable, and it is suggesting it may be able to beat its earnings targets after customers returned to booking flights. CEO Scott Kirby was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Radio, and he was asked why the airline's outlook that dropped last night was so conservative.
It's been a good year. I mean, it's actually pretty remarkable that we've grown earnings and margins for the first half of the year despite everything that's happened. But a lot has happened this year. And we like to have a policy of being conservative on our guidance because stuff does happen. And we want to be able to absorb some unexpected events in our guidance.
CEO Scott Kirby saying stuff happens. United shares up now by 3.1%. Rival Delta up by 1.1%. American Airlines up by just about 2%. By the way, you can watch that full conversation with Scott Kirby on YouTube on the Bloomberg podcast channel. Recapping, stocks higher. S&P up 0.5%. By the way, Netflix after the bell, and for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Lisa Mateo, Paul Sweeney, we're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're streaming live on YouTube as well, so head over to youtube.com, search Bloomberg Live Radio, and that's where you'll find us. I'm looking at Netflix here. Stock's up a little bit today. It's up 41% year to date. And over the trailing 12 months, almost a double here, up 94%. They report earnings after the close here today. The story's historically been one of subscriber growth. The company's been asking its analysts and investors to focus more on profitability rather than subscriber growth. They actually stopped giving out subscriber numbers recently. So, but they're reporting numbers after the close here. So let's get a little bit of a preview here. We check in with Geetha Ranganathan. She is the media analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. She runs that whole ship over there. Geetha, boy, it's been such a good run for Netflix. They seem to be doing everything right here. They seem to have won the streaming wars, if you will. What will you and other analysts and investors be looking for Netflix tonight?
Yeah, absolutely, Paul. So you're right that this story has definitely turned a little bit more complicated. This was probably one of the simplest stories in media, right? When you had the subscriber numbers, you just multiply price into quantity, you understand the story perfectly. But with them stopping the disclosure of those subscriber numbers, they're really kind of trying to get investors to focus on some of the broader financial metrics. So really looking more at revenue growth, looking at margins, and kind of taking more of a strategic outlook for the company. So I think the number one metric that investors will look for tonight when they report is revenue growth. They've guided to about mid-teens % revenue growth for the second quarter, but I think the real metric that investors are going to look for is, are they going to raise guidance for the full year? So the current guidance that they've given implies about 13% revenue growth for the full year. Anything above that, anything close to 15% or higher, I think investors will be happy. The second big number, of course, is going to be operating margin. So they've guided to 33% operating margin for the second quarter. But again, the big number to look for is for the full year, where they are, the magic number is 29%. So again, anything upwards of 30%, if they raise guidance either on operating margin or on revenue, I think that is definitely going to be a big positive.
Now, Geetha, as far as people watching Netflix, I know in my household, I'm the one who gets bumped off, and I have to knock my kids off because they're overtaking it, and I got to get them off. But they're getting a lot of competition from other streaming services, TV shows. I mean, you saw it at the Emmy nominations, right? You had Apple, who was just dominating there. Is Squid Games the answer for Netflix?
You know, Lisa, that's a great question. And what we've seen time and time again, and, you know, Nielsen kind of puts out a report every month, kind of looking at the share of viewing by platform. And Netflix by far is the leader when it comes to all of these paid streaming platforms. The only other platform that is slightly ahead of them in the whole streaming viewership game is YouTube. So really, when we kind of think about competition now, it's not Netflix versus Disney Plus. It's not Netflix versus Amazon. It really is Netflix versus YouTube. And what has helped them kind of get to that share, as you just pointed out, has been their content. So they've had some really good, sleeper hits. They've had, of course, their consistent shows that have come out and done really well for them. Squid Game, the finale, which just came out a few weeks ago, had some of its highest viewership numbers ever. And it's not just the content that we've seen; it's the content that we are yet to see. And Paul and Lisa, the next 6 months for Netflix, management themselves have said that this is, going to be a monster slate. And they say that because they have 3 of their biggest shows ever in the history of the company coming on the service. So you obviously just had Squid Game. You're going to have Stranger Things. The finale for Stranger Things eventized into a 2-part event. And then you have Wednesday, again, one of their biggest shows. And along with that, you have the NFL, you have, a host of other live events, you have movies like Happy Gilmore. So they really have everything. And I think that is really going to help them cement their lead, both in terms of subscribers, as well as the other business that they're trying to build, which is the ad business.
All right, Geetha, I got to ask this on behalf of all my former colleagues that we grew up with the traditional media business and made a fortune off of banking that business over the last 40 years. What do the non-Netflix, streaming services, what do those traditional broadcast and cable networks, what do they really do? What are your investors telling you?
Yeah, it's really tough for them, Paul, and so they're responding to it. We've seen multiple companies now kind of, and the outlook, by the way, for the cable networks is a little bit more bleak than the broadcast networks, because broadcast networks still have, a lot of sports, a lot of live programming. But the cable networks, again, it's definitely tough days ahead. And so we've seen multiple companies. We've seen Comcast, we've seen Warner Brothers Discovery, we've seen Lionsgate, all of them kind of spin out their cable networks business. Now, it remains to be seen what's going to happen. I think what's eventually going to happen is those all have to kind of consolidate to react to this melting ice cube situation. We're seeing cord cutting run at about 7 to 8%. And that's really, a big negative. So definitely linear TV is in a bad place. It's not going to get any better. The writing is on the wall.
And then we go from TV, to movies. So we saw Apple bring F1 right to the big screen. They did that first. So is this like a trend? Are we going to see Netflix doing this? Isn't there something with Narnia or something like that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they do have a deal with IMAX for Narnia. That's going to come out sometime in 2026. Again, yeah, it is. And the whole Apple F1 thing. Apple, by the way, had a awful track record in films, right? They had Killers of the Flower Moon, they had Napoleon. None of those, seem to really move the needle for them theatrically. But then with F1, they scored a hit and then they doubled down. So they actually went for, with that success of the movie, they doubled down and got the rights to broadcast F1 on their Apple TV Plus platform. I think we are definitely going to see Netflix kind of make a bigger move into film as well. We're seeing both Amazon and Apple play the big game, in the theaters. I think eventually Netflix will, and Narnia is a great point. I think if they can kind of get a lot of buzz and then drive Netflix subscriptions as a result of that, that will really embolden them to kind of dive deeper.
All right, Geetha, you're the best. We appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. Geetha Ranganathan, she is the media analyst, Bloomberg Intelligence, one of the best on Wall Street. She covers everything across the board on the global media space, and that is an industry that is undergoing tremendous amounts of change with the streaming business, upending what had been a 50, 60-year-old model of broadcasting cable television on your big cable TV packages. Think Comcast, think Charter. That business has been upended over the last 10 years dramatically. And a lot of these traditional media companies are trying to figure out a way to adapt to the new business and compete in a world where Netflix and YouTube are kind of the leading players. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right. This is something that it's not in my game, but I know for the younger folks it is. I mean, you think about it. Juul, do you do the vape pen thingamajiggy? Is that a thing in your household?
But it's a big thing in like the high school. Like
Yes.
it's a big thing, and I'm not so thrilled about it. But
Yeah, I know.
it's
All right,
tough.
Lisa Mateo and Paul Sweeney, we're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube. Juul Labs received authorization from the Food and Drug Administration to sell its e-cigarettes in the U.S. I'm not sure what this means. It was never a big thing in my household, but I know it is a big thing for a lot of folks. Saba Meddings joins us. She's at Bloomberg Senior Reporting. Saba, talk to us about what's going on here.
Well, we obviously, look outside any high school in the US, there's lots of kids vaping, but they're not, these products they're actually using have not been authorized by the FDA. What we've seen today is big news for Juul that they have now authorized a couple of products from the company, albeit they are not the fruity flavors that kind of got Juul in trouble several years ago. So they've now authorized these products. It's kind of interesting what that means for the rest of the sector as well. There's lots of companies that are waiting for any kind of sign from the FDA on whether or not there'll be sort of a wave of approvals now. But yeah, it's certainly interesting news for Juul.
Yeah, can you get into some of the backstory? But the company was kind of hit with a lot of lawsuits, targeting those underage users for the fruity flavors. Can you dig into that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, Juul kind of when it was set up, it was a kind of the big great shaker of sort of the industry. It really shook up the big tobacco players with these kind of these sticks, these e-cigarettes they had. They were a little bit stronger. They were really popular with teenagers. Juul had these founders that then sort of managed to sell a stake to Altria, which sells Marlboro cigarettes in the US, and it was kind of an enormous company, multi-billion dollar company. But obviously, it became a bit unstuck. There were accusations that they were targeting underage users. Juul in 2022 had to pay 1.2 billion to settle thousands of lawsuits tied to youth vaping. And since then, they've kind of been in a bit of a hobbled situation. Altria, then sort of made an investment in Enjoy and really rather stepped away from Juul. And now it's kind of 3 years on from that fine. There's a bit of a vindication. The company says it's a really important milestone, and it sort of wants to make the cigarette obsolete. So they say, and now it's sort of they are really trying to market towards adults now and have sort of really looked at the marketing, and that's where they're playing. And it seems the FDA has kind of accepted the studies that they put in, and their products being approved.
So, were the Juul vaporizer thingamajiggies have they not been being sold here in the U.S. but now they can? Is that, or is it? What's it mean?
My understanding is that there was a stay, so they have been available, but in very sort of small quantities. And what you have seen in the US, that the vast majority of e-cigarettes that you see sort of people smoking or vaping are not in fact made by companies like Juul or any of the big tobacco companies, which sort of require to be a lot more rigorous with their testing. They will largely be sort of the sort of e-cigarettes that are coming over from China. So they are available. Enforcement has been an issue in lots of places, so there are lots of vapes available, but very few of these have been approved by the FDA. But this is a big, significant moment for Juul.
Saba, I'm wondering if you can settle this argument that we have in the Mateo household. E-cigarettes versus regular cigarettes. Is there a difference as far as which is better for you? I mean, I don't want to say health-wise, but this is the battle back and forth.
I mean, it's an interesting one, isn't it? I mean, e-cigarettes clearly don't have the tar, the heat that you would get from a combustible cigarette. Some of what people say are the cancer-causing qualities, but with e-cigarettes, certainly they don't smell. I mean, are people using them more? Who knows? But I guess it's that question on whether people view them as less harmful and then are more likely to use them or start vaping in the first place. But certainly, I think the studies do show that not having a combustible cigarette is less harmful. But yeah, it is whether this point about sort of people starting to vape in the first place. But yeah, I'm not a scientist. I'm afraid I can't answer that one for sure.
Saba, what have we heard from Juul Labs itself here as to maybe what this means for their plans?
Yeah, I mean, my colleague Fiona spoke to the CEO just a few moments ago. He said it was a very important milestone for the company and its mission to make the cigarette obsolete. Juul had to submit more than 110 scientific studies to support this application. So I think it's probably the end of a very long road for them, or maybe the beginning, because, clearly only a few flavors have been approved, just as sort of the tobacco kind of flavors, and there's all the sort of the different fruity flavors that are not yet on the list. So for them it is a very significant moment, because there were lots of questions about even whether they would have a place in the market.
All right, Saba, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate your time. Saba Meddings, she's a Bloomberg senior reporter, Bloomberg News, giving us the latest reporting here on Juul. The vape thing gets FDA authorization to sell its e-cigarettes and cartridges. So that's a big news, I guess, in that part of the world. But thankfully, that's not been part of our household, I don't think.
Yeah, it's kind of in my household.
Yeah,
it's the back and forth battle, the vaping, why the kids do it.
Yep.
So it has been in our house.
We'll see about that. We'll stay on top of that story. We've got some green on the screen here today. We've got the S&P 500 up about 30 points. Let's call that almost a 0.5%. The NASDAQ doing a little bit better, up 165 points. That's 0.8%. So we got some positive movement on these markets. All right, for our listeners in the United States, a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM channel 121, access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Stay with us. Your top stories and global business on headlines are coming up right now. I'm going to call out the bond market a little bit. Not much movement. We got the 10-year yielding 4.44% on your 10-year. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by ZipRecruiter.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Despite tariffs and inflation, Americans are still spending. The retail sales report for June was better than expected.
A lot of folks are taking heart that you have a consumer that is still spending, even with all of this uncertainty.
Kelly O'Grady of Money Watch.
It's also a big rebound from the decline of almost a full percentage point that we saw in May.
We're still spending heavily on essentials, but restaurant sales also rose moderately, as did clothing and accessories. A bill to remove $9 billion in funding for foreign aid programs and public broadcasting is headed now to the House. There were some Republican holdouts in the Senate over fears of cuts to rural radio. NPR CEO Catherine Maher.
I think that this could fundamentally alter public radio as a national service in this country, and that would be a tremendous tragedy.
And critics say it would only have a small impact on the nation's rising debt. In Gaza today, an Israeli shell slammed into the only Catholic church, killing 2 people and wounding the parish priest, who was close to the late Pope Francis. They spoke regularly about the war. CBS's Holly Williams has the latest.
In the church compound, there were apparently many families sheltering from the fighting. Hundreds of people, in fact, both Christians and Muslims. Now, the 2 people reported killed were an elderly woman who was receiving mental health support inside the church compound, as well as the church janitor.
Israel issued a rare apology and said it was investigating. One of the world's shrinking number of Holocaust survivors is 100 years old today. CBS's Vicky Barker reports from London.
Anita Lasker-Wallfisch knows how easily she could have become one of the 6 million Jews killed in the Holocaust.
Music saved my life.
New arrivals at Auschwitz were questioned.
When she asked me what was I doing before the wars, I said I used to play the cello.
Lasker-Wallfisch performed in the concentration camp's famous orchestra. She went on to have an eminent musical career here in Britain. But she also visited schools, warning children about the lessons of the Nazi times. Is she frightened about the rise of the far right in Germany?
The whole world frightens me.
Vicky Barker, CBS News, London.
Singer Connie Francis has died.
Sorry now.
Her hits included Who's Sorry Now and Pretty Little Baby. She topped the charts for years in the 50s and 60s, and she continued to perform for decades. She was 87 years old. On Wall Street, investors are cheering the retail sales report and some good profit reports by big companies like PepsiCo. The Dow Jones Industrial is currently up 174. This is CBS News. There's some good news for Coca-Cola connoisseurs, as Deborah Rodriguez reports.
For soda drinkers, There's nothing quite like the clean, sweet taste of a bottle of Mexican Coke. In a Truth Social post, President Trump, an avid Coke fan, says the company's agreed to ditch high fructose corn syrup in favor of real cane sugar in soda made here in the States. Coke switched its formula for the U.S. in the 1980s because it was cheaper. Coca-Cola hasn't confirmed the change, but the corn refining industry is already warning of job losses. Excessive high fructose corn syrup intake has been linked to increased risk of type 2 diabetes, obesity, and heart disease. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
The White House has cleared the way for the FDA to start gathering information about ultra-processed foods in order to establish a consistent official definition of what it is. That could lead to new regulations and guidance. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
Bare ikke at Trump kommer med noe nytt sånn der piss da.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
We've got forward progress in Congress. Welcome to Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio and to our audience on YouTube. I'm Kaylee Lines alongside Tyler Kendall here in Washington today, where we're watching both chambers of Congress having made advancements on some key pieces of legislation. The Senate, as of last night, formally passing the $9 billion rescissions package pushed by the White House, and Tyler, the House, getting ready to vote on a series of pieces of legislation. That rescissions package included in the next 24 hours, assumably, but of course, crypto legislation is what we're focused on this afternoon.
Right, exactly, Kaylee. They passed that. The Senate passed the rescissions package 2:30 a.m. Eastern because that really is the one that's up against the hard deadline. They have to get this done by July 18th, which last time I checked is tomorrow.
That's right. And for crypto, of course, it was a pretty hard-fought battle. It was a struggle for them to just get past the procedural hurdles in order to get to final passage of the Clarity Act, which is a market structure bill, the Genius Act, which, of course, will regulate stablecoins, and an anti-CBDC piece of legislation as well. So we're going to get the latest from Bloomberg's Megan Scully on all of those bills in just a moment. But we begin, as always, with a check on financial markets, as it is retail sales day, after all, and those numbers were looking pretty strong. Charlie, how's it going?
Right now, we are at the best level of the day, Kaylee Lines, and we got the S&P up 30 now, 62.93. Also at a record of 0.5%. Stocks rose after better than estimated retail sales, and a drop in jobless claims pointed to economic resilience. The Dow up 197 now, up 0.5%. Nasdaq Composite Index also trading at a record of 166, higher by 0.8%. Keep it locked in to Bloomberg to see how things shake out at the close. Will we see new highs today? And of course, how Asian markets react tonight. We've got the 10-year 4.44%, the 2-year 3.91%. Gold down $10 the ounce, 33.36, drop there of 0.3%. A rally for crude up 1.1%, 67.14 a barrel. And Bitcoin down 1%. Now Bitcoin at $118,000, 783 on Bitcoin. Former Fed Governor Kevin Warsh is seen as a top contender to succeed Jay Powell as Fed chair. He is repeating his calls for a regime change at the central bank.
My sense is that this is, we're at the forefront, we're at a transformational moment in U.S. economic history. This is, as George Shultz told me before he passed, a hinge point in history. I think the president's language is this could be a golden age, and frankly, I think they all could be right.
Those remarks coming on CNBC. The former Fed governor said the U.S. could be a big winner in artificial intelligence. Earnings news, PepsiCo shares, they're ripping higher by 7.1%. PepsiCo maintaining its annual outlook and reporting sales growth that beat Wall Street estimates. Rival Coca-Cola higher as well today, up by 0.8%. But again, PepsiCo after earnings up by 7.1%. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Tyler Kendall and Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York checking on the markets for us. Thank you so much. An incredible reaction to what was stronger than expected retail sales data that is noted by President Donald Trump as he posts on Truth Social to too late, which is, of course, his code name for the chair of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell. Great numbers just out. Lower the rate in all caps with 3 exclamation points. We'll continue to follow the beat on the battle between President Trump and the Fed chair, although that battle may be one-sided as we see Trump's continued push for lower interest rates. But of course, Trump has been pushing other things as well, asking not just changes in behavior to the Fed chair, but asking things of Republican lawmakers on Capitol Hill as well. Tyler, we know he wanted to see this rescissions bill pass in the United States Senate, $9 billion in cuts primarily to public broadcasting like PBS and NPR, as well as USAID. He got that last night, and now we wait to see today if he can also get what he wants with the House, advancing key pieces of crypto legislation.
Right, exactly. The White House is really pushing on all fronts here. He did meet with some of those key holdout Republicans when it came to those crypto bills, and we're going to have to see if it was enough ultimately to push these over the finish line. But when it does come to that rescissions package, we actually heard from the OMB director earlier today, Russ Vought, who said they're on the 1 yard line, in his words, which is where we would like to begin with Megan Scully, who leads our Capital Influence team here at Bloomberg. Megan, let's just take a beat here. How likely is it that they're going to get this done when we are up against really a hard deadline and a big priority for the administration?
Sure. So as an Eagles fan, I would say they're ready for the tush push at this point.
We got the football puns going today.
But it does seem likely. Of course, we weren't expecting a history-making in terms of length of time vote yesterday in the House on crypto. So, you know, it only takes a few votes to sway things. So if somebody decides to hold out, we could certainly be in for the long haul. But we are expecting this to pass. This passed the House, albeit narrowly, earlier. What has been essentially changed in this bill is they've taken out pretty popular AIDS funding for global health, the PEPFAR funding, in order to get it through the Senate. But the rest of the rescissions package remains largely intact.
So really the only thing we can anticipate standing in the way of this passage in an expedient manner, shall we say, Megan, is attendance questions, right? Knowing we have a very narrow majority we're working with here.
Yes, of course, and that is always a lingering question. I can guarantee both parties are doing all they can to ensure that members are present and voting.
Mm-hmm. This is really just the first step, though, when it comes to clawing back funding from the administration, right? We've heard time and time again that there's going to be more bills down the road, but we're also starting to hear from some senators who have raised concerns. I'm thinking Tom Tillis, who's not running for re-election, but what does that tell us about the future of the administration's requests when it comes to these broader pullbacks that they want to see in funding that's already been appropriated?
Yeah, so this is the first of the DOGE cuts to really get enshrined into law, and this is a bit of a trial balloon for the administration. $9 billion is essentially a drop in the bucket for the entirety of the federal budget, and certainly what DOGE was going after. So the future packages are going to face some resistance, particularly in the Senate, particularly from those moderates who did resist this one. Russ Vought today said more was to come and was to come soon. They have been very hesitant to say what exactly that is. But it likely will happen. They're also planning, though, other ways to make end runs around the power of the purse, including what's called pocket rescissions, which essentially would put these cuts into effect by the end of September. And this would be likely subject of a court case, but it is a fight the administration is willing to have.
Well, you know what else is at the end of September is the end of the fiscal year, when appropriations bills or a continuing resolution are going to need to pass. And it's going to require both parties to do that. You need Democrats to get anything like that over the finish line. Megan, are Democrats signaling right now that because of this rescissions package, they're willing to play ball on full year appropriations?
It's going to be a rough go to get these appropriations through. Even in the House, you know, where Republicans can get it through on a simple majority, you have members of the House Freedom Caucus who don't like the levels of spending that are likely going to be in these appropriations bills that are moving through. So you could have defections even among Republicans in the House. Then over in the Senate, you're right, they can't do this like they did with the rescissions and like they did with reconciliation. They need Democrats. They need 60 votes to overcome a filibuster. And that is going to be incredibly difficult to get, especially on bills like the Department of Education funding, which we expect to include deep cuts. Health and Human Services, where Democrats are very concerned by the things that RFK is doing to vaccine programs, for instance.
So that's where we stand on sort of the appropriations battle. Let's get to the other big news, of course, which is an update on those crypto bills. Now, regardless of that late night passage that we saw in the House, you mentioned it, a record time length and vote, it's still raising questions about the differing views within the Republican Party when it comes to the future of regulating crypto. Where do we stand at the moment, since this was supposed to be a historic week billed in the House as Crypto Week?
Yeah, so I think we need to separate out two things here. On one hand, we have the stablecoin bill, which has, bipartisan support, and that will likely go through very easily today. The other bill, the market structure bill, also we will see House passage of. The thing that we're seeing a holdup of is over in the Senate. Again, 60 votes. Again, there are some concerns, particularly about language on central bank, the CBDC policy, the central bank digital assets. And that's where we saw the House Freedom Caucus really pitching a fit, wanting that to be tied into this bill, the market structure bill that is moving forward. The Senate is going to resist that. So there were some assurances that it could be attached to a defense bill that will move later this year. That's what the promise that the HFC received. So that should allow for some smooth sailing, at least on stablecoin.
Well, and of course, President Trump wants to be able to sign that Genius Act into law as soon as possible. We'll see if he gets the chance to do that potentially as soon as this week, Megan. But to your point on market structure and the Clarity Act, Tyler and I spoke with Senator Elizabeth Warren, the ranking member of the Banking Committee, last night on Balance of Power, who made it very clear that she is not supportive of that legislation, which speaks to the uphill battle it could face in the Senate. Are we likely, if it doesn't happen before the August recess, to see, knowing an appropriations battle, as we were just discussing, is coming in the fall, real forward progress on market structure legislation if it doesn't happen now?
The later we get into the calendar year, certainly the more difficult this becomes. And they will be looking for other pieces of legislation that this can hitch a ride onto, such as the defense bill that I mentioned, or onto appropriations measures. These bills, as we get further and further into the year, become Christmas trees, and everyone tries to attach their various priorities to it. So we might see a deal where, okay, fine, you can have market structure if you give in on X, Y, or Z other issue that is also stalled. That is a possibility, but it is always difficult.
Those two
and certainly next year being an election year, it gets much more difficult.
So the framework review really has
so this
two
year
tracks,
is the year to do
right?
it
The first track is our
policy
framework.
The election year, and just our last minute, Megan, we know
statement.
that the crypto lobby had put up so much money when it came to these races in the 2024 cycle. How are lawmakers looking at this as we do look ahead to what's expected to be a pretty competitive midterm?
Yeah, well, Democrats certainly want some of that crypto cash, right? It was a deciding factor, I think many people can say now in hindsight, particularly in the Ohio Senate race.
Yeah,
Bernie Moreno. But the crypto political action committee did give to Democrats in the last go around. People like Senator Ruben Gallego, who won a seat in the swing state of Arizona. Although it was a bit lopsided in favor of Republicans, I think you're going to see everyone kind of angling for a slice of these dollars. And that's why you see some Democrats, particularly in the Senate. Kirsten Gillibrand, a Democrat from New York, she's in charge of Democrats' campaign effort going into this midterm cycle. And she's one of the most pro-crypto members of Congress.
Yeah, she's been working with specifically Senator Cynthia Lummis on crypto legislation for a long, long time. Megan Scully, who leads our Capital Influence team here in Washington, thank you so much. Important to consider as we see forward progress in the House on crypto legislation. It's a symbol of just how powerful the crypto lobby has become, and perhaps how much more invigorated in a Trump administration that is openly embracing crypto.
Fair Shake put out some new campaign numbers, raising record amounts. Of course, one of the super PACs behind these candidates.
So we're going to have much more ahead here on Balance of Power, not just on crypto, but on trade as well. A conversation with Canada's Minister of Finance, live from South Africa. We'll have more on that later on Bloomberg.
guy decided to mess with a bar.
Watch this. Look at the cop.
This guy decided to mess with a bartender, but he quickly found out why it was a bad idea. He started arguing with the bartender, threw a glass at him, and challenged him to a fight.
Oh, damn, come get you some. I'm gonna break you, son. Curtis, don't do that. You don't think, hey, man, hey, I'm gonna break you. Curtis, don't do
And well, he immediately learned why he should have listened to his friend.
Curtis, don't do that. You wanna throw a glass at me?
Oh, shit. This guy decided to mess with a bartender, but he quickly found out.
Watch this. Look at the cop. Shoots a double. Nice sprawl. Pushes him off. Got him in a headlock. Lets him go. Cop punches. Bam. Drops him with one shot. And the guy tries to tell him, hey, stop. Hits him a couple more times. Hits him again. Rocks him. The cop's getting rocked. He had some training, but he massively overestimated his ability. Like, look at this double leg. Terrible. No drive at all. Watch this. Look at the cop. Shoots a
I was humbled, 1,000%. If you would have asked me before we got into it that I was gonna lose 4 times, absolutely not. Like, you know, dang, bro, I didn't have to do all of that, bro. Like, why did I get on the internet and go at it with him? Like, I didn't have to do that much. Run it back, bro. Let's do it. I was humbled, 1,000%. If you would have asked me before we got into it that I was gonna lose 4 times, absolutely not. Like, you know.
If they just start like making out. There's... Wait, hold on. If they just start like making out. There's...
I bet you 10K. Number 1 MMA kid. He's the number 1 MMA kid in the world. Yeah, let's go. Get in there, get in there. We got a fight right here. Yeah. I bet you 10K. Number 1 MMA kid.
issues we're facing together so that we bring back that level of certainty that is so much needed. You know, I always say stability, predictability, the rule of law is in high demand and short supply. And therefore for us, and what you feel, you know, sadly in a way, it seems that, you know, you are in a place where you kind of normalize trade restriction and some level of tariffs. And obviously this has created a number of tensions, and therefore we seem to be in a world where, you know, this is becoming more the norm in terms of some trade restriction and some tariffs, you know, imposed on different countries. There's little evidence to suggest that. When you look at the world today, that's what I'm saying, it seems that seemingly what you've seen time and time again, that, you know, there's some level of trade restriction and some level of tariffs that have been imposed on pretty much all countries.
That was Francois-Philippe Champagne, the Canadian Minister of Finance at the G20 Finance Ministers and Central Bank Governors meeting in South Africa. I would point out that our equivalent of that, the U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, decided not to attend this G20 summit in South Africa, though obviously U.S. trade policy dominating the conversation there, even in his absence. And we want to get more on that trade policy now as we turn to Bloomberg White House editor Jordan Fabian, who is here with us in our Washington, D.C. studio. So, Jordan, we hear from the president that more letters could be coming, 150 of them all at once. He suggested in an interview last night that those 150 countries could face a tariff rate now of between 10 and 15%. He had previously suggested as high as 20. Do we have any real clarity on when this is coming and what the rate will be?
Not as of yet. I would expect something would come before that August 1st drop dead date where he's threatened other nations with tariffs kicking in. So it seems like this might be a blanket letter for all the other countries that are maybe medium or smaller sized economies, that they would be facing this 10 to 15% rate. And so you add that up to, in addition to the other countries, and also these industry specific tariffs that are coming around the same time on things like pharmaceuticals and chips. And we're talking about, once again, Trump ratcheting up the tariff pressure.
I'm glad that you brought up sector-specific tariffs. These are the ones enacted under Section 232 on national security concerns. We're waiting for a bunch of them. Pharmaceuticals, chips. Do we have any clarity on the timeline? Because President Trump had previously said that perhaps they would be enacted later in some cases to give industry the ability to reshore our supply chains. But it seems like he's ramping up the timeline here.
Certainly. This week he said that pharmaceutical tariffs could come as soon as the end of this month. And that timeline surprised a lot of people who thought, you know, that was a complicated issue that would take a lot more time to iron out. Now, the rate that the pharmaceutical companies could face in the beginning, they've telegraphed could be lower than what they could eventually be in a year or two's time, which is 200%. And that's an astronomical rate. And so that would is designed to increase pressure on them to reshore manufacturing. Easier said than done when all is taken into account.
Well, when we consider the tariff policy and the way in which it's feeding into the U.S. economy, we know that President Trump has signaled that inflation data looks good. He keeps saying there's no inflation. And I guess in the case of PPI yesterday on the headline, that was true. Retail sales data today looks strong, maybe helping the administration make this case that tariffs aren't a bad thing. Therefore, what's holding back the Federal Reserve? How should we consider the Fed's response to tariff policy specifically in the way in which the president is talking about Chairman Jerome Powell?
Yeah, it's interesting. Looking at it from the outside, it does seem like they're playing this game of telephone where Jerome Powell is repeatedly telling Donald Trump, look, we'd have more clarity on the impact on inflation of tariffs if you would settle on a tariff policy. And then Donald Trump refusing to take that signal and repeatedly changing the dates and the rates and what is getting tariffed by the week. And so that doesn't give Jerome Powell and the central bank certainty about their monetary policy when the policy on the Trump side of it is changing all the time.
All right, Jordan Fabian, who helps lead our White House coverage here at Bloomberg News, thank you so much. And to continue this conversation, we want to turn now and bring in our political panel. That includes Rick Davis, partner at Stone Court Capital Partners and Bloomberg politics contributor, as well as Jeannie Sheehan Zaino, senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress, and also a Bloomberg politics contributor. Rick, I want to start with you. Of course, we're hearing President Trump ramp up his rhetoric when it comes to Chair Powell. He said yesterday he doesn't have this letter. He's not planning on firing him. But what is the tightrope, the needle that Republicans have to thread here when it comes to backing perhaps President Trump's criticism of the Fed chair, but also making sure that the Fed's independence and credibility as the central bank isn't undermined?
Se her nå, det en video som går ned, og det Nasdaq. Altså, kan bare drite å handle Nasdaq, du kan bare handle en video. Hver dag, Det faktisk Nvidia, dette Nasdaq. Helt like. Altså, det som om, det helt sykt.
After clarifying yesterday morning, I think most of the members I've talked to are like in great relief that means likely that the Fed president will stay his term of office to May of next year. That being said, I think there is a lot of nervousness that all this talk about Jerome Powell, and even this morning, the True Social post by the president criticizing the Fed chairman because the economy is so strong. Look at these numbers that have just come out. Get moving. Is creating even more uncertainty in the markets. I mean, you talked a little bit about the trade issues and what does that mean, but I think a lot of people are watching this in the same context, and so I don't know. It's very hard to tell if there's anybody on Capitol Hill who's going to utter a word of criticism of the president as it relates to this war of words that he's having with Jerome Powell right now.
Well, but then it becomes a question, Jeannie, if there's anyone in the Trump administration who is willing to potentially steer the president away from this conversation, knowing that the economic voices of relevance, of most relevance, like Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, or Kevin Hassett, the NEC director, are reportedly also on the short list for people who would replace Jerome Powell. So are they going to be advocating for him to stay in his role if they could potentially get it next?
It is such a Washington story. I am rewatching the House of Cards right now, Kaylee, and so it's sounding a little bit Frank Underwood-ish, if you get my drift. I think that for the president, he is, been beyond frustrated, as many presidents are, but he is much more vocal than most about the issue of interest rates. He is hamstrung by the fact that Section 10 says you can't fire without cause. He's also, more importantly, probably hamstrung by the impact on the market should he take action prior. And to your point, some of the very people that he's looking at to potentially replace Powell at some point are the very people who would sort of move him in an opposite direction for the market reasons. The one thing I think I would say is that it wouldn't reflect well on any of people in the administration should he move quickly to replace Powell and the market goes down or reacts in a way that reflects badly on all of them. So I think the market and the fear of what it can do if he does move quickly may be enough to hold him off. But I've said that before, and Donald Trump always does the unexpected.
Well, Rick, just in the final minute we have here, I want to build off of something that Jeannie's alluding to here, which is whoever President Trump picks, there's going to be this heightened scrutiny on them to make sure that there's credibility and they're maintaining the Fed's independence. What is the likelihood here, in your view, that we could see somebody from outside of the administration pulled into this job, or are most of the candidates that are at the top of this list going to come from somebody that's already served with President Trump in this White House?
Well, there are names being bandied about, Chris Waller, Kevin Marsh, who are, not directly in the administration employ right now, who evidently are being talked about. But look, I think that the one thing people can take some, confidence in is that it's still a committee decision on things like rates. So the open market committee is not changing dramatically if the chairman is replaced in May. And so it is a committee decision. Yeah. And obviously the chairman has great influence, but the committee does too.
Yep, he is, after all, only one man. Rick Davis and Jeannie Sheehan Zaino, our political panel today. Thank you so much. They'll be back for more in the second hour of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got the S&P 500 index on track for a fresh record. Tech leading the charge. Bullish outlook from Taiwan semiconductor manufacturing, bolstering confidence in the AI spending spree. S&P up 22 now to 6286. That is a record up 0.4%. The Dow up 115, up 0.3. NASDAQ up 0.7%. The 10-year 4.45% with the 2-year 3.90%. Gold is retreating by 0.3%, 33.37 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.6%, 67.43 a barrel on WTI. Bottom line here, stocks higher after this morning's economic data. S&P up 23, up 0.4%. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Kaylee Lyons and Tyler Kendall.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Checking on the market reaction to today's stronger than expected retail sales data. And we're going to get some more reaction from Federal Reserve policymaker in just a moment as we are about to head to the Rocky Mountain Economic Summit, where Mary Daly, the San Francisco Fed president, is going to be sitting down with our colleague, Michael McKee. Before we do so, though, we want to get more on the data itself and turn to Anna Wong, our chief U.S. economist here at Bloomberg Economics, who's with us in our Washington, D.C. studio. So, Anna, up 0.6%, not just on the headline, but on control as well, much stronger than expected. The U.S. consumer doesn't seem to be blinking at all at the face of tariffs.
You know, Kaylee, I think it's actually a facade of the tariffs, the pass-through. So with the price data, we've seen that firms are passing through the tariffs higher. So what we see in the retail print today is nominal growth. And the signal really is in the GDP. So Atlanta Fed's nowcast for GDP is actually revised down today on the retail sales. And that's because once you adjust it for the inflation that potentially is due to the tariffs, on real terms, retail control sales plus the downward revisions in the past month together would actually imply a weaker consumption for the second quarter than what data we're suggesting before today. So in fact, the signal is actually not positive. Similarly with the import prices today, that once you include tariffs, because the import price index actually does not include tariffs, so once you add the tariffs on top of it, it actually suggests that the pass-through was still, from the tariffs, is still almost 100% borne by U.S. importers.
Wow. So I want to drill down into some of the categories here. 10 out of 13 posted increases, surprisingly fueled by motor vehicle sales. I'm bringing this up. I know Kaylee's in the market potentially for for a new car, but this was climbing after back-to-back declines. Can you give us just a little bit of context here on why the auto market has been a little bit more volatile?
Yeah, so, you know, there are two categories in retails and consumption that is very sensitive to consumer sentiment. That's cars as well as travel. And these two categories immediately respond to positive improvement in consumer sentiment, which was happening in the past 2 months. We have seen more hotel bookings, more traveling, and also more people willing to be like, Kaylee, just take the plunge on the cars. However, when you look at the CPI in the past, so far this week, it shows that new car sales price actually has been deflating, which suggests to me that despite the...
Sier at tallene som kom i dag var mye verre enn ventet, at de har justert for inflasjonen. Ikke spør meg hvorfor og hvordan de har gjort det, men det det hun sier, at de tallene egentlig mye verre.
You know, I think it's just the short-term movement of maybe sentiment improved slightly and people who were really down in the last 2 months started going for it. But I think the trend is that it should be trending down.
All right, Anna Wong, our chief U.S. economist at Bloomberg Economics, walking us through the data. Thank you so much. Of course, we all have the question what the data means for the Federal Reserve, and we want to get some insight on that now as we turn live to the Rocky Mountain Economic Summit in Victor, Idaho, where Bloomberg's Michael McKee is in conversation with the San Francisco Fed President, Mary Daly. Let's listen.
Go fishing with us and
well, I love all adventure sports.
Men se på Nvidia kommer ned, Nasdaq kommer ned. Altså Nvidia, altså det jo Nasdaq. Altså jeg ble helt satt ut av, jeg aldri, altså jeg så det jo går og foregårs også, men jeg aldri, liksom, det så åpenbart, liksom. Du kan ikke se forskjell på grafen. Den ene en indeks, den andre aksje. Så det helt sprøtt. Ser ut som gull skal bryte videre opp nå, det er happy da. Men uansett, se det her. Det burde jo faen meg, burde vært lov at det er så, det burde revekte hele, i hvert fall Nvidia i hvert fall, om ikke annet.
Viewers and listeners on Bloomberg Television and Radio worldwide, and we are here in Victor, Idaho at the Rocky Mountain Economic Summit at the Bronze Buffalo Ranch at Teton Springs, and Mary Daly is joining us, the president of the San Francisco Fed, and this is her district, so she's very familiar with everything that's going on around here. Now, we have, of course, followed several other speakers, including Paul McCulley, who I think most of our viewers know as the former chief economist at PIMCO and a number of other important jobs. And he was talking earlier about the American dream of chicken in every pot. And he said that one thing that everybody agrees, including at the Fed, is that we all would like to have a bigger chicken. And I just want to make sure that he's speaking for the Fed.
Absolutely. We would want to have a bigger chicken or a bigger vegetable, whatever it is you eat. It's really about prosperity. There is no part of our democracy that really doesn't want more prosperity, and the Fed is included in that. And our job is challenging, but important and good, which is we want to support prosperity, support the labor market, and do so without having price stability be challenged. And that's the role of the Fed. And if we do our job well and then stay in the background, all other things are possible from the businesses and consumers' households in our economy.
Everybody asked me, what are you going to ask Mary? And I said, well, I'll wake up on Thursday morning and I'll look at the president's social media feed, and that will tell me what the story of the day is. And of course, he can't lay off. So I have to ask you, how is all that affecting you as a policymaker and your colleagues?
Our work is really important on the front lobby of the San Francisco Fed head office. Serves every American and countless global citizens, but and that's the work. Congress gave us, as Paul said, Congress gave us our responsibilities, and our responsibilities are price stability and full employment. We work to carry those out every time. Our teams, the committee, the FOMC, we are laser focused on doing those responsibilities. And if you look at the headline numbers on inflation, we still have some work to do, but we are in a good place and we need to finish the job. So that's where we are. And other things, there have been periods of political pressure before, and history serves us best as a guide there. When you stick to your work, the work that Congress gave us, the work that is for the American people, then everything else falls into place.
The president has obviously been sort of direct in his criticism of Chairman Powell. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said on Bloomberg Television this week that the president is just working the refs, trying to create a favorable view of what should be done. Does that make any impression on you? Does it work to work the refs?
For me, what is really important is looking at the incoming information, how close we are. I think one of the polls said, we're really close. We have an economy that's working. We have solid growth. We have a solid labor market. The consumers are spending, but they're, making their way in their families. Ultimately, what is still bothersome is we haven't achieved price stability. And I define price stability this way. I do think it's sort of an ethos part. It's when people don't have to worry about inflation. When I go out and ask people across the 12th district, across the country, what's your top worry? And they stop saying inflation, well, then that's going to be a victory because they suffered for too long. And remember, inflation's like the largest tax people pay. It's an unpredictable tax. You're on a treadmill. You earn well. You invest in your business, and inflation erodes your well-being. So I think ultimately that's what we have to think about, and that's really enough to think about, frankly. And that's where my focus is. So other things are not distracting us from our core missions, and our core missions, as we all know, have come from Congress.
So essentially, you're saying we are going to remain focused on inflation. We're not going to consider cutting rates until we are sure inflation.
I did not say that.
I'm putting words in her mouth to make it easier for the headline writers.
I know that, and so that's why I said I did not say that, so that they understand the next part of that. No, seriously, I think right now when I look at the economy and policy, I see them as both in a good place. But when I look out, we really have interest rates for a significant number of years now in restrictive territory. And what we have is an underlying economy that is responding to those higher interest rates. You have growth slowing. The frothy labor market that was pervasive after the pandemic has now moved to a more sustainable place. People are getting jobs, but firms are finding it easier to find workers and, importantly, keep workers so that they're not constantly on that revolving door of train a worker, the worker leaves. So I think those are all good positions. Then we have inflation coming down. And if we extract or move away from just the goods price inflations, which do show, those numbers have been showing and certainly showed in this week's print, the effect of tariffs, some of those being passed through. But if you look at the other areas of inflation, you just don't see that inflation is pushing back up. You see it gradually going down. And housing services inflation, which has long been elevated, has been coming down over this year. Services inflation without housing has been coming down, slowly, but coming down. So I see these as the result of the policy that we have in place. But at some point, if you hold the economy too tight, the reins, we're in horse country, if you hold the bridle too tight, you actually end up stopping. And if you stop, then you take the problem people did have, which was inflation, and turn it into a problem that they don't have, which is the labor market. So that's why I see these two goals, the dual mandate is so critical, because it gives you the kind of balance that ensures people have both things they need: opportunities in the labor market and price stability, so that when they work and they invest, they can build careers and families and communities.
So let me ask you how you're thinking about the economy and what you should do right now, in the sense that this was a big data week. We had consumer prices and producer prices both come in at the headline level lower than anticipated, slowing in economy, especially service prices. But we see some underlying pressures in sectors that are affected by tariffs. Retail sales today came in stronger than expected, much stronger than expected, except for a couple areas that would be affected by tariffs. So could you explain to this audience, and of course the guy at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, if he's listening, how you put all that together and decide when do interest rates come down?
Well, there's always been three scenarios that were possible. So the first scenario was that we'd get the tariff effect and it would spill over into all other sectors. So if the price of a tariffed good goes up, then your person cutting your hair, since we were talking about barbers earlier, raises his or her prices, and suddenly you've got spillover. That would make it more persistent. We haven't seen any evidence that that's occurring. And I think that the house price inflation, the house services inflation, and the services inflation coming down reassures you that we're not getting that persistent component. So then there's two other scenarios. One is that you get the tariff effect, but it's relatively contained and it becomes a one-off. And the second is you just don't see much of the effect, because what happens is that as the tariffs settle into whatever level they're going to be, firms who are importing from other countries say, you take half, I'll take half to the country. Then down the supply chain or the production chain, you're splitting it all the way. And so by the time it hits consumers, it's a more muted impact than what is the announced tariffs. One of the pieces of evidence we have for that is that the effective tariff rate as of last week was calculated around 16%, but tariff revenue is only 8%. So that tells you there's some splitting, there's some leakages, some workarounds. Companies are very innovative. They're figuring out other ways to do things. And, this is a global shock. And so all companies across the globe are figuring it out. So when I think of that, I'm really of the mind, well, we might end up with a more muted impact of tariffs than we thought. And then this is something I've said publicly since January, is all administrations come in not with one policy, but with a slate of policies. And Paul Ryan said this morning, and I think it's worth emphasizing, the slate of policies have push and pull effects. So deregulation and tax policy, tax relief, those are growth inducing policies. The tariffs could be, and the immigration policy could be growth impairing policies, but we don't know yet. right? And we certainly don't know the net effect of those. And so that's why it's important to take in the information and not lower rates preemptively, because we just don't have that certainty. And then the economy's in a good place. At the same time, you can't wait forever, because if we wait till inflation gets to 2%, well, then we've lost. We've likely injured the economy in some way that was completely unnecessary. And so I'm of the mind that, the summary of economic projections we put out, which had 2 rate cuts for this year, I think that's a reasonable outlook to have. Of course, we are data dependent. If all of you who are business owners say, no, Mary, the inflation's right around the corner and is going to spill over, well, then that's a different thing. It's one of the reasons Reserve Bank presidents in particular spend so much time in their communities asking questions like I asked Crystal this morning. What are you thinking? What are you seeing? Are you raising prices because of this, that? And she can give me that information. And so far, I'm not hearing that that's a pervasive outcome.
Let me dig deeper into that and ask you, I know you're talking to CEOs and companies all across the district all the time. What's the basic attitude? Most of the time, I'm told by folks at the Fed that everybody's just sort of sitting on their hands right now.
Not in the West. Maybe it's our Western spirit, but I have the 9 Western states, and I don't see sitting on hands behavior. I see cautious optimism, and there's a cautiousness. People aren't, what I heard originally was, we're going to wait and see, but now that the direction of travel on tariffs seems to be negotiation to lower rates than were announced on Liberation Day, and the tax policy and other things that passed, people are already seeing that they can work in this system. And so, I've been to a lot of places since January, and I've been to Alaska twice, which is at the heart of some of the changes in programs that you see. And what they are is cautiously optimistic. Come to the Intermountain West, cautiously optimistic. California, cautiously optimistic. So, whether I'm in the coastal part of my district, Alaska, I haven't been to Hawaii, but they're also cautiously optimistic. But the Intermountain West, I think this is you guys are always a little poster children for optimistic, but I think it's really optimistic at this point. And, recognizing costs may rise, other things may happen, but workers are easier to find. Opportunities are out there, maybe not taking every risk you would take if everything was certain, but certainly not stalling out and waiting to see. The growth, one of my directors put it as, growth does not come to the meek. So you have to take some risks to do well.
When you do go to Hawaii, let me know. I know, come out and cover that.
I go regularly. It is in the district, but I haven't been this year. But I will let you know next time.
All right, another question on what you're hearing from CEOs. The big question about whether we have an inflation impact from tariffs is whether companies are going to pass them along. What are the bosses out there, the people who rate? We should have asked Crystal. What are they telling you about that?
Well, no, firms live in an equilibrium or an ecosystem like everyone else. And so the impulse, of course, is to pass along any cost increase and protect margins. But there's also a recognition that consumers are exhausted, right? They've been paying higher price levels, and then with rising inflation, and as the economy slows, and you see this in the sentiment surveys for consumers, they're a little more worried about the job market, so they're going to be even pickier. And so you would expect retail spending to slow today. If you average the 2 months, you get something that looks kind of normal. But we see consumer spending over time slowing from where it was, but not falling off a cliff. So I think that's just part of a solid economy, but it does discipline the idea that you'll just simply raise prices and push them completely through. And so what we're hearing is that companies are saying they're trying to negotiate with the import country to take a little bit, the importing firms, take a little bit off, and then they're trying to push it along the supply chains. They'll pass a little bit through, but unlikely to pass the whole thing through. And importantly, in the goods sector, this is especially apparent, because if post-pandemic, there was this massive, really large, significant, you could see it in the data, rotation of consumers to goods purchases over services purchases. And people were buying many more goods than they bought. But now their coffers are probably full. They have a lot of Pelotons and other things, and so bikes and things of that sort. So it's very easy for consumers to be price sensitive on those items and then turn themselves back to services and buy experiences over goods. And I think the goods providers are aware of that. So whatever the impulse is, the practicality has to meet the consumer.
What is, you use the words a solid economy. what to you is a solid economy, and how far do you think we'll be from that at the end of the year?
You know, if we see what we've been seeing, which is that we're slowed to a sustainable pace, and right now, 2% growth is the estimative trend if you simply add up productivity growth and the labor force growth. So we could get more out of productivity and get a higher number. We could get more out of productivity, get a higher number. We could absolutely grow a little faster. I wouldn't be surprised about that, but I don't think we need to slow precipitously to produce the last mile on inflation, if you will. I think we can actually do it with this steady growth, expansion, and the labor market that hovers around the current level. I wouldn't want to see more weakness in the labor market. I really wouldn't want to see that, which is why you can't wait forever. Thinking that inflation is just around the corner, so we have to wait till we know. I think clarity in central banking is overrated. We want some clarity, but we can't wait for perfect clarity, because then we'll always be backward looking, and by then it's too late.
You mentioned potential growth, which is the sum of productivity and labor force growth. The president has also got policies on labor force growth, bringing it way down. Have you seen effects on the economy in your district yet from that?
You see pockets of places where firms relied on immigration, legal immigration as well, and people there's just a chilling effect on those markets, and so you hear it, but it's in pockets. I wouldn't say there's a broad-based concern over that at this point. I think there was a lot of concern originally, but it just hasn't materialized that way, and so that's been a help. Now, on the we talked about labor force growth. It is a fact that we have one of the lowest labor force participation rates in the industrialized world for men largely, but women too, between 25 and 54. So our industrialized competitors all have higher labor force participation rates than we do. So when we talk about labor force growth, I think we have to broaden it beyond the immigration. And if immigration's gone, our hands are tied. Really, what is the remedy for so many men in particular sitting on the sidelines?
Is there a model for what you think happens to the labor market based on the immigration policies the administration has?
Well, we have a way. Immigration is gone. It went way up, and it's come way down. One of the remedies that firms use, frankly, is they increase technology so that they can use the workforce that we have and match it with technology. And you see that, we've all been to hotels and convenience stores and other things where self-checkout and self-check-in and all these things have technology solutions coming. I also think, we have this Emerging Tech Economic Research Network at the San Francisco Fed. We launched it in January 2024, and we do CEO roundtables and other things around this topic, and it has been just astounding how many medium and small-sized businesses are adopting generative AI or AI solutions that aren't generative AI, just plain old machine learning, to augment their talent pool and actually expand their productivity with a smaller workforce that can't grow as fast. So I think there are solutions there, and if you could put that productivity and innovation with some increase in the domestic labor force, then I think that could be a very win-win situation for expanding our growth rate.
When personal computers came along, productivity gains were touted that didn't show up for quite some time. I know you follow the tech world very closely. Silicon Valley is in your district. When are we going to see the productivity gains from AI, and how is that offset by job losses that are going to come when the computers do what some of us do?
So one of the things that are really important to know, so a little known fact, maybe I remember it like it was yesterday, but one of my first jobs, I come in as an economist. I'm a microeconomist, labor economist by training, but Chairman Greenspan, as you remember, was very thoughtful about productivity, and he thought it was there even if we can't measure it in the statistics. The statistics are always the last to find productivity. So he set me out, his team set me out to be the collector of anecdotal information, qualitative information on this, and you could see it everywhere. Companies were testing things, they were trying to bring it to scale, et cetera. So the productivity improvements were there long before they ever aggregated up into the aggregate statistics. So now we're going to talk about the job issues. Well, computerization was a technology that actually replaced workers more quickly than it augmented possibilities. Generative AI has a different component of possibility, and I think it's useful for us to remember this. So generative AI can make people who aren't as skilled in something, newly minted workers, people who are, the best example I can find is physician's assistants. Physician's assistants can now triage people in the frontline medical places, if they allow it, with generative AI assistance. So they say, you sprain your ankle. Well, they have a protocol that gets spit out. Did you break your ankle? How would I know? Would I get the x-ray? I'd put the x-ray into there. So they can do these things, and it makes the physician assistant more productive right away. It doesn't mean we replace doctors, but we have a shortage of doctors. And so it's a way to give care and increase productivity in the medical profession. And it's a long way from being scalable, but I think those are the kinds of experiences where generative AI has the possibility to make us better overall. And then the biggest productivity gains come from things we don't even imagine today, and we certainly don't have. So I am not an evangelist for generative AI, but I'm also not a pessimist. And I think the big fact I keep keeping in my head is that no technology in the history of technologies has ever reduced jobs on net. But it does change who is working and who's not, and what skills are demanded. And so when I speak to younger people, I say that you have an imperative to keep up with the new technology and figure out, if you're a welder, how can generative AI help you? If you're a computer coder and you're worried about your job, then learn the AI so that you can do the next job that's available. And I think that's the way we stay ahead of the job losses.
I want to ask you a preamble question to my next question, but the first part of this is just that the president keeps saying in his tweets, Jay Powell should lower the interest rates today. But it doesn't work that way, does it?
It does not. Well, let me first say what we've already talked about several times today, but the committee is tasked, the FOMC is tasked by Congress with price stability and full employment. We have a diverse set of members. There's 19 of us. We debate and discuss vigorously what we should do for the American people, look at those things. And so there's two components of that are important. All members of the committee are important and influential because they're bringing different places, whether they're Reserve Bank presidents and they have a different view from the context they talk to, whether we're just from different perspectives, we're looking at different, we're looking at the same data and the same models, but we're coming to a different judgment. And of course, we're always trying to look ahead. And the people who are the most, I've been working at the Fed for a while and been a policymaker for a while. And the people who are the most valued to me on the committee are the people who don't agree with me. I've got Randy Quarles here, who is was a colleague of mine at the Federal Reserve, and Randy and I would always talk in a way that I really took away. Randy challenged my thinking. I believe I challenged Randy's thinking, but I believe that to him to say. I know Randy challenged my thinking. I was a better policymaker because I sat with somebody who was able to challenge that thinking. And that's how the FOMC works. And whether you're the chair and all the committee members are challenging your thinking, or you're a committee member and the chair is challenging your thinking, the collective is we share equal responsibility when we take that vote and we walk out of there. Ultimately, we're all answerable to the American people. That's how it works.
And now to my question, most of your colleagues have suggested that July 30th meeting is too soon. There's not enough information yet, although we got this important set of data this week. Two members of the committee have already said that they could see cutting rates in July. What's your position on the next meeting?
So I'm going to tell you how I really think of this, and then I will give you a vague version of an answer to that question. But let me just say, this is how we go back and forth all the time. He wants a date, I say no. But seriously, I think we're asking the wrong question. I don't think the question is it going to be July or September? I think the question is, what's the direction of travel? And there, when you look out, the direction of travel, and you saw this in the Summary of Economic Projections, is rates will be reduced consistent with the fact that inflation's coming down, and we don't want to unnecessarily tighten the economy in a way that hurts the labor market or growth. So that's the direction of travel. Whether it happens in July or September or some other month is really not the most relevant piece. The second most relevant piece is where will the rate settle? And there I'm very much on the camp that's going to be higher than it was in the pre-pandemic era. If you thought it was 2.5 in the pre-pandemic era, I think you have to look 3 or north for the nominal neutral going forward. And so that just gives us a lot of understanding of, we're not going back to pre-pandemic rates, but some continued ongoing normalization of policy as we finish getting through the battle of high inflation and we ensure that we're trying to balance both full employment and price stability. For my own view, I think that, there's a lot more information we could collect, and the thing I was looking at between, should we move quicker and should we move a little less quickly, has to do with where's the labor market. Today, initial claims for unemployment insurance remain low and below expectations. Inflation actually came in right on our expectation, my expectation, and it's not surprising there's some inflation in the goods sector, and it's very encouraging that there continues to be some disinflation in other sectors. So I think we've got policy in a good place today, and we'll continue to learn more about how the uncertainty on tariffs and other things prove out. And one of the big jobs we all have between now and through the rest of the year is to be out among businesses, community groups, workers, asking what's the lived experience of the economy, and not what did you do yesterday, which is largely what the published data tell us, but what are you going to do tomorrow? How are you planning? Are you building? I've been doing crane counting. That's a really fascinating thing to do. If you're like me, I look at the ports and I count cranes. And if you count cranes are still going up. They're not stopped, and they're working. You have to look at whether they're working or they're just sitting there. So I was in Boise, Idaho, just a month ago for a commencement speech, and what I saw was cranes still being constructed, going up. So there's optimism there, and there's also continuing to work and to build. So I don't want to be too optimistic, but I'm certainly not pessimistic.
Well, you mentioned that interest rates are going to settle at a higher rate than they were. I don't think
in all likelihood.
Probably nobody expects them to go back to zero again.
2.5, though, I think is where they used to be as a nominal neutral.
I know somebody who got basically a 2.5% mortgage, and she lets me know about that all the time. Where do you think it is? This is the question that the Pauls discussed. Where is neutral?
I think, my own personal view is I penciled in a view in my head of 3, but if you really are a student of any of the star variables other than the one that we name, which is 2% inflation, you know that there's a great deal of humility that comes with the estimate. So I think a better way to think about it is it's 3 or north of 3. I don't see a lot of evidence that it's south of 3. But again, you have to have an open mind on these things. And the place it is in the economy. So right now we have interest rates much higher than 3, 100 basis points higher, and we still have growth coming out solid. And this just tells me they're modestly restrictive, maybe moderately. I don't know how to really dice and slice moderately versus modestly, but a little restrictive. And if the neutral rate was something like 2.5, they would be potentially much more restrictive than we're seeing them play out in the economy.
Question about, I'm just going to slide in a little technical question here that came up in the earlier discussion. Why does the Fed look at the personal consumption index and make that their target instead of the CPI, which is what everybody's familiar with?
So I guess it would be useful to recognize or to say out loud so everybody knows, just because we have a target variable doesn't mean we're not looking at all the other indices. And when you have price stability, these indices are all moving in the same way. And so they look really tight. They're not next to each other. They all have a little bit of difference, but that difference is historical. It's a constant. And you can figure out that they're all moving in the same way. When you don't have price stability, you're poring over every single aspect, not just the headline numbers, but all the different sectors, trying to understand what are the leading indicators for inflation spilling over? What are the laggy ones that are already behind us, so we shouldn't worry about them? And that's what we do. I mean, I have pages of what we call the dashboard of inflation indicators. And the ones that have been proven most useful are actually not those headline numbers at all. The things that are proven most useful are there's a survey that the Bureau of Labor Statistics has done, which asks what percentage of prices have gone up and what percentage of firms say they're going to raise prices in the future? And then the second part of their series is how frequently are firms changing their prices? In the heat of the 7% inflation, firms only had one direction. I'm moving prices up, and the frequency of price changes had skyrocketed relative to normal. So we have this theory in economics called menu cost, meaning you all don't want to change your prices very frequently because you have to change the menu. Well, if you go to the local businesses out in Oakland where I live, you would see that people just took the Sharpies and they just wrote through the price and then wrote a new one. It was all in these paper and pencil kind of things because the prices was changing so much. So we don't see that happening now, and that's a good sign. So the PCE, why did we pick it? You know, people might tell you different things, but here's ultimately why. If you look at a set of statistical analysis that say what's the best predictor of underlying inflation going forward, the PCE is the most reliable predictor. And it is one where it's analytically important. So it gives us a good guidance for how to follow inflation that's not moved around by idiosyncratic factors. But I will definitely offer to you, if that was all we looked at, we wouldn't have the complete picture. So we look at everything.
A couple of questions on prices. Chaos in Washington. We all have seen that for the last couple of months, and yet the stock market keeps going up and up and up. How do you think about asset prices? How does that play into your view of inflation and what you need to do in terms of policy?
Well, it's one variable, one financial variable in an array of financial variables that we take in. All of this is inputs to my thinking about how loose or tight our monetary policy and conditions, financial conditions, not just monetary policy. And the stock market moves around for a variety of reasons. The Mag 7 is very hot, and that continues to be. Other stocks are building as well. But if you step back now, I think of this as just another measure of optimism or lack thereof in the economy. And if the stock market was very much out of line with what I hear when I go and talk to businesses, then I would have more concern. But right now I hear it as a reflection of the optimism people have in the economy. I mean, I have the benefit of not living in Washington, and it gives you some distance. And so I spend more time with businesses and communities, and people aren't as, I think they don't read the news every day. They actually work on their business every day. And so when you work on your business every day, you're looking at, do I have a demand for my products? How much does it cost to get the inputs I need? What are the opportunities for expansion that I see? And I do see that there is that cautious optimism, and that's reflected in the stock market as well.
Now, there are questions about how the bond market
Mary Daly, the San Francisco Fed president, in conversation with Bloomberg's Michael McKee, seen and heard live here on Bloomberg TV and radio, live from the Rocky Mountain Economic Summit in Victor, Idaho. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Tyler Kendall in Washington. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio as we assess the words of Mary Daly and how they may resonate with the President of the United States, who is pushing, of course, for the Fed Chair Jerome Powell and the rest of the FOMC to lower rates. Mary Daly saying, Tyler, that she sees the economy and policy as both being in a good place and suggests that other things, like the commentary from the president, are not distracting the Fed from its core missions.
Right. She added that 2 rate cuts this year is a reasonable outlook, and at the same time, we can't wait forever on rates. Of course, probably something that the president is looking at too. We saw him post on Truth Social earlier today after we got that retail sales data, again calling Jerome Powell too late.
Yeah, so we're going to get reaction from a member of the House Financial Services Committee. Congressman Mike Flood is going to be with us in just a moment here on Balance of Power, but we also want to talk about how the market is interpreting Daly's words and, of course, the retail sales data that we got today. So let's begin there with Charlie Pellet looking at it from New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much. Little change in U.S. equity markets while Daly was speaking. In fact, we have got the S&P and NASDAQ both trading at records right now, something that Michael McKee was just asking about. S&P up 27.6290. That was a gain of 0.4%. NASDAQ up 166 points, up 0.8%. S&P holding close to session highs. And right now we've got the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 129, up by 0.3%. Signs that the world's largest economy is holding up. Lifted stocks a day after speculation about the fate of Fed Chair Jay Powell rattled markets. 10-year 4.45%, the 2-year 3.90%, and the 30-year 5. 0.00%. Gold, little change, down 0.2% right now, $33.39 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude advancing 1.5%. WTI 67.38 a barrel, and Bitcoin down 0.9%, just below $119,000. So again, recapping, S&P, Nasdaq, they're both at records. S&P up 0.4%. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Tyler Kendall and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, we thank you so much. And you mentioned there, of course, the chair of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, and questions about his future, which is where we want to pick up our conversation and bring in Congressman Mike Flood from Capitol Hill. He's a Republican representing Nebraska's 1st District. He's a member of the House Financial Services Committee, as well as the vice chair of the Republican Main Street Partnership. Congressman, it's good to see you, and thanks so much for joining Bloomberg TV and radio. This is where we want to start. You have an oversight role of the Fed as a member of House Financial Services. Can we just get your initial thoughts off the top here? Do you think that the administration's rhetoric, as it ramps up the pressure on Jerome Powell, could undermine the credibility of the Federal Reserve?
Well, let's start with this. I really believe in having an independent central bank. I mean, that's core to our system. The system has served us well. We are the world's financial leader. Our systems are the best. Our courts are the best. We have stability that other countries dream of, and a lot of it because of an independent central bank. But that doesn't mean that Jerome Powell is exempt from criticism. In 2008, Congress set up basically an oversight committee on monetary policy. I sit on the Monetary Policy Committee today, and there's going to be an exchange of ideas. There hasn't been a president in the last 40 years that has ever not disagreed with the chairman of the Federal Reserve. That's how this works. Now, the president reaffirmed yesterday that no, he was not going to fire Jerome Powell. He has his opportunity next spring, and the American people, by and through him, will appoint somebody. But I think, just the stock market report you got there, Americans are optimistic about where this economy is going, and you can see it in our stock market.
Well, Congressman, President Trump may have suggested yesterday it's not his intention right now to fire the chairman. He said it's highly unlikely, but he did suggest the chair still may need to go if there's evidence of fraud, something that the FHFA chair, Bill Pulte, is suggesting around the renovations of the Federal Reserve building here in Washington. He's pushing Congress for an investigation into that. Would you be supportive of such an investigation?
Well, I think there's a number of different ways that it can be investigated outside of Congress. Certainly, we won't walk away from our role in oversight. I simply don't know enough about this building project. I know that Jerome Powell is the chairman of the Federal Reserve. It's an independent central bank. It's going to remain that way. If there are these allegations and if they are substantiated, then, of course, it will be investigated in the due course. But I think we have to keep our eye on the ball. The ball is the American economy. The ball is the RI should be on the stock market. Things are going well, and if we can land these planes in Washington with the big bill, obviously, and the successive legislative priorities we have, we're going to end this year and set America up for explosive growth in 2026.
Well, Congressman, I want to pull on some of your expertise here because you do lead the subcommittee on housing. Kaylee mentioned we had Bill Pulte on the show yesterday, and he's blaming Jerome Powell when it comes to mortgage rates, but we also know that the Fed can't control things like supply constraints. I'm wondering what you make of the administration's argument on this one. Is this a sustainable argument down the line when it does come to the criticism of the Fed chair?
Well, let's talk about housing in America. We are in a bad spot right now for a number of reasons. We are 5 million units short. That's what the realtors say. That's what the home builders say. So yes, we do have a supply issue. At the same time, because of weather peril and third-party litigation, we have property and casualty insurance skyrocketing. So now for a lot of homeowners, their property taxes plus their insurance premiums are more than their principal and interest. When I bought a home back in, 2004 for the first time, my interest rate was 8.5%. We've seen this before. We want it to go down. Everybody wants to have low interest rates. I get it. But to say that housing is in peril because of the interest rate, I think that's a really narrow perspective because there are so many other issues out there, most notably supply.
Well, it's great to have your insight on that, Congressman, given your purview on that subcommittee. I want to talk about something else that falls obviously under the broader jurisdiction of financial services, where we saw the initiation of some of the crypto bills that we're expecting the House to vote on for final passage just hours from now. It's been hard fought to get to this point. I thought that roll vote yesterday might stay open forever, Congressman. The votes do seem to be there for the Genius Act, which of course was already passed by the Senate, but for the Clarity Act, even if you can get the votes today, what future do you think that realistically has in the Senate in terms of bipartisan cooperation? What are you hearing from your colleagues in the other chamber?
Well, first of all, what I hear from my constituents in Nebraska all the time is they want to see us work in a bipartisan way to deliver results for the American people and to solve problems. I bet you when the Clarity Act is presented to the House of Representatives later today, there will be at least, or maybe as many as 70 Democrats. If we can send clarity over to the House with 70 Democratic votes, plus all of the Republicans, I think that makes an excellent case for getting to 60 votes in the U.S. Senate and send it to President Trump's desk, and America can take its rightful spot at the very epicenter of stablecoins and digital assets and market structure. All of this has been in works for several years, but for some complications in the last couple of months, we could have even more than 70 votes in the House among Democrats. So we're on a good trajectory. I know that if you're watching the debate, you're only seeing the naysayers on the Democratic side, but trust me, there are a lot of people, and one person I encourage you to really watch her vote is former Speaker Nancy Pelosi. I'm told even she sees the value in the Clarity Act and sending that over to the Senate. So we're on a pretty good path over here. It never looks pretty. It's always made for TV when you watch the floor of the House, but it's going to get done, and we're going to have it by this weekend.
Well, Congressman, we know Wall Street is watching this debate, and stablecoins have actually made their way into the discussion on a series of recent earnings calls. We had J.P. Morgan, Bank of America, Citigroup describing the upstart of the digital dollar as a potential threat to the banking industry's grip on payments and signaled that they're prepared to respond. I'm wondering what reassurances that you could give to banks that perhaps there's nothing to fear here.
Well, we worked with the American Bankers Association throughout this entire process. I was actually, as a state legislator, made Nebraska the second state in the nation to allow state chartered banks to custody digital assets. Listen, our stable coins only work, in my opinion, they only work around the world if most of them are custodied in American banks, where one stable coin equals $1 US in an FDIC insured bank. That gives me comfort that we are going to be the world's leader in stablecoins. We have to make sure that banks are integrally involved in this. This is the business that they've been in for hundreds of years in our country. I have a strong interest in making sure it works in sync with the banking community. And as it relates to these de novo charters and some of the things that you see people come forward with, it all requires capital. What do banks have? Banks have capital. Banks understand how this works. They're regulated. They have all sorts of different safeguards. They are very aware of know your customer and all the consumer protections. We bet big on stablecoins if banks engage and banks take the lead, and that's what I want.
Congressman, I'd like to also ask you about rescissions, as the Senate, of course, was able to pass a $9 billion, slightly shrunk rescissions package with funding cuts to PBS and NPR as well as USAID last night. I assume you and your colleagues will be taking that up either this evening or tomorrow in the House. But Democrats are suggesting that this has complicated an effort to be bipartisan in the appropriations process as we approach the end of the fiscal year in September. As a result of passage of this rescissions package, sir, has the odds of a government shutdown increased?
Well, I don't think rescissions has anything to do with it. Look at the continuing resolution we passed in March. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, he did the right thing. He made sure the Senate funded the government. And what happened to him? In the course of a week, he lost 12 percentage points among Democratic voters in New York. AOC is talking about running against him for Senate in New York. And Chris Murphy was outwardly threatening to take him down as the Senate leader. Listen, they're in no mood to be bipartisan. They are in no mood, I'm guessing, to work on the budget. But to your point, we have to. We have no other choice.
Well,
one thing
Congressman, what they're saying, though, is what's the point of reaching an appropriations deal if in a partisan manner you can just rescind funding you already agreed to? You don't see that point?
Well, Here's the distinction I want to make on the PBS funding. Now, I looked into this a lot because my home state has a very good public broadcasting system, both in TV and radio and digital. We are not dissolving the funding forever. We are taking the money for public television off automatic pilot 2 years in a row. We will still have to decide what funding PBS, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, gets in the budget that we craft and hopefully pass by October 1st. That is the specific impact of rescissions on the PBS funding. Now, I can't comment on all the other programs that are in there. I know some money for AIDS was put back in for HIV situations, but I hear you. I know. I understand the argument. I just don't think you can tie it to just rescissions. I think this is the Democrats' base does not want to see them working with Republicans. The Democrats' base is telling their supporters to go to our town halls and get arrested, to go to our town halls and physically confront members of Congress. It's a very different, aggressive approach that I'm sure many traditional Democrats don't agree with, but their party is in no mood to see a lot done in a bipartisan manner. I am very hopeful that we can do that. I'm working with my Democratic counterpart very well on housing supply issues in my subcommittee, so I know it can happen. I just hope it does happen.
All right, Congressman, we appreciate you joining us here on Balance of Power. As always, Republican Congressman Mike Flood of Nebraska, member of the House Financial Services Committee, also vice chair of the Republican Main Street Caucus, with us here on Bloomberg TV and radio. And as he mentions the Democrats, we did speak with one vocal Democrat on these issues on Balance of Power last evening. Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren of Massachusetts, the ranking member of the Senate Banking Committee, talked with us about crypto legislation and rescissions, as we just did with the congressman. Let's hear part of our conversation.
Look, I want to see us do strong crypto regulation, but what I don't want to do is see the United States government just sign off on very weak regulation that has been written by the industry. The problem with the stablecoin bill and the Clarity bill in particular is that they don't do anything about the Donald Trump corruption that is occurring right out in plain view. They also don't put enough safeguards in place for consumer protection to make sure that terrorists and human traffickers and drug traffickers can't use the system, and guardrails to make sure that crypto isn't used to blow up our entire economy. So I'm very worried about that, but I want to add one more twist, and that is the Clarity bill has all those problems, but it also has a provision in it that would let any company listed on the New York Stock Exchange opt out of SEC regulation by just digitizing themselves, put themselves on the blockchain, and all of a sudden it turns out that Amazon or Meta or General Motors is no longer governed by the SEC. You do realize that literally would blow up the value of the New York Stock Exchange. That whole stock exchange has been a goose that has laid a lot of golden eggs for people in New York City, for people around the country and around the world. And this would basically just take a baseball bat to it by saying any company that doesn't want to have its books audited and make sure that it's following certain consumer protections and so on can just go somewhere else and be traded on the blockchain. There is nobody in Congress who should support that.
All right, Senator, in just the final minute that we have left with you, I want to pivot to some other news of the day, which is the rescissions package. Republicans are saying that Democrats could shut down the government over this. Is this something that the party would be willing to do instead of striking an appropriations deal with Republicans?
Look, we're just trying to ask the question of what does an appropriations deal mean? When the parties sit down, Democrats and Republicans, they work out a budget, and then after that's done, Republicans come back and say, hey, remember the price we agreed to? We just want to take your parts back. And look, where are they trying to do it? U.S. aid. There are even Republicans who are saying this makes no sense at all. We're cutting off food aid, we're cutting off aid in countries that have an epidemic of AIDS. We're cutting off the help that lets little babies be born now to mamas that are dealing with AIDS, but the baby can be born AIDS-free because of the assistance we give. And that is pennies on the dollar for the return that it gives to global health and will ultimately help keep us safer here in the United States. And the Republicans want to cut that out after we've all allocated the money and agreed to it. That's just wrong. Come on, guys.
All right, that was part of our conversation last night with Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren of Massachusetts here on Balanced Power. She's the ranking member on the Senate Banking Committee. And Kayleigh really teed up that this is a busy week, actually, on Capitol Hill for Congress, particularly when we're looking at a deadline tomorrow for them to get through that rescissions package.
Yeah, we know there's nothing they work with better than a deadline. They typically like to do their best work when they're up against the clock. Also keeping in mind that the August recess is looming a few weeks from now, so they're trying to get as much done legislatively as they can before they take their long summer break, and that includes the crypto legislation that the senator made clear she's no fan of.
Right, exactly. But perhaps that could spur a little bit of a fire under them to try to get some sort of deal struck, considering they have these bills in front of them right now.
Indeed they do, and we'll keep tracking it here on Balance of Power, and we'll have our political panel weighing in just ahead. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano will be with us on Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. S&P, NASDAQ, they are trading at the best level of the day, very close to it. And in fact, we are looking at records on the S&P. Keep it locked into Bloomberg Television and Radio to find out how things will shake out at the closing bell. S&P right now up 30. That is a gain of just about 0.5%. NASDAQ up 164, again, trading at a record of 0.8%, while the Dow is up 194 points, up now by about 0.4%. Signs that the U.S. economy is holding up, lifting stocks a day after speculation about the fate of Fed Chair Jay Powell, rattling markets. Economically sensitive shares outperforming after better than estimated retail sales and a drop in jobless claims. The 10-year 4.45% with the 2-year that's currently yielding 3.90%. We've got the 30-year currently at 5.00%. Spot gold down 0.3%, 33.36 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.5%. WTI 67.39 a barrel, and Bitcoin now down 1.2%, 118,580 on Bitcoin. Earnings news among the companies reporting. Alcoa, it says tariffs on imports from Canada cost it $115 million in the second quarter. Alcoa shares there higher today after earnings. Alcoa up now by 4.2%. Recapping U.S. stocks trading at a record, S&P up 0.5%. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Tyler Kendall and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet checking on Wall Street for us. Thank you so much. Meantime, Tyler Kendall and myself are keeping you up to date on all things happening here in Washington, which as we speak right now at the White House is a press briefing with the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. It's just begun. She's running right now through the president's upcoming travel schedule, including a trip to Scotland that is scheduled for the end of next week. But of course, we're going to be paying close attention to whether or not she sheds any light on the ongoing narrative around President Trump and his feelings or intentions with the Federal Reserve Chair, Jerome Powell, which he took to True Social to talk about again today, referring to him only as too late, saying great numbers just out, referring to this morning's retail sales data, lower the rate in all caps, so still pushing for lower interest rates, even after suggesting yesterday, Tyler, that he's not planning to fire Chairman Powell, at least right now.
Right, he said it would be highly unlikely, though he did confirm that he actually floated the idea to a group of Republicans who visited him at the White House earlier this week to talk about some stalled legislation that was on the Hill. He denied that there was a letter written, which is actually something that you pressed the head of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, Bill Pulte, on last night, who wouldn't confirm or deny whether or not he had written this letter in question.
Yeah, after the New York Times reported that he had drafted something, given it to the president, and maybe that's what the president was flashing around. Pulte didn't want to comment on that specifically in our interview, but of course he did have pretty strong thoughts on the future of the Fed chairman, what the president should do, or what Chairman Powell specifically should do as he pushes for his resignation. Here's part of what he told us.
Ultimately, the president will make whatever decision that he sees fit, and of course, the president always follows the law, and he'll continue to do that. That will ultimately be up to the president. All I can tell you is, in charge of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, I see the devastation every day that is occurring as a result of these interest rates being kept high relative to inflation. Inflation for the last 3 months is at 1.6% on a run rate basis. There's no basis to have these rates at 4.5%. Interest rates on mortgages have gone from 3% in President Trump's first term to 7%. It's time that Jerome Powell resign. And as I said, I hear that he's considering resigning, and I hope he does it very soon.
We should say that we did press Pulte on who he has heard that the chair is considering resigning, and he wouldn't give us further details than that, but that is where we do want to start by bringing in our political panel. They're both Bloomberg Politics contributors. Rick Davis, partner at Stone Court Capital, and Jeannie Shanzano, senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Rick, I want to start with you, and I actually want to pull on a note from Terry Haynes of Pangea Policy, who writes that Senate opposition to the president's rhetoric is actually being led by members of the Senate Banking Committee, which of course has some oversight over the Fed, including Senator John Kennedy of Louisiana, who has recently said that he does not believe any president has the authority to fire the Federal Reserve Chair. I'm wondering, could Republicans in the Senate perhaps put up a roadblock here, because aren't they going to have to confirm any other nominee that the president would put up to replace Jerome Powell?
Yeah, that certainly is the strength they have on the back end. Although, we've had some pretty controversial picks up to this point in time in the president's cabinet, and each time almost 100% of the cabinet has been confirmed by the same set of senators. So the reality is it's a great threat until you actually have to implement it. I'd be surprised that if the president does wind up appointing a new Fed chairman, regardless of whether it's through a firing or retiring, that the Senate does anything other than confirm his appointee.
Well, of course, we have a long way, we think, before we get to that point, Jeannie, if we take the president at his word that he's not intending on firing Chairman Powell, at least for right now, not going to nominate someone until Powell's term is coming to an end next year. In the meantime, though, when we think about what President Trump really wants to achieve, or at least what he's signaling, he wants to make sure the interest burden is not such a burden in the United States. He doesn't want us to be having to pay so much out on our debt. He wants mortgage rates for Americans to be lower. And yet there are plenty of market participants who suggest you mess with the independence of the Federal Reserve, and actually what you might get is higher interest rates on the long end of the Treasury curve. Is there a chance here that the market actually is the one that's going to have to speak sense to President Trump?
Absolutely. And I think we've been hearing this over and over again for the last 6 months of his second term, is that so much of what he has said and done economically, it has been the market that has had to, quote unquote, talk sense into him. And so he is like most presidents, wants the interest rates to go down. And there's nothing new about this. But you look on the one side, his tariff policy and all of this uncertainty is working against him. And Jerome Powell and most economists will tell you that. And so it may be the market in the end that has to do this. And, one big component of this entire issue is this uncertainty with his tariffs, and yet his commitment to that has outweighed everything else. And so that continues to put a strain on this issue of lowering the interest rates.
Well, to build off of this, Rick, we actually have a great story on the Bloomberg terminal today about how President Trump is struggling to market the reconciliation package, the one big, beautiful bill. There's a new CNN poll out this week that says 61% of Americans actually oppose the legislation. Now, the idea of this legislation is to stimulate the economy, get more cash into consumers' pockets quickly. I'm wondering what your take is. Why is the messaging around this bill, if we're looking at this polling, not resonating yet with Americans?
Well, I think one thing is that the administration really has not done much marketing. We talked about this the night the bill was passed in the United States Senate, that they have been spending months talking to each other about selling this bill, but they have not been spending months talking to the American people about the benefits of this bill. And they still haven't done that. In fact, the president had a wonderful opportunity in Pennsylvania to talk about it. And he talked about job creation and industry, which is his favorite topic when he hits the hustings. But he didn't address the basic framework of the tax cuts and the budget cuts. So unless somebody named Donald Trump is out talking about this bill every day, the American people are going to listen to who is, and that is Democratic senators, Democratic House members, leaders of the Democratic Party, and they have a different take on this. One of the things you can assume is one of the reasons why the president is so desperate for these tax cuts is to get the economy moving faster, to take credit for that because of the passage of the big, beautiful bill. So there are certainly good political reasons to want to see those interest rates come down. And obviously, economic growth is one of them.
Well, as Rick points us to subjects that President Trump does or does not want to talk about and subjects that Democrats do or do not want to talk about, Jeannie, let's bring Jeffrey Epstein into this conversation, because this is, of course, a saga that has dominated Washington for the last week or so as conservatives or far-right members of the MAGA movement continually are pushing for more transparency around the Epstein files. And President Trump is continually saying he is not interested in talking about this any further, and actually took to Truth Social yesterday to slam some of his supporters directly, saying, quote, "Their new scam is what we will forever call the Jeffrey Epstein hoax, and my past supporters have bought into this BS, hook, line, and sinker. They haven't learned their lesson and probably never will, even after being conned by the lunatic left for 8 long years. This is to his own supporters, Jeannie, or I guess what he's now referring to as his past supporters. What does it make you think?
I think we are looking at the first time in his political life that Donald Trump has not been able to control the narrative as it pertains to his own supporters. This has really gotten away from him. I described it before as sort of a Frankenstein, and that is what we are seeing. And, you know, Donald Trump usually is a very good, what I would call strategist or executioner when it comes to the media. And he's been anything but on this Epstein story. And you just said it, Kayleigh. You want to stop talking about something, and yet you keep going on Truth Social all weekend, day and night, long posts. You go into the Oval Office yesterday, you talk about it more. And then to make matters worse, you fire a prosecutor without apparent cause, and that would be Comey. And you do that, and that dredges it all up again. And of course, much of your supporters, from Joe Rogan to Megyn Kelly, I mean, the list goes on. Even on the SP awards last night, there was a great joke about it. This thing has its own life, and Donald Trump is not controlling it.
Well, Rick, to build off of this, we saw Congressman Ro Khanna. He's a progressive from a Democrat from California. He actually introduced a bill with an unlikely ally, though they have paired up on legislation before, which is Thomas Massie, a Republican from Kentucky, that would essentially force the House to vote on the complete release of the government's files. When you have Congress now getting involved so heavily in this, is this a story that's going to go away for this White House?
Well, this is the perfect summer scandal. I mean, we always have one in the summertime in Washington. It's one of the reasons we love Washington in the summer. Maybe the only reason we love Washington in the summer. And this is a bipartisan scandal. I mean, Jim Jordan.
Her er den lille droppen vi har sett så langt. Så da er spørsmålet, det vi penger på, har jo egentlig aldri sverget at Bitcoin før. Vi har ligget sparket seg på å kjøpe penger for et par måneder tilbake, og selv om jeg har tjent opp gode kroner, så jeg fristet til å smadre, altså. Det frister mer å doble down. Jeg vet ikke om jeg vil ta maskinen, eller om jeg burde cashe ut og ta et profit, som han sier. Hva tenker dere lett? Penger er et veldig tur, og til gjerne andre års kjør da. Årtisten, artigste har vært på 4 år siden, 3-4 år siden, artigste har vært på ever. Jeg håper virkelig det skjer igjen, og hvis det skjer, jeg sier ikke at det skjer, men hvis det skjer, jeg faen meg positivt det fast. Ja, da.
Kongevis.
Vi skal få gå til noe til, og det blir så. Da er det du kommer med sitt hodet. Da. Ja, kommer 200, 300. Vi måste komma in. Han är ensam, han är ensam. Det lovade sig alltid brott. Ungefär miljarder. Ingenting vi inte glad, aldrig livet. Aldrig. Han tog allt med sig livet. Vad vill du säga till dem som dödade din son? Det ser man formen av avfolkning. Jag har inte tänkt på mig på hans mamma. Hur vi ska leva utan honom. Om ni hade honom, vi kunde skada honom mer eller använda. Inte döda honom. Inte döda honom. Varför?
So this was nothing. Some days ago, I came on second juice project from here. I got a video from your side. I know that this code. I know. I have to you that if you want some money, I will give you money. But believe me, I have seen you in front of camera that give me the video. Yeah, I can show you the video. Yeah, but why? That's why you are sitting there so that it's someone with a story. I know. I have. You are crazy. You are thief. You know what? Go for this. I have sent the file also to the police. This is the fucking thief. Sitting right outside the garbage, and if you see this person, he is the fucking thief. Go, fucking thief. You
You are thief, man. Go police, fucking thief. I have seen you. Or body. I bought it for 10,000 crores. Fucking thief. So this was the man. Some days ago, I came on second news product from here. I got a video from inside. I know that. I know.
Jag fick 2 färs. Tack.
Nej, hvordan fanns det där?
Så sista eller ja. Förlorade fotot av jag fick 2 färs.
Sen att de har gått ut. Jag har kunnat dela. Den är trasig. Og da spesielt med det, ikke at du lager med at du er en gangster som rett og slett gjør veldig kriminelle handlinger, sånn som drap og knivstikking og alt det der gangsterliv innebærer. Det er bare å informere bare fast ut der at i Norge, hvis man trenger økonomisk hjelp, så kan man få støtte for det, og både også fysisk og psykisk hjelp, om det skulle være behov. Jeg tenker bare det er greit å kunne spre ut den informasjonen da dette er en av verdens tryggeste og flotteste land å bo i. Og hvis du trenger hjelp å komme ut av dette utrolig tunge og livet som du lever, så det finnes hjelp. Det skal jeg love deg. Alltid da videre. Du ser at den har gått trygt. Derfor har du kuttet en del av kukken. Den er helt klassisk at vi kutter av gutter. Jeg vil bare starte med å si at det er for det utrolige kunst du bidrar med, Kevin Lauren.
Gone. You can barely bring yourself to say their name. All you want is to take over the West Bank, Gaza. You don't care how many die in the process. You want them all gone. You don't care, do you? That's the bottom line. You have nothing to say about 20,000 children being killed. Nothing at all.
I have a lot to say about everything that happened as a result of the massacre the 7th of
Now, I understand you care about Israeli children who died, as do I. But I'm able to care about both sides of children who died. Why don't you care, seemingly, about the Palestinian children who died? Why can't you express any sympathy or sorrow or empathy with the children who've died in Gaza? Are you able to do that?
I warn all Arabs from all sides, from all borders, warn them, stop educating children to hate.
So just to be clear,
oppturer og nedturer, i oppkjørsel og i konkurranser, så har gutta stått sterke og rakrygget gjennom all slags uvær som bergdannene og
denne protestlaten kommer garantert til å bli nyhet.
Somebody, please. We spent years, months, weeks learning how to trade. We watched all these courses, these guides, only for TV in 5 minutes. Like, what am I supposed to do now? Like, if you want $1 million idea, make a course on what to do after you're done trading. It's crazy. I guess I'm just going to sleep. Some of it.
Is this the most? Yeah, I am racist. Are you serious? Or are you? 100%. So you just don't like Michael's poll? No. I grew up in the South. I live in North Carolina, and it's just like the worst thing to be. Really. Isn't it? Should we be judging people based on the content of their character, not the color of their skin? No, we need the color of skin very important. Yeah. Okay, so the reason why I'm talking to you about this, you guys, really quick. By the way, do you agree with her? Yes, she does. I have a black son. I don't want my son to come with no white woman. At all. You know better. Do you tell him that? Yes. How old's your son? 21. And he's not allowed to date? No, he could date who he wants, but they can't come to my house. And I'm not paying no parts of it. I don't want no mixed babies. I want a black baby, grandchild. That's what I want. But other people do whatever they want. Really quick, do you mind if I one more question? The reason why I'm asking this question is because there's a recent poll that was released, and it asked that question: do you agree or disagree with that statement? It is okay to be white. Only 53% of Black Americans said yes to that poll. Does that surprise you or no? Black people are really racist. Is that okay? Yeah. You seem to disagree with her. I feel like it's not okay to be racist. It is okay to be racist. But white people have made it where it's so easy to be racist. White people have put that foundation down, and it's just normal.
It has taken me 10 years to be able to draw some of these portraits I'm about to show you now. These have taken me anywhere between the personal to my favorite thing.
Excuse me? Yeah. I'll give you $20 if you tell me the name of the song.
All right, let's listen. I'll try.
What are you up to tonight?
Going to the country.
Who's performing?
Big concert.
How long have you been attending him for?
Like gangsta ball.
What's your dream?
Autograph.
Oh, your brother passed? What's your name? How many kilometers on it?
Oh my god. 38.
Oh, it's baby.
No, it's like 38883.
380? You have any kids?
3.
How old are your kids?
16, 14, and 3.
This $20 is for you. It's very nice to meet you. Before you go, I have one thing for you. I have $1,000 cash for you, Dad.
No, there was somebody else here. Really needs it. Maybe she didn't get a guy right here.
Are you sure?
Probably needs something.
Why?
I don't know, because he's working. You gotta see the show, maybe he wants to see the show too. I'm not trying to get you into trouble. You buy it on a share halfway because you already can't see the show.
Really? It really helped me because my fears. Do you want to meet him?
Make me cry.
He wants to meet you. Yeah? He wants to meet you? I'm not lying to you. Love you. What would you say to all the other single moms out there?
Just keep doing what you're doing. Vi släppte 25 000 kronor av gälden till 10 personer som klarar det jätteviktigt på ett enkelt spörsmål. Kan du få lavere rente med Scooper? Ja eller nei? Logg deg inn på scooper.no for å være med i trekningen i dag. Vi sletter 25 000 kroner av gjelden til 10 personer som klarer å gjette riktig. Ja, jo, her er man her.
Okej. Jag kommer skal jeg i dag er fest for ja.
Da har jeg endelig solgt alle mine bitcoins ettersom bitcoin har vært mellom $110 og $7 en stund. Dette her kommer ikke som noen overraskelse til dere her på TikTok, ettersom jeg har sagt dette her ganske mange ganger nå. Og det som jeg da har valgt å gjøre med mine bitcoin-penger, altså på siden, det er da å handle Ethereum og XRP, fordi som du ser her, så ser disse grafene slik ut. Og jeg mener at de ser mye bedre ut enn bitcoin med tanke på avkastning i hvert fall de nærmeste ukene. Og når jeg lager den her, så har jeg da solgt disse opsjonene igjen. Jeg har da solgt Ethereum og XRP. Dette klarte jeg å tjene ca. 1,3 millioner på under 48 timer. Og jeg forventer ikke at det skulle gå så fort, så da valgte jeg å ha fint rådstart. Planen videre er egentlig å holde et veldig på.
Try counting sheep. That's what I
processed foods as well as lower cost private label options. Is it succeeding?
Yeah, hi, Tim. I think it's making progress, sure. When you say succeeding, it's never-ending battle to keep up with consumer shifts in taste. But PepsiCo has been monitoring the consumer for many, many years. It convinced the street, I believe, on the call today that it's making positive strides in keeping in tune with what you're suggesting here. First of all, it's just coming off the May acquisition of Poppi, a company that makes prebiotic sodas and so on in sync. It is looking to increase, more avocado and olive oils in its mix. It made the case that later this year it's going to relaunch its huge Tostino and Lay's platforms with healthier ingredients. And I think what really excited investors also is that later this year it's going to expand its line of protein drinks, which are very much in sync with the GLP-1 drug user need to replenish with protein. So all the above are signs that companies very much in tune to where the consumer's going. I think that's behind a little bit of the optimism in the share price today.
Hey, Kenneth, what does this all do to margins, though?
Well, today the company beat on the margin line, and I think that was another positive. Sentiment was pretty low with PepsiCo. The first quarter, was not a good one. I think they lowered guidance, and today, they beat low expectations. And in that is margins. Now, the company's always been, stressing productivity. And I think what gave more credence today in that call is that when they realigned their business segments earlier this year, that is, they're combining the Frito-Lay franchise with Quaker. And they made the case that, you had two standalone big entities and with a lot of redundancies, and they see opportunities to reduce those and to take those savings and to reinvest in some of the initiatives that I mentioned before. So I think expectations for margins going forward are actually probably going to be, raised going forward.
Pepsi also said that it was removing synthetic dyes from its U.S. School foods by the start of the upcoming school year. It plans to introduce what it calls, quote, extensions of Cheetos and Doritos with no artificial colors or flavors. I look forward to seeing Cheetos with no artificial colors. I wonder what those will look like.
Oh, so curious.
But what's the idea? What are extensions here? What does it mean by extensions? They're not going to change that core brand that we know. They're going to launch different versions of these iconic brands?
Yeah, that's right. I guess they're still in the late innings of the increased spice, the heat. Lay's and Cheetos. It seems like consumers can't get enough of the spicy and heat products, but they experiment with new flavors. There was the promotion they had a few years ago about consumers writing in about the different flavors for Lay's, and that was a big hit. I would suspect that part of the launch we're going to see later this year may include something like that. And that gives them an opportunity to have some fun with these brands and increase consumer engagement with new flavors.
Okay, so now's the time we want to talk to you about what I think a lot of people are familiar with as Mexican Coke. The idea of Coca-Cola not being made with high fructose corn syrup, but rather real sugar instead. The president announced yesterday that Coke has agreed to use cane sugar in Coke beverages. Coke says, hey, stay tuned. You're skeptical, though, about a full-fledged change from high fructose corn syrup to sugar. Why is that?
It really comes down to economics. They moved over to HS, high fructose corn syrup, years ago for cost savings. They made the case that from a, sugar standpoint, it's basically the chemical equivalent of sugar, but it can be delivered much more economically. You got to remember, corn is probably the most heavily subsidized commodity in America. And as such, they can obtain corn very plentiful. A lot of suppliers of corn syrup in America, and they can formulate their product very economically compared to sugar. I hear that corn syrup also, the shelf life is longer. So for a lot of reasons, the company would be very reluctant to move away from what it's doing right now. The other quick thing I would point out is that Coca-Cola, most of its business is supplying concentrates to its affiliated and independent bottlers who make the finished product. If you switch from high fructose corn syrup to sugar, you're going to not only bear costs at Coke, but to all its bottlers. I find it highly unlikely that Coke would want to incur that and the wrath of all its bottlers in making such a switch. It'll be interesting on Tuesday when they have their second quarter call, and I'm sure they're going to elaborate more on the details here that everyone's looking for. My guess is that they may expand some of the sugar products, cane sugar and beet sugar, whatever, products in the U.S. to complement the high fructose corn syrup versions. But I really doubt they're going to just, switch all of it, away from corn.
So, I mean, I think it'd be really interesting, especially when you talk about these alternatives to just doing a complete switch. But as people are having discussions, what does it seem that the impact would be if there were a complete switch? Just how expensive would that be for the company?
Well, that's tough to say. I mean, like I said, it would not be on Coca-Cola. It would also be to all the bottlers. And that, it's a good question. I don't know the details, and I would say stay tuned to Tuesday to find that level of detail. Like I said, I'm very skeptical that this is going to be a reality, though.
Was there anything on Pepsi's call that sort of alluded to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and the president yesterday making this call with regard to Coca-Cola? Was there any talk of them removing high fructose corn syrup or supplementing products with real sugar?
They alluded that they were open to, add more complement sugar to their portfolio. But I don't think these companies would be, open to a complete switch. And I think that's kind of what they conveyed today.
We only have 30 seconds, but you said they wouldn't want, Coke, for example, wouldn't want to face the wrath of its bottlers. But in a sense, they might have to face the wrath of the president.
Yeah, they're going to have to thread this needle. Stay tuned to Tuesday. The drama's building.
Okay.
I wish I had all the answers on this one.
Tuesday it is. I hope you're in the office or at home next week following the Coca-Cola earnings, because we're certainly going to have you back, Ken, to weigh in on those. That's Kenneth Shea, Senior Analyst for Consumer Products for Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us from New Jersey. Shares of Archer Daniels Midland, interestingly enough, a supplier of corn syrup, down 1.2% as we speak, off the worst levels of the day. Coming up next on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, we got Netflix earnings. After the bell, a preview from Wedbush Securities. That's next on Bloomberg.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got the S&P and the NASDAQ Composite Index trading at records right now. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all higher. S&P right now up 31. That's a gain of 0.5%. The S&P at 62.95. Economically sensitive shares outperforming after better than estimated retail sales and a drop in jobless claims. The Dow up 235, now up 0.5%. NASDAQ up 157, up by 0.8%. 10-year 4.46%, the 2-year 3.91%, the 30-year 5.01%. Spot gold down 0.3%, the precious metal at $33.35 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.5%, 67.36 on WTI. Uber teaming up with electric vehicle maker Lucid Group and self-driving tech startup Nuro to launch a robo-taxi fleet. Uber shares down 0.3%, rival Lyft down 0.8%, Lucid surging 37.5%. White House doctors have diagnosed President Trump with chronic venous insufficiency, though the physicians say the president remains in excellent health. That word from the White House. 79-year-old Trump underwent an exam after recent photos showed the president with swollen ankles and a bruised hand. Coming up after the close of trading today, we will be hearing from Netflix. Netflix shares, they're gaining now by 1.7%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks also for the setup, Charlie Pellet. Appreciate it. As Charlie mentioned, Netflix is set to report after the bell. Expectations, they are high. Netflix's stock price has close to doubled over the past year. It's added about $250 billion in market cap. It's lifted Netflix's forward price-to-earnings ratio to 43 times. That's well above the NASDAQ 100's 27 times. Alicia Reese is Senior Vice President, Equity Research. She covers media and entertainment at Wedbush Securities. She joins us from Oregon this afternoon. Alicia, welcome. Netflix no longer provides subscriber additions or guidance around that, which for years, this was the metric that moved the stock when the company reported results. But you and the Wedbush team did a survey of consumers to get a preview and really have an idea of where it stands in the U.S. What did you find?
We found that there was quite a few people that came back to the service that had churned out over the last quarter, and the retention was shockingly strong for the second quarter. But the piece that surprised us the most was that even though there was the recent price increase on all the tiers and pretty significant on the premium tier stickiness and return to the premium tier from perhaps ad tier was quite high. And so what we'll see, I think, in the quarter is not just good subscriber numbers, but really strong ARM. And while they don't give that information anymore specifically, I think they can speak to it generally, and their revenue certainly will show that. And in addition to that, that should translate to really good leverage, great earnings, and free cash flow.
One thing that might surprise people who haven't tried to quit Netflix but have tried to quit cable is that Netflix is really easy to quit, and it's also really easy to subscribe to. And that's something that the company has really tried to make a point of doing in its history. What is it specifically that brought consumers back that churned out over the last year or so?
Yeah, well, what we're seeing primarily is that the people who are churning out and coming back, they're doing so for a relatively short period of time, and they'll come back for the content, really. Over the last year, not including the second quarter, Netflix was plagued with the SAG-AFTRA strikes, the fallout from that, as were the movie theaters and all the studios. Really, there just wasn't a ton of content to go around as productions had been stalled for a while. Now we're seeing in the second quarter, and we should see through the rest of the year and throughout the following year, really good content quality, content volume, and Netflix has so much cash to spend on that. $18 billion is earmarking for the year, likely going even higher next year. They just have plenty to spend on the best content, and that keeps people on the service.
Alicia, you mentioned the quality content. What type of content are they coming back for? When we think about consumers, everyone's really picky about where they want to put their money when we think about all these streaming options. What is Netflix doing that's bringing people back?
Well, they have a few things right now that stand out. One, they had Squid Game, that brought back a lot of people. That was really watched more than most shows. And then you have the WWE. I think that has kept people on the service in a way that, other on-demand content can't necessarily, because for the people who watch that, it's live and it's live every week, and there's a lot of shoulder programming around that. So people who signed on for that, or also like that in addition to their normal content, they're going to stay on that service longer and churn out less. Also, you have children's content, family content, and these are, a portion of the population that will watch the same shows over and over and over, same movies, and you just can't really do without if that's something that your kids want to watch. Beyond that, we've seen over the past couple of years now that just having the advertising tier has reduced churn overall. And you've seen that with such phenomenal subscriber numbers over the past couple of years, because it limits churn. You just trade down for a little while when you don't have quite as much to watch. Or if you're price sensitive, that's a great place to go. If you're going to be watching a ton, maybe upgrade back to the premium tier.
I remember when there weren't ads on Netflix, but it's good that people have these options, and clearly we're seeing that to be a benefit for the company here. But how big of a growth driver is the ad tier for them?
Well, right. So this past year, what we saw is that, obviously the introduction of the ad tier and the password sharing crackdown were huge drivers for subscribers, and just limiting churn overall. So the subscriber numbers were phenomenal. This year, what we expect to see is, the price increases driving that revenue growth as the ad tier continues to move toward accretion. And I think it's toward close to accretion in the North American market, but it has a ways to go in the other markets. But we'll start to see that as we go into 2026, where there's just better targeting. At least in the UCAN region, you're going to have really significant targeting, so much more programmatic partners, and just options for advertisers that are going to want to be on the Netflix platform, and that should drive accretion and more profitability in 26.
Alicia Reese, thanks for joining us this afternoon. Alicia's Senior Vice President of Equity Research. She covers media and entertainment at Wedbush Securities. A reminder, tune in live to Bloomberg TV and radio. It is our simulcast just after 4 o'clock, when those Netflix earnings are expected to cross. Let's stick with technology, though, because shares of the EV maker Lucid Group rising their most ever intraday after investors learned that Uber is making a $300 million investment in and teaming up with Lucid in the self-driving car startup Nuro to launch a robo-taxi fleet. So Uber said Thursday that it or its third-party partners will purchase and operate Lucid Gravity SUVs that are outfitted with Nuro driver technology on its ride-sharing network. Lucid interim CEO Mark Winterhoff spoke on Bloomberg Surveillance and said he's not worried about the increased demand for vehicles.
We have enough capacity to accommodate both, so we don't think that we will have that problem. I spoke about it right now. We are still in ramping up, and we have some issues to overcome. By the time there are no issues anymore with capacity, I'm very certain about that. So I don't foresee any shortages, and then having to decide, or are we giving it to Uber, or are we giving it to customers? We will be able to satisfy both areas.
Lucid interim CEO Mark Winterhoff speaking on Bloomberg Technology earlier today. Let's bring in Mandeep Singh. He's Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Tech Industry Analyst. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. When I think of self-driving, I obviously think of Waymo. Uber has partners, though, with many different organizations, including Waymo. What does this partnership actually do for Uber? Is that tech even there?
Well, so what Uber was missing was they didn't have their own AV stack. For a player,
because they sold it.
They sold it. And look, I think there was always that risk that right now Waymo is partnering with Uber in 2 cities, and they're not doing it in the top 5 cities in the US. Austin and Atlanta aren't in the top 5. So it just goes to show that Uber just didn't have the control over AV supply by partnering with Waymo or Pony AI and other players. Now that they have made this minority investment, they have skin in the game in terms of doing this end-to-end with Nuro and Lucid. And look, 20,000 vehicles is a pretty big number, although it's spread out over 6 years. But if you're talking robo-taxis, right now, Waymo's total number of cars are around 1,500. So from that standpoint, 20,000 is substantial, you know, more than 10x. And so in terms of AV share, if AV takes off, I mean, Uber is setting themselves up for a substantial share in AVs. They already have a share of the human rights, but now with 20,000 vehicles, they can say at least we'll be formidable player in AVs.
Well, share returns for investors of Uber are looking pretty healthy to say the least. We're seeing shares up 50% year to date, and that's against the 15% gain that we're seeing from Lyft. How important is this partnership for Uber and how they match up against competitors both here domestically and internationally?
I mean, look, what's worked for Uber this year when I compare them to Lyft, which used to be 30% of Uber's market cap, now they are 3% of Uber's market cap. So what's really worked for Lyft is scale. And a lot of people question, why are they expanding in grocery delivery, food delivery? It's not profitable. Scale is the only moat when it comes to online marketplaces. And that's what worked for Uber. That's what they're going after with AVs. Scale, 20,000 AV vehicles. Get that scale.
How does NeuroDriver technology work compared to Waymo, for example? Because we know this technology is not all created equal. Look at the challenges that Tesla has had, for example, rolling out its AV tech.
Yeah, so Neuro, so far, the way they have gone about it is they've focused more on delivering Domino's Pizza, delivering, you know, groceries from Kroger, and they have a partnership with Walmart. So it may actually help Uber more on the delivery side. And look, there are two ways to go about delivery. You could do drone delivery, or you could do, you know, a vehicle delivery. But with that being said, they have 1 million miles driven to validate their software and their sensor suite. Compare that to Waymo, which now has around 100 million miles. So clearly they're not at the same scale, but Tesla doesn't even have published data around how many miles they have validated. So the number of validated miles is a very important metric. And from that standpoint, like you could say Uber didn't have a lot of choice. Neuro is one of the companies that was independent that they could invest in. Everyone else is sort of already either bought or they have folded, like Cruise. I mean, Zoox is another one. They have a partnership.
And that's Amazon.
That's Amazon. Yeah. So there weren't many companies to invest in. And I'm glad they did, because maybe DoorDash would have done something similar, you know, had Uber not come in right now.
Super quickly, Mandeep, in about 30 seconds or less, the company is aiming to launch its first vehicle later in 2026, and that's in an unidentified city. But they do have plans to deploy at least 20,000 of robo-taxis over the next 6 years. Is this ambitious?
No, because we know the scale that Waymo is at. Now they want to get into 10 cities by the end of the year. And I would bet by 2026, you know, with the ramp up that Uber is laying out, Uber and Waymo may be comparable in terms of the fleet size. So I think it's a pretty good number, 20,000.
Mandeep Singh, Bloomberg Intelligence senior editor, senior tech, excuse me. He does it all. And because it's earnings time, you're going to see a lot more of Mandeep here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. Coming up next on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, the former vice chair for supervision of the Federal Reserve, Randall Quarles, is going to be joining us. He's live with Mike McKee in just a minute. That's next on Bloomberg Business Week.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got stocks pushing higher. S&P trading at a record 62.99 and change right now, up 35. That is a gain of 0.6%. The Dow also advancing, up 0.6%. NASDAQ Composite Index at a record up 0.8%. And the Russell 2000 Index up now by 1.1%. Economically sensitive shares outperforming after this morning's retail sales and jobless claims data. 10-year 4.45%, the 2-year 3.91%. Gold down 0.3%, 33.38 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude 67.61 a barrel, up 1.9%. And Bitcoin little changed at $119,777. After earnings, PepsiCo surging 7.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie Pellet. Tim Stenovec and Norma Linda in our Bloomberg Business Week studios in New York. But let's go to Victor, Idaho now, just northwest of Jackson, Wyoming. From the Rocky Mountain Economic Summit. That's where Bloomberg News international economics and policy correspondent Mike McKee is joined by former Federal Reserve Governor and Vice Chair for Supervision, Randall Quarles. Mike?
Thank you, Tim, and hello to everyone who wishes they were out here in Victor, Idaho. It's a beautiful day, and we thank Randy Quarles for taking the time to sit down with us. Obviously, you run a investment firm now in Salt Lake City and New York. When you're looking at what's been going on in Washington from a distance, are you worried about its credibility, the institution?
I'm not fundamentally worried about the institution. I think that the desire of presidential administrations for the Fed to follow accommodative monetary policy is almost universal. The Trump administration is neither unprecedented nor unique in that at all. That's been almost every presidential administration. Mr. Trump goes about it in a somewhat more public way, but the Fed institutionally is very able to process that, in a way that doesn't compromise its independence. So I'm not fundamentally worried about it.
Every Fed person I've ever talked to says politics never enters the conference room when you're making decisions. Scott Bessent, on the other hand, said the other day on Bloomberg Television that what Trump is doing is working the refs, trying to get a favorable decision. Does that have any impact?
Not really. I really don't think so. When I joined the FOMC, I knew the Fed pretty well. I'd been a Treasury official. I'd worked with the Fed in private sector capacities. I thought I knew the institution pretty well. But I'd never, obviously, been in an FOMC meeting where those monetary policy decisions are being discussed and made. I was very gratified as a citizen to see how absolutely unpolitical the decision-making process was. The discussions are open. They're intelligent. People of different political backgrounds agree with each other. People of the same political background disagree with each other. The politics do not drive the decision-making really at all, which is what you would expect me to say. But I was very pleased as a citizen to see how true that was.
The president's been very personal in his criticisms of Jay Powell. You worked with Jay Powell for years. Is the president off the mark?
I've worked with Jay Powell for a long time. In the first Bush 41 administration, we were Treasury officials together, and Jay is extremely is a much more than capable. He's a rare public servant for this country.
Now, as you look at the state of the economy from the state of Utah, what do you think in terms of rate, the rate level now, and when or if they should be cutting rates?
So I believe that over the course of next year, the economy will evolve in a way that will allow some further loosening of rates. I think that the sort of the fundamentals of the economy support a higher short-term interest rate than we had before the pandemic, than we had in the first Trump administration. Not wildly higher. I think that that rate will be entirely consistent with a dynamic and growing economy. And I think that the economy is responding very well right now to monetary policy, which suggests that the policy is not too restrictive at the moment. And given my view that I think that the terminal short-term rate is, likely to be materially higher than the pre-pandemic rate. I don't think that you could, if I were in the room, would I have a view as to whether the Fed should begin cutting in July or September or later in the year? That I don't know, but but I don't believe that they're causing any significant harm to the economy with their current monetary policy.
Randy Quarles, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right, there you have it. Michael McKee, Bloomberg News International Economics and Policy Correspondent, standing by with Randy Quarles, the former Federal Reserve Governor and Vice Chair for Supervision. They're both down at, or over, I should say, in Victor, Idaho, just northwest of Jackson, Wyoming. It's the Rocky Mountain Economic Summit. It's an event that takes place each year with the top policymakers, Federal Reserve officials, former central bankers, and the like. And of course, it comes just ahead of the meeting next month in Jackson, Wyoming, where we will hear from Fed Chair Jay Powell. Had to cut that interview a little short just due to the wind, but if you missed any of it, you can check it out at Bloomberg.com and, of course, on the Bloomberg terminal. Taking a look at equity markets on this Thursday afternoon, the S&P 500 set to close at a new record. The S&P up 0.6% right now, as is the Dow Jones Industrial Average. The NASDAQ up 0.8% as we speak. Also, keeping an eye on what's happening with Netflix, because we're going to hear from Netflix after the bell. Those numbers typically cross right at 4 o'clock. We'll be doing our simulcast with Bloomberg Television, so be sure to tune in on radio and TV for those numbers as soon as they do cross. Shares of Netflix up 1.7% as we speak. We should note that shares so far this year have been soaring. Expectations are high. Shares up 43% so far this year. And Nora, shares have close to doubled over the last year as a result of optimism around the way that Netflix has just really owned this new space.
Really on a tear, as you've really laid out for us. And of course, we had our previous guest, Alicia, talking a bit about what it looks like heading into this earnings season and how we're actually seeing a lot of churners coming back for Netflix's ad component, that ad tier component for the company. So it seems as though people are coming back for the shows like Squid Games and all these other ones that people would like to tune into. They're willing to pay $1 or $2. What's
your favorite thing to watch on Netflix?
You're putting me on the spot
I know,
here. Let's
and this
see.
I'm making a point here. I'm making a point here. You
okay.
Can't name it, right?
I can't name it.
I think there's this, I don't know if there's this different relationship that people have now with where content comes from than that they used to have. And I think that's a challenge for a lot of people who don't follow the space extremely closely, like analysts.
Right.
Because, for example, if my wife and I want to watch something, my wife will say, okay, I want to watch this. I don't even remember which service it's on. There's not really the association that people have like they used to. With, an HBO, for example, like Sunday nights on HBO when we were growing up. We did speak a little earlier to Wedbush analyst who talked to us a little bit about what to expect in earnings. That's Alicia Reese, Senior Vice President of Equity Research. She covers media and entertainment at Wedbush. She mentioned something that's interesting. This is another quarter, and this is how it's going to work for Netflix moving on. They're not going to be doing the guidance anymore or reporting the number of subscribers they have. That is the thing that moved the company's stock historically.
Right.
So Wedbush did their own research, and they found that there's strong retention, that even when there's churn, people are coming back, and people are coming back for the content. And, if you've been following Netflix for a while, you understand that Netflix is a company that for years said, we're never going to do live programming. We're never going to do sports, and we're never going to do advertising.
And we're doing it all.
And they're doing it all
We're
now.
doing it all. I mean, when you look at Wall Street, we have 42 buys on the stock, 18 holds, and only 1 sell. So, I mean, I think that this is really a stock that has proven itself. It's made it very comfortable across the street. Everyone's really behind it. And I think it's going to be really interesting to see what we get from these reports, especially in comparison to all the other streaming outlets that'll be coming out with their metrics as well.
Okay, be sure to tune in. Netflix earnings, 4 o'clock Wall Street time, right here on Bloomberg Business Week Radio and on Bloomberg Business Week TV. Year-to-date, shares for Netflix up 43%, shares up 1.7% on this earnings day. It is Thursday, July 17th. We are just about an hour and 10 minutes away from the close of equity trading. The S&P 500 poised for a record close, up 0.6%. The NASDAQ Composite up 0.8%. The Dow up 0.6% as well. Coming up next on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, it is stocks that are on the move. Red Brown is going to be here in just a minute. This is Bloomberg.
listening to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. That is Nora Melinda in for Carol Massar this afternoon. I'm Tim Stenivek, and we are seeing a lot of green on the screen right now. The S&P 500 set for a new record, up 0.6% right now. The NASDAQ Composite up 0.8. Nora, the Dow up 0.6%. You and I were talking a much different tone than what we saw yesterday.
Risk on day. I mean, we're seeing the Russell up as well. We're seeing green across the board. As you look and dig into the S&P 500, we're looking at 10 out of 11 sectors in the green. The only laggard here is healthcare. We've got Infotech, of course, as the biggest outperformer right now.
Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. I'm Tim Stenivek along with Nora Melinda. We're joined by Bloomberg News earnings reporter Red Brown. Red, lot to choose from.
Yeah, it was. You know, lately we haven't been had such a bounty to pick from, so it's easy for me today. First one I'm looking at is Lucid Group. The ticker on that one is LCID. The big news today, besides that Tim will get to test drive another self-driving car, is that Lucid,
maybe in 2026. I don't know. You tell me.
I mean, with Lucid, there is a lot of question marks around exactly that. Whether or not, in the past they have struggled to actually kind of hit some of their production targets. But this go around, I know you guys are already speaking with the CEO of the company today and saying that they will have the capacity to get these cars out. The news today, obviously, was the $300 million deal that Lucid signed with Uber to launch self-driving cars by next year. So it's another one of these deals that Uber is doing to just kind of flood the market with as many options as they can.
Have either of you been in a self-driving car?
I actually haven't. I don't know how I feel about them, to be honest.
Okay, Red.
I'm afraid. I feel like I've been on the show saying exactly that.
I was once like you too. I was once afraid.
You've been changed, transformed.
I went to San Francisco late last year for an event, and I was with a friend, and she said, "Have you ridden in a Waymo yet?" And I said, "No, I haven't. I don't really want to jump in one of those things." And she was like, "You have to do it. You got to try it." And it was really her endorsement. And she said, when we have friends come and visit, it's like a thing we do in San Francisco. You used to ride the trolley, you'd go to the pier and stuff. Well,
tourist attraction.
Now people get in Waymos. And I did it once. She dropped me off at a place where I could get a Waymo. Mm-hmm. I took it, and like every time I'm there, it's the only thing I take.
But is it cheaper than?
It's like the same price as Uber,
okay.
Or cheaper.
All right.
I compare them.
I mean, but I wonder, is it just still going to be like a party trick? But it seems like there's so much money going into it that at this point, like it feels like it will be something we're all doing.
So critics argue that yes, it works in a place like San Francisco because of the mapping that they've done, because of the way the streets are laid out. It's being tested in Los Angeles. It's in Austin, Miami. They're going to do it in DC. They're going to test here in New York. I'm talking about Waymo specifically. I think the big question is whether or not they can pull this off. Waymo or anyone else can pull it off in a city like New York.
Right.
I guess this amount
it
of
doesn't
capital.
go on the highways in San Francisco. It's just like
streets only.
Yeah,
fair enough.
Well, what else are you looking at, Red?
Another one on my radar is Pepsi. Obviously, they had earnings today. It came out quite strong. The organic growth beat expectations, and this company hasn't had a ton of momentum heading into this report, but now up 7% at the moment. That's the highest since April this year. So they have had some good days so far, but what really caught my attention with this one was actually the reasons why they were doing well. So it's these things like, people are getting healthier. They want more protein. They want smaller serving sizes, things like that, which I don't think we always associate with, Pepsi and Coke and things like that. But, it's kind of the momentum right now is behind the healthier options, and companies are, making sure that's available to their consumers.
Poppi. Have you guys tried Poppi?
I was just about to bring that up. I always mix Poppi up with the other one. I'm blanking right now. It's Poppi versus. There's so many different health drinks at this point.
This is a prebiotic or probiotic.
Yeah, probiotic drinks.
Yeah.
And Pepsi's the owner, correct, for Poppi?
I believe so. Yeah.
So,
Olipop is the other one.
Thank you. Yeah. I appreciate you resolving that.
Have you tried? But that's supposed to be the growth area, right? Pepsi made this big acquisition.
Right. Yeah, I mean, but in that same sort of thematic vein of like, how can we be healthier, right? So that is what consumers have been shouting out for so much. I mean, I will do it after, you want something sweet after like a workout or whatever. It's like, instead of getting a Coke, you get a Poppi, and you don't feel so like you just wasted your last hour.
Makes you feel better about yourself, right?
And that's what's important.
Speaking of health.
Yes, last one on my radar today is actually one of the worst performing stocks. That's in the S&P 500. That's Elevance Health. They are down around 12% at the moment, so that's right now trending towards one of the lowest points in 4 years. So that came after the company cut its profit outlook for the year. And this is another theme that we've been tracking through all of the healthcare insurers, is they're just having a really hard time dealing with healthcare costs at the moment. United Healthcare, obviously the biggest name in this space, has been, for me, one of the most important, I think, stock stories of the year, just considering the amount of market cap that company has lost. And we're just seeing it kind of play out through the rest of that industry, through the smaller players as well.
And what's interesting, I saw Vital Knowledge, they put out a note essentially saying that the space has been beaten up, valuations are cheap. So there's not much of a reason for people to buy the dip because fundamentals aren't likely to improve anytime soon.
All right, Bloomberg News earnings reporter Red Brown. For more conversations like this, check out our new Stock Movers podcast. You can subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Check out Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts. All right, we are just about an hour away from the close of trading. Stocks not moving from where they were last, up 0.6% on the S&P 500, 0.8 on the NASDAQ and BOZ of the Dow, up 0.6%. If you are sticking with us on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, we got a great program coming up. We're going to be speaking about the U.S. corporate office profile right now in corporate real estate. We've got an executive from JLL.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. I'm Michael Wallace. There's new information on President Trump's health.
I'm Linda Kenyon at the White House. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says President Trump has been experiencing some swelling in his legs, and the doctors performed extensive tests and found nothing unusual.
Chronic venous insufficiency, a benign and common condition, particularly in individuals over the age of 70.
In addition, Leavitt said bruising on the president's hand is due to handshaking and the use of aspirin.
A new agreement gives ICE access to Medicaid records. Here's Loyola Law School professor Lori Levinson.
This will certainly deter other people from getting medical care, but it's a question of whether it is in compliance with what the privacy understandings were when people went to get their medical services through Medicaid.
California's economy could take a big hit from the Fed's mass deportation policies.
The study shows that mass deportations could strip more than $275 billion from the state's economy because undocumented immigrants make up 8% of California's workforce. Abby Royce is with the Bay Area Council Economic Institute. She says the biggest impacts would be in the ag industry and construction.
Without those workers, you're not building homes, you're not harvesting crops, and prices skyrocket for everyone.
John Baird for CBS News, Los Angeles.
The bill that would cancel $9 billion in funding for foreign aid and public broadcasting is back in the House after the Senate approved it last night. White House Budget Director Russell Vought.
We're looking forward to the House blessing the Senate package. I'm not worried about it. We need to get it done and get it across the finish line, but very historic moment.
Fired federal prosecutor has sent a letter to her now former colleague.
Maureen Comey writes, if a career prosecutor can be fired without reason, fear may seep into the decisions of those who remain. Do not let that happen. Fear is the tool of a tyrant. She worked as a federal prosecutor in Manhattan on cases against Jeffrey Epstein and most recently Sean Diddy Combs. Comey, daughter of former FBI Director James Comey, said in her note that there was no reason given for her termination. It's raising an alarm over a disregard for civil service protections designed to prevent terminations for political reasons. Piper, CBS News.
Good news if you're house
The National Association of Home Builders reports that 38% of builders slashed prices in July, the highest percentage in the 3 years it's been tracking that metric, with the average price cut remaining at 5% for the 9th consecutive month. Buyer traffic weakened in the association's July Home Builder Sentiment Index, prompting more builders to lower prices in a growing buyer's market.
Reporter Jason Brooks, this is CBS News.
I don't want in this situation. I want 99. I want Jack Paul. I am not against what Jack Paul boxing. It's good for boxing to have young generation. I am against some kinds of fight. I want to tell you example as strikes. I am thinking me and him to do it him against Joshua. I want Jack Paul accepted. Now I can speak on top.
It's a possible victory for fans of Coca-Cola.
For soda drinkers, there's nothing quite like the clean, sweet taste of a bottle of Mexican Coke. In a Truth Social post, President Trump, an avid Coke fan, says the company's agreed to ditch high fructose corn syrup in favor of real cane sugar in soda made here in the States. Coke switched its formula for the U.S. in the 1980s because it was cheaper. Coca-Cola hasn't confirmed the change, but the corn refining industry is already warning of job losses. Excessive high fructose corn syrup intake has been linked to increased risk of type 2 diabetes, obesity, and heart disease. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Organizers of the Tomorrowland Electric Music Festival in Belgium say the show will go on Friday, even after the main stage was destroyed by a fire yesterday. Other stages were not impacted by the fire. No one was injured. That festival attracts more than 400,000 people each year. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
Faen. Kjedelig sommerferie, ass. Jesus.
And Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, 1 hour away from the closing bell on this Thursday, July 17th, 2025. I'm Tim Stenivek. That is Nora Miranda. She is in for Carol Master. And Nora, we have hit 6,300 on the S&P 500.
We are just charging higher. I'm seeing green across the board. As I was saying earlier, healthcare is the only sector that is in the red in the S&P 500. So there's coming there for sure for these investors.
More details from Charlie Pellet in just a minute. Suffice it to say, though, a risk-on day, as Nora has been saying throughout the afternoon. It is Bloomberg Business Week. We are live in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio in New York. We're streaming on YouTube and on Bloomberg Originals. Nora, I know you're excited for this one. You love talking corporate real estate.
I love talking real estate.
Do you cover real estate?
I cover real. Come on, Tim.
I feel like you cover everything, though.
I do cover everything at this point.
The reason why I have to ask you specifically is because when we're on these calls, like you'll be writing a story about defense. Like, I cover defense.
Right. Aerospace. I'm like, I cover aerospace. Then real estate comes up.
Okay,
Commercial, residential, got it all.
So your official title is Bloomberg News Equities Reporter, who covers everything.
Essentially.
Okay, cool. Got it.
But yes, I'm super excited for this upcoming guest. We're going to be chatting a bit more about what the office real estate market looks like, and I'm excited to zero in on New York.
And it is the most read story on the Bloomberg terminal. It's got it all. Tiffany Patek Philippe and Watch Monsters, how a fight over a rare accessory fractured relationships between wealthy shoppers and the high-end retailer.
And results out of Netflix. That's going to be after the closing bell, shedding insight on the state of advertising and the streaming industry here.
All that and more coming up over the next 2 hours right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. First up, though, a check of the day's trade.
Nå har Gull oppe og snuser på det har igjen.
53 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. Nora mentioned Netflix right now up by 1.9%. A lot of green on the screen, more green than Nora's.
En video som kommer litt ned fra høyden, som drar med seg Nasdaq litt ned, og så får du litt hjelp på det.
The big question, will
Volum.
6,300 on the S&P. Right now, looking at a record, we have got the Dow Jones Industrial Average also advancing now up 286, a gain of 0.6%. NASDAQ up 175, an advance there of just about 0.9%. Your 10-year 4.46%, with a 2-year 3.91%, 30-year 5.0.
Taket TGS är bra argument, det bygger på 570.
Outperforming.
Ja, TGS kommer nog att gå som fan. Allt kommer att gå efter tarifferna när det kommer till USA. Norge är ju kört dass. TGS tror jag kommer att bli väldigt bra.
Lots of earnings news this morning. As for the overall earnings environment, Cam Dawson is Chief Investment Officer at New Edge.
Higher earnings as we move through this earnings season. So we've been arguing that it's much more interesting the reaction to those earnings. So you get great numbers out of the banks, and then the stocks kind of go shrug.
Shrug indeed. Cam Dawson of New Edge Wealth. Uber teaming up with electric vehicle maker Lucid Group, a story we were just talking about, along with self-driving tech startup Nuro to launch a robo-taxi fleet. Uber, Lyft, they're both trading lower. Uber down 0.3%. Lucid, though, what a story there, surging 35.8%. Briefly, Bahrain's Gulf Air signing a deal for 18 Boeing 787 aircraft. That, according to BNA, Boeing shares up 1%. And that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks, Charlie. As we were chatting about earlier, let's talk about commercial real estate today. We had Prologis shares that gained in yesterday's session. Though they're down today, the industrial real estate investment trust industry, and that company in particular,
Misstag grafen hela det.
Earnings report for the second quarter and beat consensus expectations for the second quarter there. That's industrial commercial real estate, and that can certainly tell us one.
Är det minnena och det Randor som bara
CEO of Leasing Advisory
fjärnar allt eller så?
JLL. They offer real estate and investment management services around the world. So it's got a great view on different economies and if we're indeed getting back to the office. Talk to us, John, a bit about what the landscape is like right now for the office space in the United States. Are people coming back to the office?
They are. Thank you for having me, by the way, and good afternoon. Yes, unequivocally, we see increasing numbers of organizations ask their people to come back, and in fact tell them to come back to the office an increasing number of days a year. It's been more of a step function, I would say, than a leap, if you will, that's been happening and building for quite some time.
John, where are we compared to, let's say, January 2020, though?
You know, a year, if you said 2020, we're getting closer, but we're not in the same place. So 54%, I think, of the Fortune 100 have said you're in the office 5 days a week, and that was probably 90% then. But hybrid policies, you know, have people in the offices 3 to 4 days a week. So it's, you know, somewhere in between, but far closer than we were a year ago.
What about from the perspective of inventory and how much leased inventory you have versus what you had back then?
There's a lot of ways to segment buildings. For that question, I think the easiest way to do it is the new higher quality product, and then everything that's, say, pre-2015. And the first category is leasing very, very well at record rents, and occupancy levels are very high and vacancy levels are low. We don't have a lot of construction. We're going to run out of space. The older product is a different story, and leasing volumes there are nowhere near as high, and that's where the majority of any increasing vacancy is coming from older product.
John, I cover commercial real estate stocks for our U.S. equities team here at Bloomberg News, and we talk a lot about the bifurcation in quality office space in the United States. You have the Class A buildings, you've got buildings that are lower tier, and of course, you see a lot of these big corporations going for the higher quality buildings. As we look at the broader country and what it looks like for the office real estate space, where are you seeing areas for opportunity?
Well, I think well-positioned assets that are a little older, meaning a good location and good bones and a good footprint, because they would trade at a really meaningful discount. So you have, in the old days, we called that a value add play, but you invest some money, you're below brand new replacement cost, and you've got a very leasable building because you've spent a lot of money on it. So I would view that as an opportunity. And then I think at the high end, well-located sites, you all would be familiar with the Wall Street phenomena. A lot of financials moving jobs here, as an example. If someone were to break ground on a top-of-the-market office building, my belief is in Dallas, it would lease quickly. So some of it's where you are. New York is very solid right now.
Well,
and in general, in the cities across the South are very solid.
Avenue in particular here, we are seeing a bit of a tailwind here in New York City. But let's talk about the West Coast. Of course, we have a lot of those remote workers. We've got the tech industry that started going a bit more virtual, not paying as much. You're not seeing these companies forcing people as much back into the office as other industries. What is the West Coast office demand looking like right now?
Location's always been a thing in real estate, right? And we call that submarkets in our space. Submarkets matter a lot. In Northern California, dramatic change really started a year ago, and it's not necessarily big tech driven, but it's AI spawned industries and organizations and startups. So absorption of space has been very healthy in the Bay Area. LA, it's highly concentrated on the west side of LA, if you will. Orange County would be more typical. And then Seattle has been lagging, but we're starting to see recovery as Amazon and Microsoft and other great big name companies have said we're coming back to the office. But you just don't see the job growth right now in the largest tech companies. It's more in the startup communities, so that's overweighted to Northern California.
John, you mentioned that New York is strong right now, and that's where Nora and I are located. That's where our headquarters is here at Bloomberg. And I wanted to ask you a question about this region specifically in regard to the mayoral election that's coming up. There's been some concern, especially from business leaders, that Zohran Mamdani might drive away business as a result of wanting to raise taxes on the wealthy and wanting to raise taxes on businesses. And he did meet with a bunch of leaders, 100 business leaders from the Partnership for New York City earlier this week to talk with them. Are you looking at that at all as being a risk to New York City commercial real estate?
Yes, I mean, would be the one word answer. I'll draw, I think, a direct comp for you. Last fall in San Francisco, in the city proper, we had a local election, as you too would be aware, and we had some of our agency professionals, people who represent the owners of the buildings, had leases ready for signature, and the tenants said, I want to see the outcome of the local election. And based on the way it went there, they ended up signing the leases and putting their people in the city. And I do believe that could happen in New York, but that doesn't mean it will as a certainty. I would take people at their word, though.
Well, talking a bit more about this Mamdani and the impact that it's having on markets here. Of course, we know that part of his campaign has been to freeze rents in New York City. So we did see apartment REITs, especially that have exposure to New York City, falling after the news. But I want to talk about office conversion because, of course, we are also dealing with the housing shortage, and a lot of the conversation in the real estate industry has been about whether or not we're able to convert some of these office spaces into multifamily apartment properties. Is that something that you all are thinking about, and what is the latest status with that?
It's accelerating, and it's happening at a pace we've never seen in the commercial history. Again, as you know, Nora, obsolete real estate is not a new thing. People see houses torn down, they're old, and build newer, bigger, shinier ones. And so that can happen in all the asset classes, and we see that happening now. Now, as you know, not all office buildings lend themselves to being multifamily. The floor plate configuration matters a lot, and obviously the location in a given city matters a lot. But we do see unprecedented amounts in terms of numbers of building and total aggregate square footage that are being converted to another use. Hospitality is another likely candidate. That's probably the two most, meaning multifamily and hospitality. And we do have an affordable housing challenge, so that's good.
John, you guys are out with a 2Q U.S. office market dynamics report. And one thing that you argue in the report based on the data that you found is that there's essentially this turning a corner for the U.S. office market. What's the evidence that you have for that?
We're just looking at the data and statistics and watching aggregate industry decisions. As an example, law firms have very broadly said we're working out of the office, and they've been expanding their footprint for a year, taking more space. And the data is very clear that it says that. And you see office leasing volumes increasing on a quarter-over-quarter basis. There's also anecdotal data. If I walk down the hall here where I sit with the real estate brokers, they're positive. When they're in a better mood, it means volumes are good. And they're in a better mood, and they will tell you they're busy. They'll tell you they're chasing more opportunities. And people are making decisions at a greater pace, which is also cycle times is something we always measure and pay attention to here, and they're shrinking, which means people are making decisions faster. So all good news, and it adds up.
John, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. John Gates.
Thank you for having me. Great to see you all.
Whenever the JLL folks join us, they're always joining us from the office, which I guess makes sense. Nobody's
How
ever working.
fitting.
Nobody's ever working from home. I can tell you that. John Gates, CEO of the Leasing Advisory Americas services over at JLL. They offer real estate and investment management services all over the world. Coming up next on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, it is the most read story on the Bloomberg terminal, and there is a good reason why. It has everything, including watch monsters. That's next on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. I'm Charlie Pellet. We've got the S&P 500 index holding above 6,300. That means a record, but will we see a record close? Stick around. 39 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell here. The Dow pushing higher, up 0.6%. S&P up 0.6. NASDAQ at a record, up 170, now up 0.8%. But again, S&P 500 index right now at 6301. 10-year 4.45%. The 2-year 3.91%. The 30-year 5.01%. Gold down 0.2%. 33.40 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.9%. 67.62 of the barrel. The big earnings event after the close of trading. We'll be hearing from Netflix. They are trading near their highest valuations going back to 2022. There's a lot riding on the company's upcoming earnings report, as well as its outlook for the months ahead. So what should we be expecting? Alicia Reese is Senior Vice President of Equity Research, Media, and Entertainment at Wedbush, and she was a guest right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
And so what we'll see, I think, in the quarter is not just good subscriber numbers, but really strong ARM. And while they don't give that information anymore specifically, I think they can speak to it generally, and their revenue certainly will show that.
Alicia Reese of Wedbush. And one other media note, just getting word that Peacock hiking subscription prices by $3 a month while also rolling out a cheaper plan, that according to The Hollywood Reporter. Recapping, S&P at a record up 0.6%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Sure, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. It is the most read story on the Bloomberg terminal today, and for good reason, because it has a little bit of everything. It's about how the iconic jeweler Tiffany bungled the release of a coveted Nautilus timepiece, alienating some customers and fracturing its relationship with Patek Philippe. And yes, it's got so-called watch monsters. The story is the work of Jeanette Newman, Bloomberg News consumer reporter based in New York. Jeanette, normally when you want to buy something in a store, you go into the store, it's got a price, you pay that price, you get the item. Not so with the limited edition Patek Philippe Nautilus 5711 with a dial in the jeweler's signature Robin's Egg Blue. Why?
That's right. And to be fair, that's the case with a lot of Patek Philippe's and other very high-end, luxury watches that are coveted the world over. This watch was particularly coveted and particularly special. So if, let's say, you wanted to just go in and buy the watch, you couldn't just walk in off the street and say, I love Patek Philippe. I want this very special watch. There were only 170 of them made. You would express interest in the watch, and then you would be told, okay, Tiffany salespeople would tell you, we'll get back to you. And that's because this watch was very highly desired, and so there were many people who were trying to get it, and it was ultimately, as we report, at the discretion of Tiffany executives who ended up getting the 170 watches.
And that discretion is really where things got complicated for some of the folks who were argue, at least in lawsuits, that they were longtime customers of Tiffany and spent quite a bit of money at Tiffany. What did you find in your reporting?
So in the reporting, what I found is that, and I think it would also be helpful if you find it helpful too, just to kind of situate this moment. So we have to go back in time a little bit just to understand why this watch was the watch at the time, and why now, even a couple years later, we're talking about it. I'm reporting on it because it's the sale of the watch is still having repercussions today. So this watch that was made by Patek Philippe went on sale in December 2021, and if you'll remember at that time, many people were feeling flush. We had extra pandemic savings. Some people still had some money left over from the stimulus checks. A lot of people were buying luxury goods. Demand for luxury goods was going through the roof. That included luxury watches. Some said at the time there was actually a bit of a watch bubble. People who maybe hadn't been interested in watches before all of a sudden got very interested in spending their pandemic savings on these luxury watches like Patek Philippe. So at this time, Patek Philippe says, okay, actually, we're going to discontinue one of the most beloved watches in the world, their 5711 model, which is the Nautilus 5711 model. They said, we're going to discontinue it. At that time, the watch world freaked out. It was a huge deal that amid this kind of watch bubble, one of the most important watchmakers in the world says, we're no longer going to sell the watch that everybody loves. And then they said, okay, so that caught everybody off guard. And then they caught people off guard again by saying, actually, there's going to be one final swan song for the 5711 line. We're going to make 170 of these very special edition watches to honor the 170 years that Patek Philippe and Tiffany had been working together. So an incredibly long-standing relationship in the luxury world. So Patek made 170 of these watches, and what was different was, as you said, the dial was in that kind of in that signature Tiffany blue, which is actually a patented color. If you go to the stores, everyone knows the Tiffany boxes are in that color. Now, Patek doesn't have that many retail stores, so it relies on Tiffany and other jewelers to sell its watches. So in the case of this blue dial watch, it was Tiffany that was tasked with selling the watches. And as you said, that's where things got a little bit complicated. So there was basically Tiffany executives realized that there was so much demand for these watches that they could encourage clients to spend between $2 to $3 million on jewelry in order to even get a shot at buying the watch.
And this is called, as I learned reading your piece, this is called bundling, and it's something that is typically done, but they're not real rules around it. It's kind of like understood, but not always in writing. It's typically done in high-end stores with luxury items. Explain that.
Exactly. It's all very informal. I think, talking to some people for this story, people would often mention, oh, right, that's kind of what you have to do if you want to get, similarly, you can't walk off the street and just buy a Birkin bag. Often what customers will say is you're encouraged to buy other goods in order to then get access to that Birkin bag. And that's again what some people in the industry call bundling. Other people call it tying. I would say one potential difference with that is, if you walk into an Hermes store and they're telling you to potentially telling you to consider buying some other goods in order to be considered for a Birkin, that's kind of all within the confines of one store, right? And one brand. I think the difference here is that you had Tiffany, which was selling Patek watches, encouraging its clients to buy Tiffany jewelry in order to get access to the Patek watch.
So explain the alienation of some customers, these wealthy customers who expected to be able to buy this watch after spending money at Tiffany, but according to your reporting, ultimately weren't able to do that.
Right, and there was definitely some frustration based on our reporting, based on sources that we talked to with the sale of this watch. And I think, one kind of specific element that might be interesting to listeners is, there was a charity auction of the watch in December 2021, and the watch went for a staggering $6.5 million, which is about 100 times its retail value. The watch So what some of our sources, people again saw that as a no investment and said, okay, well, if I'm being encouraged to spend $2 to $3 million on jewelry, that might be worth it because I think that I can resell the watch. Now, the thing about that auction is, in general, charity auctions, longtime collectors will look at charity auctions with a bit of a skeptical eye because sometimes, for example, the watchmakers themselves are involved in the bidding. So seeing that $6.5 million price as kind of a market price versus a price that's maybe more marketing oriented, I think was part of the issue according to our sources and according to our reporting. And then what happened to answer your question is people thinking the watch was worth this much. Some of them did get the watch, and then over time, over 2020, 2022 and into 2023, the value of the watch really fell, and now the watch sells in the secondary market for around $1.2 million. So obviously a very big drop. Still a very expensive, very valuable watch, but not what people who were encouraged to, spend money on jewelry were expecting for this investment. And also to be fair, and I'm sure if you have, friends who buy watches, there's all kinds, right? I mean, some people buy watches, it's buy and hold, and there's some people who want to buy and sell. Other people bought the watch and never even didn't see it as a no-brainer investment or otherwise, because they didn't see it as an investment, right? They saw it as, I want to buy and hold this because I love this watch and I want to have it. Others, the ones who were disappointed by the decline in the price, were seeing it as more of an investment that they could potentially flip, at least have the option to flip.
Jeanette, based on your experience covering the luxury space, is this normal? Are mishaps, mishandlings like this common?
I think, in this story, at the end of this story, we mentioned, I spoke to an anesthesiologist who, what he told us, he told a story of how he was trying to buy some Ferraris. He had one Ferrari that he really wanted, and he bought several Ferraris in order to try to get that Ferrari, and he never got that. Ferrari declined to comment on his kind of specific experience, and said, it doesn't encourage that kind of behavior. This anesthesiologist said that he's come across that game in the luxury world, and honestly, he's the way he said it is he's kind of sick of it. So I think that is a potential risk in the luxury world, that some people like to engage in this game, and I think others find it tiring. I would say, speaking to some people who sell watches on the secondary market, one of the things that they say is they find that some of their clients come to them because they just want to be able to, like, tell me the price and then I'll buy it, or I won't. I don't want to get involved in trying to spend money on X, Y, and Z that I might not even want in order to get what I actually do want. So I do think it definitely happens in the luxury world, and people can choose to continue to engage with it or say, that's not for me.
Jeanette, a great story. I learned a ton, including maybe I should have considered a career in anesthesiology.
Sounds like it,
considering
right?
that this anesthesiologist has bought, 5 Ferraris or something?
Aspire.
Really, really good stuff. Check out this story. It is the most read story on the Bloomberg terminal. The headline, you really can't beat it. Tiffany angers rich clients who wanted to buy a rare Patek watch. Coming up next on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, we got Herman Chan with us. We are talking regional banks.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Just getting word that the House has passed a crypto industry-backed market structure bill, the crypto regulation bill. We got more details coming up a little later on, but right now let's head over to the First Word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. U.S. stocks with a bid today. NASDAQ is trading at fresh all-time highs. The Dow is currently up 250 points. S&Ps are higher by 38, and the NASDAQ is higher by 0.9%. The U.S. 10-year yield is at 4.46. Gold is in the red, oil is in the green, and Bitcoin is little changed. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were the financials and the industrials. Only healthcare was in the red, and leaders to the upside in the Dow, Travelers and Coca-Cola, while UNH fell 1.3% and led to the downside. Regarding earnings, Pepsi and GE Aerospace both beat estimates. Pepsi is having its best day since 2020. And in other news, Lucid soared as much as 47%. On news, Uber is going to invest $300 million into the company. Wrapping things up, Netflix reports after the bell. Live from the First Word breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you, Bill Maloney. And for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
The funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
TikTok, everybody. Just about 18 minutes to the close. We've got a special guest for our Drive to the Close today. We're talking regional banks. We've got Herman Chan with us, senior analyst for U.S. regional banks at Bloomberg Intelligence. Herman joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. I just want everybody to remain calm, okay? Despite the fact that Herman is in our studio, nothing is collapsing.
Nothing is collapsing.
The reason I say that is because we got to know you so well a couple of years ago during the regional banking crisis.
Yeah, it's my claim to fame.
Each and every day, we spent so much time together. So it's nice to see you on a day when we don't have to talk about the FDIC.
That's right. Actually, banks have been pretty good this far in the earnings season. Actually, it's been pretty interesting because banks universally have beaten estimates, but the bar's a bit higher because of the run-up over the past couple months.
Okay, so let's take a little step back because we've gotten earnings from, I think it's fair to say, the majority of them. M&T Bank, First Horizon, PNC Financial, Citizens Financial Group, Fifth Third, and U.S. Bancorp. We're going to get tomorrow Truist, Comerica, and Huntington Bank shares.
Right.
You would say if there is a through line to sort of tie all these companies together, at least the ones that we've heard from, things are good?
Yeah, things are good. Universally, the banks have beaten on credit. So the fears of tariff uncertainty and potentially worsening credit quality and higher loan losses, that really hasn't been apparent so far. And banks have been able to deliver some growth, which is interesting because you've seen some corporate clients and business clients front run some tariffs and build inventory ahead of higher costs. So that's actually been helpful for regional banks.
How are we thinking about this earnings season more broadly? Who are the outperformers here?
Yeah, so PNC has done probably the best so far. They've been able to deliver loan growth and also improve their net interest margins, which is their spread between lending and deposits. That's the one that has been the bellwether, and you've seen that outperformance from yesterday. Some of the other ones have been a bit more mixed because they've either haven't grown their loan portfolio or their net interest margins wasn't as robust.
Mm-hmm. How do we think about just leverage right now when we look across the industry? What are you seeing? What are the main takeaways?
The main takeaways really is, I was trying to preface earlier, there's a higher bar for performance given the 30% run up in stocks over the past 3 months. And on the back of that, the largest banks like JP Morgan and Bank of America were showing strong deposit and loan growth. So there's a higher bar for performance, and where things really stack up is, can the banks really drive top line revenues in the form of net interest income or fees?
When we talk about the 6 big banks, we often talk about Bank of America being a good bellwether of the consumer because they have so much consumer access. We talk about JP Morgan in a similar way. A lot of the focus of our coverage is about the trading revenues, and they were certainly good during volatility. The regionals serve somewhat of a different group of folks. We speak to Bruce Van Saun a lot over at Citizens Financial, and he reminds us that construction, small business, they're the ones who are powering their loan books.
Right.
Is that every regional bank?
The regional banks that I cover, which are the tier below the Bank of Americas and the JP Morgans, we're talking about PNC, US Bank, Truist, all the way down to OZK.
And when you say tier below, you just mean in assets?
In assets,
okay.
Right. So these banks really tend to cater towards the middle market, commercial customer and small businesses. Those are the bread and butter customers. For
what was the commentary that they offered around those customers?
Yeah, so it's a bit more mixed. If you talk about the mid-market commercial, they're saying that they're still transacting, but on the other hand, there's not a lot of key capital spending that drives a lot of the loan growth for the regional. So depending on what you're seeing, some banks are talking about higher commercial line usage, which means they're just tapping their existing commercial lines for growth purposes, like
that's a good sign.
So that's a good sign, but it could also mean that once the tariff costs really start to pull through in the economy, those line usage will be paid back.
Were there any concerns that stood out to you at all through these prints?
Yeah, hasn't been a lot of real concerns. It's really about if we get further loan growth, or if that can be persistent in the back half of the year, right? So if you take a step back, last year there was not a lot of loan activity for the regionals. A lot of it was due to the uncertainty with rates, with the election, etc. And then perversely with tariffs, you've actually seen more loan growth. And if that continues, that would be great for the regionals, but that's still a question.
I'm wondering about exposure to commercial real estate. One of our viewers, listeners, getting in touch about historically, people have been petrified of commercial real estate exposure when it comes to, at least that was in 2024. Is that still happening?
Yeah, so the commercial real estate exposure that is been in the spotlight has been office commercial real estate exposure in particular. And for these larger regional banks, it's the smaller in exposure. We're talking about on average about 2% of their entire loan book is office CRE. And they've had a lot of time to really build their bad debt reserves on these loans. So it's a known risk that they've been managing, and you see charge-offs come quarter after quarter, but because of the small exposures, it doesn't really move the needle that much, and they've been really conservative with building their reserves. In fact, you mentioned Citizens, they actually reduced their reserves, which means that they're just letting the reserves flow down as they incur more charge-offs. So that's just a sign of strong confidence that the portfolio can perform going forward.
So we know that U.S. lenders really came into this earnings season trading at or near record highs. I'm looking at the KBW Bank Index, that's ticker BKX, up 12% year to date. So essentially we're hearing some people saying that high valuations among the big banks really is what tempered some of the enthusiasm surrounding the results. But how are you thinking about next steps? Where do we go from here?
The next steps really is there going to be a catch-up trade. So for the KBW Index, the largest banks are really driving the boat here, with JP Morgan and Bank of America, Citigroup showing outperformance for the year, whereas the regional banks have lagged a little bit, right? So because the regionals don't have the markets and trading exposure that you mentioned earlier, are they going to be able to catch up, and is the catch-up trade going to happen? That's what we're waiting to see, and really that's really dependent, as I mentioned before, on growing the balance sheet and improving the net interest margins.
Herman, always good to see you, especially on a day where we're not talking about a regional bank collapse. So, yeah, thanks so much for hanging out with us.
Thank you.
Herman Chan is Senior Analyst for U.S. Regional Banks at Bloomberg Intelligence. Check out his research and the research from the entire team on the Bloomberg Terminal. He's here in the Interactive Brokers studio. Coming up next, Netflix earnings, our cross-platform coverage at the close.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
Well, I promised there'd be a special guest, and that's exactly who we have. We've got Mike Regan with us. He has spent quite a bit of time looking at crypto. He's managing editor for equities in the U.S. and Canada. He spent a lot of time on the crypto team as well. And the reason why we have him here is because there is some breaking news. The stablecoin bill has enough votes to pass the House. The vote is ongoing. Mike, what does it all mean?
You know what I keep thinking? You know, they often say in Washington, it's like passing a bill is like making sausage, you know, the sausage making process. This sausage is like the size.
I was going to say, this is a family show, so be careful what you say about Washington.
I wasn't going in that direction. This sausage is the size of like a Volkswagen bus, or maybe like that Wienermobile, you know, the Oscar Wienermobile.
Seen one of those in person, actually.
They're huge.
Massive.
That is the sausage making process here. But it just took, it was very, I think, more complicated and arduous and time-consuming than anyone would have guessed, given a very pro-crypto president and a very complacent Republican.
Well, what was the holdup? There was a little bit of a snag earlier this week.
Well, so the early holdups obviously were on the Democratic side, and they had a laundry list of concerns with stablecoins, crypto in general, and specifically with this bill. One of the main things they wanted to do was write into it language that would prevent the president of the United States from sort of having his own stablecoin side hustle and you know and making money on it. They failed to do that, but they did sort of gum up the process in the meantime.
My eyes are wandering because the redhead has crossed the Bloomberg terminal. The U.S. House has passed the stablecoin bill, so they are sending it to President Trump.
Fitting timing.
There you go. Yeah.
So you mentioned that Trump is pro-crypto, but traditionally are Congress members?
Well, they've all sort of come. The Republican side is very much come to be pro-crypto, in large part because of obviously Trump's enthusiasm for it, and even larger part perhaps because of the tens of $100 and some million that the crypto PACs poured into the general election last year. So, you know, a significant sort of new source of campaign donations that surprisingly made a lot of people suddenly see the advantages of crypto. But, you know, to get back to the, you know, what was the other hold up on this, at the sort of the finish line of it, all of a sudden, some Republican House members started to wanted to hold it up and did the whole procedural, you know, I'm no DC expert, but the procedural vote to then vote on the bill was held up because Republicans don't like what's known as a CBDC, which is a central bank digital currency, which is very similar to a stablecoin, a digital dollar basically, but the big difference being it's backed by the Federal Reserve, theoretically, or the government itself.
Why don't they like it?
Well,
is it too close to an actual dollar?
Well, I think they, you know, the general sort of libertarian side wing of the party thinks that they want private enterprise doing this. There's concerns that if it's a government, you know, the whole notion of crypto that's appealing to a lot of people is what they consider financial censorship. You know, think about if you know, the Russian sanctions where we basically shut off Russia from the international banking system. You know, if you're, say, doing something, and this is, I'm giving you the party line here, not exactly my take on it, but the thinking is that politics couldn't cause someone to have their money either revoked, cut off from the financial system, cut off from the banking system, or surveillance. You know, there was a lot of concern that if the Fed issues a CBDC, they'll be able to sort of track exactly where it's going, pull it back, block people from spending it, that sort of financial censorship that the crypto people talk about.
Mike Regan, managing editor for equities in the U.S. and Canada, also spent a good bit of time over the last couple of years managing the crypto team here in New York. Thanks for joining us, Mike. Just to remind everybody, the U.S. House has passed that stablecoin bill. They are sending it to President Trump. Coming up next, it's our cross-platform coverage. And yes, it is Netflix earnings. Bloomberg's The Closing Bell starts right now.
De passade bilen på krypto. Trump får det som han vil igjen.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic here with Scarlet Fu, taking you through to that closing bell with a global simulcast. It starts now. Tim Stenovic in the radio booth, Nora Melinda in today for Carol Masser, as we welcome our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, Tim, including YouTube, on a day where all eyes are on the Fed, all eyes are on that economic data, Tim Stenovic, and all eyes are on some big earnings coming after the bell out of Interactive Brokers.
That's one of them. Netflix is another one. We're going to wait and see what we hear from Netflix in just a few minutes. But a real risk-on day where we could see a new record, depending on what happens in the next 2 minutes, on the S&P 500.
Yes, risk on day certainly, but we did see healthcare as the worst performing sector in the S&P 500. A little teaser for some of the decliners to come. Real estate is the second worst performing sector today as well.
And just a quick note as well that Congress is making progress on Crypto Week, right? We had the market structure bill get voted on and move on. So, you know, they are moving forward with things. Bitcoin not getting much of help from this news. It's still down about 0.8%.
And this gets to the ideas. I mean, is this basically a risk-on market? I mean, I know it's getting kind of a grind higher, but when you look at the day-to-day moves, Tim and Nora, I mean, it just seems that that is the case.
Yeah, it really does. I was saying the tone of today's trade is so much different than yesterday, where everybody was so focused on what happens with Jay Powell. That's kind of in the rearview mirror at this point. You got Pepsi earnings, you got United earnings, driving things higher.
And and I'm glad you brought up Pepsi, because that was quite the surprise, a pleasant surprise, but quite the surprise nonetheless.
Is it the poppy? Do you guys drink a lot of poppy?
No, it's too much fiber.
Okay.
Fiber?
Yes, all those little things.
We were debating Olipop versus Poppy
Don't
here.
get me started on that. So, yeah.
Strong opinions.
All right, let's move on here. Of course, we are setting up for those earnings out of Netflix, waiting for that to cross. As we see green across the screen with the Dow up more than 200 points, or about a 0.6%. The S&P 500 closing at a fresh record high, right around 6,297 and change, up about 0.5%. The NASDAQ Composite adds 153 points. The NASDAQ 100 adds more than 170 for a fresh record high for that index. And the Russell 2000, believe it or not, that's your outperformer, adding 27 points or 1.2%.
All right, some optimism around those small caps. For those mega caps, though, and those large caps, the S&P 500 saw 373 stocks move higher, 127 stocks move lower.
And a pretty lopsided divide here in terms of the sector performances as well. 9 out of the 11 sectors finishing in the green. Financials and consumer staples leading the way, up 0.9%. Your laggard on the day is healthcare, down about 1.2%.
All right, well, very easy day for me to find stocks that moved higher. I want to start with the most actively traded stock today, Lucid Group, the electric vehicle maker, up 36%. They rose the most intraday ever. Investors learned that Uber is making a $300 million investment.
Now crossing the wire right now, Tim. My apologies here. 2Q EPS. We're going to start with the bottom line here. Coming in right now at $7.19 a share. That is a beat. The street on average was looking for $7.08. The company said operating income came in at $3.63 billion and revenue on the top line $11.53 billion. So revenue rose, beat estimates. Profit rose, beat estimates. Gross margin, operating margin, expanded, widened in the most recent quarter. And here's your guidance for the full year. The company says that revenue will be in a range of $44.8 to $45.2 billion. That's above the guidance that it had previously given, above street estimates as well here. So it looks like a beat on the top and bottom line for the second quarter. The guidance for the third quarter and the guidance for the full year also coming in above expectations.
Netflix levererte dritbra tall. In the statement, they say the revenue and operating income slightly above our guidance due primarily to FX, net of hedging, and the timing of expenses. So keep an eye on how companies play in fold in the dollar story, because the dollar's weakness, of course, in the last couple of months has really played a role here, especially for these multinational companies.
Stock up more than 40% going into this year, going into this report. It's pretty much doubled over the last year, adding about $250 billion in market cap. The company calling out in the second quarter Squid Game Season 3, Sirens, Ginny and Georgia Season 3, The Eternout, Secrets We Keep, and Tyler Perry's Straw, as well as Extraterrestrial, as hits that brought in viewers.
Hey, I just real quickly, I just want to go back to that revenue number for just 1 second, particularly with the guidance. I mean, they are making it clear in the press release that they have finally rolled out that ad tech platform. They did say that year over year, the revenue numbers that we saw for the quarter did include an increase in that ad spend or that ad take that they're getting. And they say that they expect that revenue from the ads business alone to double in 2025.
And Romain, talking about the ad business, as we think about a lot of these competitors, of course, we got that news earlier that Peacock's streaming service, Comcast, which is Peacock, their streaming service, they've raised the price for their ad tier service by $3. That's more than a 30% surge there. So it's going to be interesting to see how a lot of these companies shake out as we think about the streaming service more broadly here.
And you wonder with these big gains in the ad business, whether they're going to make a push to get more people onto the ad-supported tier.
Det kan være det at
It's going to overtake the subscriber business,
det på grunn av
the subscription
dollaren.
business as the key moneymaker here.
You know, we spoke to an analyst from Wedbush earlier talking about, going into this. And what she mentioned is that Netflix actually had quite a bit of churn, but they have those customers coming back.
Right.
So it's succeeding when it comes to keeping those people paying for that content, whether it's live content, whether it's sports, whether it's those one-off events like a Tyson Paul fight sort of thing. People, she said, are coming back for the content over and over again.
That's definitely what we heard through our interview with her. And it's really interesting, especially as you think about this being a space that's constantly evolving. We didn't expect sports and all these live events to be what people are coming back for, but you are really seeing them luring in these churners and actually getting them to pay a little bit more to get some of these opportunities and the content.
And they talk about in the shareholder letter about leaning deeper into that live event space. Of course, they had the big MMA fight just last week. They have the Canelo Crawford fight coming up in the middle of September. And of course, that slate of NFL games that they have, including the Christmas Day doubleheader here. And that doesn't even get into some of the other things like the stand-up comedy and some of the other moves that they've made to kind of keep people in that ecosystem, not just coming in to binge watch the pre-made shows, to actually come in for those live events.
It's going to be interesting to see how they strategize what they do globally versus in the U.S. because even though they're so prominent in the United States, that growth prospect within the U.S. is really diminished. And growth opportunity is really overseas. But the customers there, the viewers there, are not as popular as the viewers in the United States.
I just want to remind everybody about how big Netflix has become. Remember, this is the company that invented sending DVDs by mail. It did the pivot to streaming. It saw that before anybody else saw that. It truly invented the category. Nowadays, on a market cap basis, it's bigger than Walt Disney, Comcast, and Warner Brothers Discovery.
3% är nog på Netflix.
Something that Scarlett just said too, because it's a good point. This idea too of the push that they've made overseas, and I know you mentioned Scarlett, it's not quite as profitable, but they do see that at least on the top line of revenue. The idea that it is potentially a growth driver. They highlight that in the press release. They highlight some of the Spanish language content they've had, and particularly with The Gardener. Obviously, the huge hit coming out of Korea and Japan, and now, of course, the big deal that they made with France to actually have live news broadcast there from TF1.
Yeah.
As we were chatting earlier about some of these different contents that they have here, when we think about a lot of the shows, Squid Game is one that we have really been talking about. I'm looking at a BI note saying that management has really called out Netflix's second half of the year slate as, quote, a slight embarrassment of riches, given 3 of its most popular series will drop from late June through year end. So it's interesting to see some of their biggest products and what really gets people to come into Netflix to be called a slight embarrassment of riches here.
Okay, who's excited for Stranger Things versus Wednesday versus
Who's
Happy
not?
Gilmore 2?
Who's not?
Okay.
I'm
Guys,
excited.
I'm not.
Stranger Things.
I'll be honest.
No way. I mean, that was a great show when the kids were
for
cute
first
and
2
cuddly.
seasons.
But you know,
It was
now
enough.
do I want to see a bunch of 40-year-olds?
Come on, guys. Come on.
You want to see that? Just watch our show.
But I am Happy Gilmore too. I'm definitely all in on that. But have you guys seen K-pop Demon Hunters?
No. Should I add it to the watch list?
Yes. Now.
Romain, you
Just
surprise us
stop.
sometimes.
Tim could do the rest
I
of it.
thought you were going to
Okay,
sell it.
so you guys were spending some good time talking about the international and the opportunity for international, but here in the U.S., the question that I have is about what it does with growth slowing down here in the U.S. and how much pricing power Netflix has to keep raising prices and get more value from the customers that it has here in the U.S. now that new customer growth has slowed down.
See, I never thought that we'd actually be working with a Netflix that had ads. So it's so interesting how you see this evolution here. People are going from just wanting to watch it all the way through to actually being willing to pay for those little cuts in between.
Yeah, you extract more value from a saturated U.S. market by pushing people to the ad-supported tier. And that in turn drives up the advertising rates.
Okay, stop pushing. Because it's like what? So it was $6.99, then they moved it to $7.99 for ads. I mean, I'd be happily pay for something without ads.
I have to skip the ads. I'm sorry.
Premium customer over here.
Yeah,
that's going up too.
Premium.
Everything.
All right, we're going to keep continuing to cover Netflix earnings.
Get TV for free.
Remind everybody.
The rabbit ears.
Second quarter revenue coming in above estimates.
Sorry, Grandma. I almost got it.
All right, we got to go, guys. They're telling me it's time to go. That is going to do it for our cross-platform coverage of the market close of Netflix earnings. Don't worry, it's only Thursday. We're going to be back tomorrow, same time, same place.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. That's Nora Melinda in for Carol Master this afternoon on this Netflix earnings day. We are seeing shares of Netflix actually move lower in the after hours after an initial bounce higher, down right now by 1.7%. The company did report results that exceeded investor expectations in every major metric. Revenue growing to $11.1 billion, earnings jumping to $7.19 per share. The company also raised its forecast for full year sales and profit margins. It expects to generate up to $45.2 billion in sales and have an operating margin of 29.5%. Let's bring in Mark Douglas. He's CEO of the publicly traded advertising and marketing company Mountain, ticker MNTN. He joins us from Miami. Mark, always good to check in with you. I want to focus specifically with you on the ad-supported element of this. I was telling Nora earlier, I'm old enough to remember when Netflix said they would never do ads, they would never do live content, they would never do news, they would never do sports. Now they do all of those things.
And
more. Is the ads business working?
I think the ad business is off to a start. It can grow so much bigger. And, it's obviously growing. I think they're saying that they expect a lot more growth. But it's also in a competitive space. They're competing with Disney, with Peacock, with Paramount, Warner Brothers. And, those big spenders, those big brands, they don't really increase their budget. So if you want to come into that space, you have to take market share from someone else. Netflix is, what I would expect over time is that whatever percentage of viewership they have is what percentage of the ad market they can get. So they have a lot of room to grow. It is working, but it's still relatively small compared to where it can be.
I find it really interesting. We were discussing how people are willing to pay for these subscriptions, even if they do contain ads. I can literally remember when you would watch Netflix all the way through, no gaps at all, but it seems as though this is a really thriving part of their business here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, why did they add the ads? Because their customers wanted a lower price point. And so it's a simple trade-off. We'll give you the lower price point if you'll let advertisers pay for part of your subscription. That's effectively what's happening. And so the customer's getting what they want, and Netflix is getting the revenue they need, in order to make that possible. So it is a win-win. I'm not sure everyone that gets ads thinks it's a win, but it's certainly a win that they don't have to pay as much to get the content.
So I'm looking at the different plans and pricing for Netflix here in the US. There's the standard with ads, there's standard, there's premium. So it starts at $7.99 a month. You can go for premium up to $25 a month. Again, this is here in the US. There are different intricacies to this because you can pay for extra members and the like. Netflix has gotten really good at, as my brother likes to remind our entire family, understanding if you're sharing an account, and now everybody kind of needs their own accounts. Is there, from the perspective of actual growth here in a saturated market in the US, is there a concern, or is this by design, that if Netflix raises the premium price, then there will be a small portion of the folks who don't want to pay $25 a month or whatever, and instead they'll drop down to that ad-supported model? Is that the strategy?
I think worldwide, Netflix, maybe last quarter, the quarter before, essentially, the last time they were reporting subscriber numbers, they said the number one, tier that people were buying was the ad-supported tier. I think it was as much as half of all new subscribers. And so people want it. They want that price point. I think what's really interesting is the way to think of it is Netflix is building a backlog of future revenue. So in other words, they bring on the subscribers that they are essentially under monetizing. They're charging them $7.99 and they're getting relatively few ads. And as Netflix increases the ad load and essentially makes more money, that is just like pure, like that's going to flow directly to the bottom line. I would expect Netflix's earnings to outstrip their revenue growth literally for years to come. It's somewhat similar to the password backlog, where they knew all these people were sharing the passwords, and at any time they can just kind of get more serious about that, and all of a sudden it produced all this additional revenue. That's what's going to happen with Netflix's advertising, and I think I have never seen a company this large that I would say should be treated as a high growth stock. That's the potential in the ad business.
Mark, one thing that was interesting to me as we're parsing through this earnings was the fact that Netflix boosted its full year revenue primarily due to US dollar depreciation. What's your takeaway from that?
Well, I mean, they're a global business. I mean, I think that's for financial analysts to really look at. I mean, obviously they don't want to be fluctuating the price points based on, the way financial markets are valuing the dollar and other things. But I think I think most investors are going to look at the growth in revenue, growth in earnings, continued expansion in national, and I think the most important value for Netflix, which is not really explicitly measured in numbers, is through surveys, they are the first place people go when they turn on their TV, is they turn on Netflix. And the amount of power that gives this company it's almost hard to state. That's how they can turn, like fights into like numbers that rival some of the biggest sporting events, or turn WWE into, big show on Netflix where one has been as big as another channel. And if I'm an investor, I'm going to be, as long as Netflix is the first place people go, it's going to be the first stock I want to invest in. That I think that's the biggest correlation.
Hey, Mark, since you are focused on the ads business, in your view, what's a more profitable subscriber for Netflix? Is it the one who's paying $7.99 a month for the ad-supported version, or is it the premium subscriber at $25, or the standard subscriber at $18?
I think the premium is probably the most profitable, but I think then the ad-supported has the potential to become the second most profitable. I don't think it's there yet because they simply are not monetizing all those entertainment consumers at the level they could be. But when they are, they're doing $7.99 on that price point. Who knows? It might be $8.99 next year or something like that. And they can make probably equal to that in terms of ad dollars per user, and maybe even a bit more than equal to that in ad dollars per user. And you see that's what Amazon did with Prime, where they just flipped the entire customer base in the ad-supported. So that ad-supported in terms of volume, because most of the subscribers, I think, will be ad-supported over time, is the most profitable. In terms of just sheer dollars right now, it's probably the premium at $25.
Mark, I mean, when you think about Netflix historically, they were initially felt like the leader, but you're seeing a lot of these other companies in here trying to additionally monopolize the space. But that being said, we did see some news earlier that Comcast is raising the price of its Peacock streaming service by $3 a month. Very fitting today when we have Netflix earnings. How are you thinking about Netflix as a potential leader right now in this space?
Yeah, I mean, that losing that leadership position is going to be hard for them because they just have to keep investing in content, and they're profitable and very profitable, so they can afford to keep doing that. But I think what you're seeing happening is the other networks are fighting back. Peacock with Love Island, just massive show over the last month. Did incredibly well in terms of revenue generation. I think it's
det kom veldig bra tall for å begynne.
Plus they have Bravo.
Netflix faller, jeg vet ikke altså. De leverte dritbra tall. De leverte bra på både bånd og topp, liksom. De leverte dritbra tall. Guidingen var bra. Etter faen fra faller. Det gir jo null mening.
I think it's hard for them to lose that spot. Probably the only company that can really truly challenge them is Disney.
Absolutely. It's interesting. We were just talking about Love Island. I'm a watcher of Love Island, so I see how they were able to skyrocket here.
Somebody who I'm co-anchoring with today went to like a Love Island premiere,
a watch party
or
on
finale
Friday,
watch
and I
party, is that right? You hosted
a watch party of my own 2 days later.
Meanwhile, I've never even seen an episode of whatever you guys are talking about. Mark Douglas, always good to see you. Fly on up here to New York next time so we can hang out in the studio. Mark Douglas is CEO of the publicly traded advertising and marketing company mountain. Coming up next, we're talking aviation. That's on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
It's 4:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. A Netflix beat after ours. Netflix shares up by about 0.8%. This Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses, Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. After the bell, Netflix reported second quarter results that beat investor expectations in every major metric. Revenue growing to $11.1 billion, earnings jumping to $7.19 a share. Company also raised its full year profit forecast for sales and margins. Netflix's market value tops $500 billion.
Off the market,
Intelligence's
etter markedet, ikke på
I think the big number that we were really looking for, of course, was the 2Q numbers, which all came in well above expectations. But I think investors are super focused on the revenue guide, and they did.
Var opp 1,9%, og så nå er ned 1,3 til 3%.
13% growth for the full year. Now
Nå er
it's
ned
up to about
1,1%.
$45 billion at the midpoint.
And we'll have a lot more with Geetha Raghunathan of Bloomberg Intelligence coming up in just a few minutes right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. So stocks higher today. The S&P 500 index ending the Thursday session just below 6,300. Yes, a record 62.97, up 33, up 0.5. NASDAQ at a record up 0.7, up 153 today. And the Dow up by 5%. 10-year 4.44%. Two-year yield 3.90%. Gold rallied today, actually fell 0.2%. 30.
But gold rallied.
Oil rallied 1.8%, 67.59 a barrel. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks for that breakdown, Charlie. More information on the fatal crash of Air India Flight 171 last month has emerged. A voice recording from the cockpit that day indicates the younger co-pilot of the Boeing 787 Dreamliner asked his more experienced colleague why he turned off the plane's fuel supply switches, according to people familiar with the matter. We're joined by Sid Phillip, and he's Bloomberg chief correspondent for global aviation, joining us here in New York. Sid, what have we learned?
So far, we're still trying to understand the facts of the case, but at least we sort of have an indication as to, I mean, the report last week talked about how the pilot flying was the co-pilot and the pilot monitoring was the captain. So we now have
Se på Nasdaq siden april. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46.
The switches, when they flip, they have an audible
1,
click,
2,
and
3,
so
4,
we'll be able to see
5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
is in the recording of
ser
the
vi 12,
cockpit.
13,
We
14,
can
15,
sort of get a
16,
sense
17,
of
18,
why
19,
the
20,
switches were flipped, and then
21,
essentially
22,
what
23,
the next
24.
steps will be
Det
based on the investigation.
Nesten 50 grønne dager, og så det 17 røde dager.
It is.
Moment for us in terms of the details that we're seeing here.
It is an incremental moment, but it is a fairly significant step in the investigation.
Har
because
highs
it sort of
hele veien.
identifies, because the report last week didn't really talk about which pilot, it didn't identify which pilot asked that question and which pilot responded to it. So
Og
we
det
sort of have a better
ser vi
sense
på
of
en
what
video.
went on.
Det er den som har
At the
dratt
same
hele
time, we're
dritten.
still
Den
waiting
er
on
på.
more facts from the investigation to emerge in terms of what really caused that, what caused the crash, the switches that were flipped. But we do understand that that's the central focus of the investigation at the moment.
The authorities have released this information about the question from, was it the first officer?
The first
Is that how
officer,
you would
yes.
define his role?
Fra april.
Is
Det
that
som
the
har gått-
only
det er som å se Nasdaq.
conversation that is available to reporters right now?
At the moment, yeah. Officially, the only conversation that we have from the authorities in India are the fact that one pilot asked the other, did you flip the switch? And they said no.
Or have they said there is more discussion, there's more conversation, there are more words exchanged
En video
between the two men?
So far, they haven't said what the details are, but the Indian authorities did caution, saying this is early days in the investigation and we need to wait for more information to emerge.
So they're seeing what's emerged online, that there's a lot of like Monday morning quarterbacking happening here, and I want to be very careful because oftentimes, as you've reminded us, this can take many months, even up to a year, to get an official ruling as to what caused an accident. But there are even some publications out with different theories right now. What are the theories that are being written about?
I mean, some of the theories, the theories that range from pilot suicide, obviously we don't really know that. We don't know for a fact that it was a pilot who did it. We still have to wait for facts to emerge from it. And then there were some reports in the Indian media saying that the investigators are also looking at the switches and any potential malfunctioning of it. We did have operators last week checking the 787 switches to make sure that there was no issue, because the investigators flagged in the preliminary report that there was an FAA advisory asking airlines to check the switches because sometimes the locking mechanism that allows them to has a safeguard that wasn't working on a 737, and that was from back in 2018. And at the time, the report said that the Air India hadn't really investigated it because it wasn't a mandatory notification essentially from the FAA. So they asked the airlines to check it. Air India confirmed that they had checked all the switches and they were all functioning as normal. Other airlines in other countries, including Singapore, have also asked airlines to check, and they all sort of reported that things were normal on that front.
Sid, where does Boeing fit into all this as a company? What has been their response to this?
So Boeing has sort of not really said much at all. They've sort of deferred all questions to the Indian investigators. And I think Boeing is sort of waiting to see what happens. I mean, obviously, this is a significant crash for Boeing because it was the first fatal crash for the 787 Dreamliner. I mean, it is a fairly brand new plane. It's been in service for just over a decade now. It's got cutting edge technology. And so it may have an impact on the 787. And so that's why Boeing's not saying a lot at the moment. They're sort of deferring to the investigators and waiting to see how the investigation plays out.
So when we think about all that Boeing's been through over the past year, has this really put any sort of reaction in terms of scrutiny toward the company or affected stocks at all, or do you think it's
akkurat samme fortsatt, Markus, men nå det sommerferie.
It's just one more thing.
Og så har Donald Trump som kommer med nye lover hele tiden, så var det tariffkjøret, og så var det dollaren, og så forsvant oljen, og så, altså han har fucket opp verden og helt jævlig ut fra hvilke posisjoner han selv sitter i. Det helt åpenbart at det han driver med. Storebrand, dritbra, dritbra. Koa fikk jo kastet vekk en del ansatt nå. Tatt ned kostnadene ganske betraktelig. Innsidekjøp, skjære kontrakter, alt ligger til rette for at den skal gå videre. Det ikke noe annerledes der. Det bare markedet nå fucka, liksom. Det helt merkelig marked. Du kan ikke lese grafene sånn som kunne før. Jeg driver også... Jeg bare ser på grafene og sammenligner, altså gull fungerer bra. Sølv tror jeg også fungerer ganske bra. Og selvfølgelig så får Trump i trynet på gull også da, med tanke på det han med Powell og dollaren. Du får ikke den like sinnssyke effekten som du får på Nasdaq og Dow Jones og sånn da. Men Trump har jo satt hele aksjeverdenen på hodet. Helt på hodet. Men hvorfor viser ikke det frem på hos meg beveggrensen helt, altså det bare closed. For det ikke, det viser ikke aftermarket der, jo. Det går på frontbroker, på forsiden av frontbroker, så ser du det. Her. Så ser du røre på seg her. Fy faen, var en lang dag, altså. Hvorfor viser ikke US under opp mot 23-4 000, så gull ned. Ja... Hvorfor så gull ned? Gull har faen meg gått opp med... Gull har jo gått opp med $30 fra dag tidlig. Den har gått rett opp. Hentet seg inn en som bare faen. Jeg ikke slag, Markus. Jeg sitter og følger med hver dag. Jeg så lei Trump at jeg holder på å kaste opp. Og så det så lite volum at jeg får faen ikke juks følge med da. Sitter bare og kjøper på dipper og... Jeg får ikke scalpa som ordentlig heller. Men om Nasdaq skal opp til 23.400, det bare å se på Nvidia, så får du det svaret. Se på Nvidia, så får du svaret på hvor Nasdaq skal gå hen. Ja, Trump kjører meg til helvete i huet i hvert fall. Kan bare drite i noe annet. En øyeblikket så sier han, nå blir det tariff. Og da sitter jeg og regner ut og tenker, ok, hva skjer da? Jo, da skal det skje, da skal det skje, da skal det skje. Ok, da går jeg short. Så ramler det, går dritbra. Dagen etterpå, nei, nå har ombestemt meg. Å faen. Puff, rett i trynet. Å helvete, hva skjer nå? Ok, så går det 3 dager etterpå. Nå forandrer vi loven på Tesla. Bang! Den rett i trynet. Oi, helvete, det det han gjør nå? Og så bare, nå forandrer vi loven på chip til kineserne. Bang! Da går Nvidia enda mer. Og nå så bare, ja ok, nå passet vi bilen på krypto. Smukk. Den ble avvist I går og godkjent I dag. Det sånn, det noe, det noe hele tiden med han kameraten. Og sånn vil det vare en periode etter ting får roa seg ned. Det som alle ser på, tariffen. Det liksom det som det som spøkelset. Tariffen. Det som helt spøkelset. Verden blitt ustabil. Det Trump som kjører verden nå. Trump som kjører denne verden her. Og jeg tror han prater børsen etter hvilke posisjoner han selv sitter I. Jeg kan ikke forstå noe annet. Det ikke noen annen grunn til at han holder på sånn som han gjør nå. Han har pressemeldinger når markedet kommer ned. Han har ikke noen pressemeldinger når markedet går opp. Bare når det faller. Da det breaking news. Da skal han roe noe markedet. Og hvorfor skal han det? Hvorfor han sitter sikkert lastet til helvete I aksjer. Han har sikkert belånt til pipa. Tenker jeg. Det hadde jeg også vært, hvis jeg visste hvor markedet skulle gå en sånn. Hvis jeg visste at hvis jeg sa nå at det skal skje, da ok, da skal jeg faen meg kjøpe aksjer til spikeren. Jeg tror det greia, ass. Jeg tror han belånt så jævlig, så hver gang det faller så får han helt angst, og så har han breaking news. For det som jeg sa I går at, ja, jeg ser Robert enig. De sa på Bloomberg I stad, hun der dama, hun der, hva heter det for noe? Hun som med I, hun som pratet på CNBC I stad, hun sa det at Trump driver med, det han driver med nå korrupsjon, mente hun da. Korrupsjon, må det hun sa. Jeg har aldri, jeg blir helt satt når jeg ser det andre. Nå må vi ha spurt på posisjonen på hans for lenge siden. Nei. Han har garantert folk som kjøper I andre markeder. Det presidenten vi snakker om. Jeg har bekjent av meg, jeg skal ikke si navn, som har handlet masse aksjer før. Som du ikke står på noe aksjonærliste. Så vet du om folk som har ansatt folk I styrer I forskjellige selskaper på Oslo Børs, når jeg jobbet som megler for dem. Så plutselig popper det opp nye I styret, altså vet jo jeg, logisk, at ok, da rapporterer han til han, og han rapporterer til han, skjønte at det var sånn som foregikk. Det det som skjer på Oslo Børs. Finanstilsynet gir faen. De skal bare ta sånne influensere. Du skal ikke ta de som har mye penger. De kommer unna. Egentlig så bare tatt ferie, bare ikke gjort en dritt. Og heller bare ventet til ferien var over. Det hadde vært det smarteste egentlig. Nei, det ikke, altså, det bare sånn man gjør da, for det ofte når du jobber med finans eller storaksjonær I et selskap, så får du flagge hvis du kjøper masse aksjer. Eller hvis du jobber I finans, så blir du tatt med nærstående, så det de gjør, det handler andre sin navn. Det det de gjør. Det handler aksjer andre sin navn. Og så gjør man vennetjenester og masse sånt. Oslo Børs kokt. Det innsider I helvete uten like. Og det det samme gutta på alle aksjonærene hvis dere følger med. De har ikke gjort penger på de siste årene. De gjorde masse penger til det. Jeg tror ikke det like lett nå som det var. Alle gutta like gamle. Ish, cirka.
Nei, jeg tror ikke de noe korrupte. Det bare... Jeg vet at... Jeg har hatt med finansingeniører før. Jeg synes det var veldig rart, for flere av de som jeg jobbet med tidligere, som fikk sparken i mindre meglerhus, sånn som i Ord og Securities og Atlas og sånn, som fikk sparken der. Og finansingeniører var veldig på dem, og han gjorde ikke en bra jobb og sånn. De fikk sparken der. Jeg ga sparken han ene. Han ene begynte da å jobbe som megler i Carnegie, og en annen av dem begynte å jobbe til DNB. Og der fikk de ikke noe pes. Men i mindre meglerhus, som ikke er bank, som er bare ren meglerhus, der var de veldig på. Men når det er store institusjoner, så er finanssynet noen jævla fitter, for å si det rett ut. Han ene het Mats. Han ble tatt for sånn svindeldrit på 71 grader nord, eller hva faen det var for noe. Og en annen som jobber nå i eiendom, husker jeg, han drev og ringte på kunder. Han handlet aksjer på kunder uten å få ordre fra dem. Det fant vi ut på TV på telefon, for det var aldri noe... Kunden ringte inn og bare for å blitt av pengene, men da var han kødden driver og handlet på vegne av kunden uten å gi beskjed til kunden. Han fikk sparken hos oss. Han kunne jobbe i bank selv. Sant? Så det er sånn her hullete, fjollete. Var det 71 grader nord han var på, han der Madsfilm? Eller var det Farmen, eller hva faen var han var på? Jeg husker ikke. Mats. Mats. Farmen. Han her.
Daniel Shea, Vice President of Options at Simpler Trading. Coming up in just a moment, we will have more from our Geetha Raghunathan.
Han jobbet i Carnegie etterpå.
From Netflix. Headline right now on the Bloomberg Professional Service, a potential major blockbuster deal in the railroad industry. Union Pacific said to be exploring a deal for Norfolk Southern. That, according to the Wall Street Journal, bears repeating, keeping an eye on this one. Union Pacific said to be exploring a deal for Norfolk Southern. We'll keep you updated as we get more details on this developing.
Så hvorfor gikk ikke Finanstilsynet etter Carnegie når han var der? Hvorfor ikke? Nei, det er en bank, og de er alt for store, ikke sant? Det er korrupsjon overalt.
NASDAQ also at a record up 0.7%. The 10-year yield 4.45%, the 2-year 3.90%, gold down $9 the ounce, 33.
Det er nok ikke korrupte, men det er bare sånn her det er så mye stygge historier.
WTI. So again, after hours, we got Netflix shares pushing higher, but that headline bears repeating on the Bloomberg. Union Pacific said to be exploring a deal for Norfolk Southern. That, according to the Wall Street Journal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie Pellet. Do appreciate it. I'm looking at shares of Netflix right now. They initially bounced higher after this report came out, where Netflix exceeded across every metric. Exceeded expectations, that is. Now it's down 0.6% in the after hours. Again, this is after hours trading. We're going to have to really wait to see what ends up happening tomorrow after the call and when trading opens on Friday morning. Netflix reported second quarter results that exceeded investor expectations. It raised its forecast as well. I want to bring in Geetha Raghunathan. She's Bloomberg senior
Ja, helsa er helt grei.
from New Jersey.
Jeg sliter med hjertet mitt, men det er helt greit. Nå er det mer sånn... Jeg har vært fin noen perioder, men det er sånn... Jeg kjenner jo hjertet mitt, da. Men det er liksom... Det går litt sånn opp og ned. Jeg er mer sliten i huet av å sitte her hver dag og ikke skjønne en dritt av hva som skjer i markedet. Jeg blir mer sliten av det. Eller problemet er at jeg skjønner hva som skjer i markedet, men det er en jævla aksje som bare drar med seg alt opp. Det er basically... Det var 7, men nå er det vel 5 av dem som på en måte går og går og går og går og går. Det irriterer meg litt. For det som er morsomt å drive med finans, er at du kan liksom... Det er det som er morsomt, som det vil lære etter hvert, er at ok, nå kommer de tallene, da skjer det. Da kan du liksom gjøre posisjoner som er basert på de tallene, ikke sant? Liksom sjakk da. Så vet du at ok, det var bra, det er bra for dollaren, ok, da kjøper vi det. Ok, det var dårlig for dollaren, da selger vi det. Ok, det er bra for olje, da kjøper vi det. Det er bra for industri, da kjøper vi det. Sant? Det er det som er morsomt med finans, for nå er det ikke sånn. Nå er det makrotall som er dritt, og så går AI, for det er liksom nå blitt sånn, litt sånn safe, tror mange da. Og så leverer vi datatall også, veldig mange. Se på AMD, leverte jo... Nei, Taiwan Semiconductor nå leverte jo en vekst på 61%. Det er helt sinnssykt dritbra. Det er de chipmakerne, ikke sant? De leverte dritbra tall i går. Dritbra tall. Men det betyr jo ikke at det hele indeksen skal gå, liksom. Det betyr at den aksjen på den sektoren skal gå. Men her nå så drar den med seg, ikke sant, Nvidia, AI, Apple surrer på med AI, men de henger jo langt etter, men det liksom går med segmentet. Broadcom, AI, Palantir, Tesla, AI, Meta, AI, som du har, de liksom løfter alt da. Så det hjelper jo ikke hva nyheter som kommer. Det rører ikke på seg på det. Men gull går riktig. Den rører på seg, som den skal. Så selv om den kommer ned, så er det en grunn til at den kommer ned, ikke sant? På grunn av Trump sa det han sa, så får du svekkelse på dollaren, fordi du tror at det blir rentekutt når Powell går, og så får du gull som stikker opp, og så kommer den med kontramailing, og så går det andre vei, men i hvert fall gull fungerer som det skal, da, liksom. Den fungerer som det skal. Så kan du skylde på Trump at han går ut og sier ting hele tiden, og nekter på det, og så sier han noe annet, og så nekter på det, så går det opp. Så rører det på seg, men den går i hvert fall riktig, da. Kommer det bra makrotall, så rører gull på seg riktig vei. Kommer det dårlig makrotall, så rører gull på seg riktig vei. Kommer det en melding fra Nvidia, så driter gull i det, liksom. Så det er bra. Men nå er det jo drittlite volum, da. Det er jo sommer. Men jeg savner når det liksom var mye med fart, og når vi var opp og ned med sånn 200-300 poeng hver dag, hvor det var sunt, liksom. Hvor man kunne liksom trade ordentlig, da.
But we used to be able to have DVDs, then there was no commercials. Now we're seeing commercials. We're seeing a lot of these competitors coming out and doing the ad tier version as well. How is Netflix settling in this entire thing? Are they still the front runner here, or do we see the likes of Peacock and Disney?
Så som jeg vet allerede nå, at i Japan vil få et jævlig problem nå med valutaen. Det vet jeg nå. Det kan smelle noe helt jævlig.
But they're definitely a late entrant to the whole advertising party. I would say the front runner there in terms of streaming ad dollars is definitely Disney. They have an absolutely fantastic business. They have Hulu, they have Disney Plus, they have all of their ad infrastructure.
Men er det liksom en aksje som jeg ville kjøpt, så er det Tesla, tror jeg. Jeg tror Tesla kan gå med helt jævlig mer, altså, på børsen i USA. Av de store tech-selskapene. Jeg tror Tesla kan gå som en faen. Den er ned i dag, da, men jeg tror jeg kan gå som et helvete. Så hvis jeg stemmer det han har fått til med den AI-en, den der ikke grått, men den andre AI-en sin, så ligger noen planer langt for at ChatGPT. Så tror jeg han kommer til å kjøre de selskapene sammen til et svært tech-selskap. Det er det jeg har sagt lenge, da. Det er det jeg tror han kommer til å gjøre. Men det er skummelt å kjøpe den også, for hva faen skjer når Nvidia begynner å ramle? Du ser hva som skjer på børsen når Nvidia går opp med 1%, eller børsen går opp med 1%. Drar med seg alt.
So they're, kind of getting all the infrastructure, all the plumbing in place for the ad business to take off in a pretty big way. And even this year, they expected to double from last year. And while they didn't give any numbers, we think that even this year it will approach about $2.5 to $3 billion in revenue, which is pretty significant considering that, they just introduced advertising about 2 years ago.
Geetha, what is international programming looking like?
Very strong. I mean, quarter after quarter, we see, some of their biggest titles being non-English titles. I mean, the greatest example, of course, is Squid Game, which is their biggest title ever in the history of Netflix. And they have multiple, titles that they highlighted in their investor newsletter for the second quarter. I mean, whether it was Extraterritorial, which is a German movie. So many. There was a big animation series from Korea. Multiple series across the globe playing really, really well and scoring on par or even better with the English titles. So, this has been a really good strategy for them. Localizing a lot of the content, going after international.
Beste 5 aksjer per dag, da. Tenker du på Oslo Børs, eller?
Subscriber numbers as well. 70% of Netflix's subscriber base is outside the United States.
Oslo Børs, liksom.
Job to know what Netflix has. Can you just sit at work all day, watch Netflix?
I wish I could, Tim.
All right. Well, it sounds like you know what you're doing. So you're doing something right. And we really appreciate you joining us on Netflix Earnings Day. It's always great to have you on the program. Geetha Ranganathan, she's Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Media Analyst, joining us on Netflix. Check out her research. It's going to be updated soon if it's not already. It's on the Bloomberg terminal. Everything you need to know about Netflix.
Jeg kan ta Oslo Børs. Jeg tror Golden Ocean kommer til å gå som en faen. Det har jeg sagt lenge. Jeg tror Koa kommer til å gå som et helvete. Jeg tror jeg kommer til å gå flere ganger. Jeg tror jeg når roer seg ned rundt det tariffgreiene, så kommer 2020 Bulkers til å gå. Golden Ocean kommer til å gå. MPCC kommer til å gå. Og så tror jeg Storebrand kommer til å gå. Storebrand har hyppig portefølje. Det kommer til å gå. Og når krigen roer seg ned med Ukraina, så kommer Yara til å gå. Yara kommer til å gå som en faen. Det kan gå mye. Yara kan gå mye. Bare følge på gassprisen og kampprisen og reprisen. Ammoniakkpriser. Det er ganske mye på Oslo Børs som kan gå mye, skjønner du? Men de er liksom de som jeg liksom tror kommer til å gå ordentlig, og TGS også. TGS også. Men det er mer sånn man skal sitte da, ikke sant? Det er ikke sånn trading. TGS var mer sånn trading, men der kunne du gå ut inn og sjonglere litt liksom, men de jeg snakker om nå er sånn som du må sitte i, som på en måte betaler bra med utbytte. Nei, i det hele tatt. Og med en gang de roer seg med tariffen, så kommer det til å gå. Jeg har kursmål på det, jeg må ikke det huet her nå. Jeg har ikke sett så mye på Oslo Børs etter det tariffgreiene med Trump, for det dere må forstå hvordan det fungerer. Når Trump sier noe, når han sier noen ting, så da vil alt bare forandre seg der og da. Men på sikt så er kurser og sånn det samme, men sånn kortsiktig så vil markedet være veldig... Det vil røre på seg. Sånn som i går, når vi så det vi så i går med dollaren. Når den knakk helt i dass, og rentene skjøt i været. Det var på grunn av Donald Trump. Ikke sant? Og da fikk du brå bevegelser. Og det gjør det også på Oslo Børs. Ikke like ille som i USA, når vi handler sånn som vi gjør, men sånn som basert på shipping og tank og sånn, på grunn av tariffgreiene, alle er jo pissnerøse. Og så utsetter han jo disse avtalene hele tiden. Han skulle ha det ferdig da ble det utsatt. Skulle ha ferdig da, ble det utsatt. Og så skulle det være 150% og så ble det 50, og så ble det 30, og så er det 10. Altså, det er bare spurr. Det er klart at folk som jobber med det her, de blir jo jævla usikre. For de kjøper ikke aksjer basert på hvor teknisk støtte er. De kjøper aksjer basert på hvor mye inntekter selskapet skal ha.
Derfor kjøper du aksjer. Vi ser på teknisk, vi trader. Men forvaltere og aksjonærer, de gir faen i det. De skal kjøpe en aksje for å tjene penger. Når Trump sier det han sier, så blir folk jævla nervøse, og da det vanskelig å... Da vet man bare ikke, rett og slett.
But like if you look at Lucid, it closed 36% higher. Really, really incredible rally. It was up as much as 62%.
Wow.
The ticker is LCID. Of course, it's coming off the deal we've talked so much about. Uber is teaming up with electric vehicle. Lucid and self-driving startup Nuro. We actually, I don't know if you saw it on X, but there are photos of Waymo in New York. So things are moving very fast. I think they're still with the driver.
They are.
Things are moving very fast in the self-driving cars and robotaxi markets. We've seen a lot of partnerships from Uber. This particular one, they're aiming to deploy at least 20,000 robotaxis over 6 years, and it's starting pretty fast. I was kind of surprised it's starting in 2026, but it just tells you how intense competition is there. Tesla is obviously rolling out its long-promised service in Austin. And yeah, really big boost to Lucid, but year to date the gain is not that big. Stock is up only 2%.
Ja, jeg tror det var kursmålene før tariffen. Det gjelder fortsatt.
$91 billion back in 2021. It's now got a market cap of about $9.5 billion, even after today's increase. So it's lost about, 90% of its value in just a few years. People used to talk about this company as like, oh, it's a competitor.
Det som jeg sier, dere må ikke... Det veldig lett å bli preget av... Jeg merker, jeg blir jævla sliten selv, å drive og sitte og følge med på nyhetene og prøve, for det jo nye ting hver dag. Man blir litt sånn sliten av det, altså.
I saw a Fisker as well, which is another EV company that is not huge, but
Derfor det jævlig viktig å ha liksom et syn på aksjer, hvor det skal hen, og så passer man opp at man likvid nok til å kjøpe på de røde dagene. Det det som så bra med aksjer, at du kan regne ut du kan regne prisen på hvor mye de tjener. Så kan du finne ut sånn target, sånn cirka, hvor mye den har vært. Hvis du vet at den har vært ta koe da, 4,50 og den står i 1 krone eller 1,50 eller 2 kroner, da vet du at den vil du antageligvis tjene penger på når markedet normaliserer seg. Det sånn de store gutta gjør det. De finner undervurderte selskaper, og så kjøper de på blodrøde dager, og alt ser helt jævlig ut. Og så sitter de. Ta et eksempel til han Røkke nå. Han kjøpte jo disse jævla bitcoinene sine når det smalt, det krakka ut til helvete her, for det har alle glemt sikkert. Alle har sikkert glemt at vi var ned nesten, vi var ned nesten 30% i april. Det det ingen som snakker om lenger. Vi hadde et lite børskrakk i april. Da falt jo bitcoin fra mye var det, 105 000 ned til 76 eller et eller annet sånt nå. Jeg tror bitcoin falt da. Jeg trodde bitcoin skulle ned til 72, men han gikk ned til 76. Uansett, jeg tror Røkke lastet opp noe helt jævlig der nede. Så kjøpte den runden før det, jeg husker ikke helt. Men jeg leste nå at han har jo faen meg doblet pengene sine. Nesten I hvert fall. Kjøpte for en halv milliard da. Når alt så helt jævlig ut, da kjøpte han. Ta et annet eksempel også. Jeg mener Pareto, meglerhuset Pareto. Det også tror jeg gikk for sånn billigsalg for mange år siden, han kameraten. Jeg tror han fikk det pissbillig, hvis ikke jeg husker helt feil. Jeg tror det var Pareto. We saw like for a second like travel into the US was falling. Obviously a lot of those things are Nå driver dollaren og svekker seg, så nå får du litt løft opp på gull. Og så får vi bare se hvordan den kjører da. Det veldig lite, da.
Brought a lot of optimism, saying that it's recovering after the approval of the tax cut and spending package. And they're seeing a good recovery among budget mining customers. The company is
Så hyggelig, Markus. Jeg føler at jeg ikke har så mye å bidra med om dagen, men veldig koselig å høre.
That's one space that's actually slowed down. And United is actually down 6% year to date. So much needed relief today.
Yeah, I thought that was really interesting. Lisa Abramwitz's interview with Scott Kirby, United CEO, a little earlier. He talked about the change that he saw in just such a short time over the last few weeks. Really appreciate you joining us, Denitsa Sakova, Bloomberg News Cross Asset Report.
Han ser gul nå, da.
Check out our new Stock Movers podcast. Subscribe for 5-minute episodes.
Så han sikkert prøver å bryte toppen nå.
Listen to Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts. Nora Melinda, thank you.
Thank you.
For stepping in this week while Carol Masser is out.
Happy to.
We'll see you soon.
For sure.
Nora Melinda is a Bloomberg News equities reporter. Balance of Power starts now.
Det kommer han ikke til å gjøre, for det stengt.
Jeg skjønte det selv, stengte for 28 sekunder siden. Fy faen for den gullbevegelsen vi så i dag, den var ganske heftig, ass.
Ja, det var bra. Det var litt jeg begynte å kjøpe litt for mye, litt
mye, litt for tidlig.
Ja, altså, jeg pluss nå, men så var vi passere 45, og så gikk det fort oppover der.
Ja, men det liksom, jeg sier igjen da, hadde det ikke vært for Donald Trump når han sa det pisset som skjedde i går, så hadde jo gull stikket av går også. Det det som litt sånn dumt, det at gull går jo når markedet nervøst. Og når dollaren svekker seg. Så hver gang markedet...
Ja, det var jo en del som fikk realisering.
Hæ? Hva sa du?
Ja, det var jo en del av oss som fikk realisering i går da.
Ja, men det liksom... Ja, jeg så lei Trump. Jeg får ikke sagt det nok ganger. Hvis han bare holder helt kjeft, så går dette her veldig bra. Da går vi opp på bra nyheter, og vi går ned på dårlige nyheter, og markedet kan puste normalt, og vi har valutaen som fungerer som den skal på rentebevegelser. Alt det er fint. Men når han skal liksom komme og si sånne ting, så får du sånne rare bevegelser, ikke sant? Og så vil det jo normalisere seg etterpå, men det er liksom, mens du sitter i de bevegelsene, det er bare flaks, om det er long eller short. Det er liksom... Jeg hater å handle aksjer og trade når det er sånn flaks. Jeg fikser ikke det. Jeg må vite hvor det skal hen, og så kan jeg scalpe eller kjøpe basert på hvor det skal hen. Jeg hater å bare handle, og nå skal vi ned for vi har gått for mye opp, eller nå skal vi opp for vi har gått for mye. Jeg hater å handle sånn. Jeg må vite hva som skjer. For da driter jeg når det kommer litt ned, for da bare sitter at det går opp eller omvendt, ikke sant? Men med han Trump, sånn som du har sagt hele tiden, han så jævla ustabil, og så gjør han alt hva han kan for å røre på markedet. Så det er liksom, man blir jo litt sliten av det da. Jeg tror du kan drite at han holder kjeft fremover. Ja, dessverre.
Jeg begynte å få noen sånn hevelser i beina og blåmerker på hendene og litt forskjellig her, sånn, så det er noe...
Ja, jeg hørte det.
Kronisk venøs suffiens, eller noe sånt da.
Ja, kanskje han har blitt forgiftet av dama.
Så jeg håper det er dødelig.
Kanskje han har blitt forgiftet av Ivanka. Nei, men savner du det ikke? Det er mulig at det er fordi det er ferie nå, at det ikke er noe volum, men jeg mener å huske at det bare for 3 måneder siden, før Trump, så gikk vi opp og ned hele tiden, og det var mye mer flyt, det liksom gikk. Nå så er det jo sånn som Nasdaq nå, bare tikker opp sånn, og så kommer litt ned, og så liksom tikker den opp. Det er liksom, det er ikke noe bevegelse, det er liksom den bare følger. Altså Nvidia nå, de har latt Nvidia bli så svært nå. Nå er den alene 14,2% av hele Nasdaq, nesten 15%. Det hadde jo aldri gått før. Jeg husker når Apple var
Det er jo ikke
sånn...
noe volum å snakke om.
Hva sa du?
Så det er jo ikke noe volum å snakke om nå da.
Nei, det er bare sånn helt dødt. Men sånn som nå, liksom, jeg husker tidligere så var Apple liksom var sånn 5% av hele Nasdaq, og fy faen, det var dritsvært. Her har du faktisk et selskap som er 15% av hele børsen. Det er så sjukt. Det bare irriterer meg når det er jævlig. Jeg blir skikkelig forbannet. Jeg elsker jo aksjer. Jeg elsker jo å ha peiling på aksjer. Jeg elsker å vite hva som skjer i selskapet, hvor mye de har vært, hva som skjer. Jeg elsker det. Nå så kan du nesten ikke, du kan jo faen ikke, du må følge med på en aksje. Hvilken vei går Nvidia i dag? Ok, greit, da kan vi gå long i dag da. Det er jo helt tullete. Det skal ikke være sånn.
Nei.
Det skal ikke være sånn. Det skal være sånn som det her. Det skal være sånn her. Vent da, faen. Det skal være sånn her. Bang! Retail sales kom inn dritbra. Fett. Da kjøper vi. Da kjøper vi. Veldig bra. Retail sales månedlig kom inn på pluss 0,6. Ventet 0,1. Bang! Da kjøper vi dritbra. Unemployment claims kom inn på 221 000. Det er dritbra. Og så er spørsmålet, ok, var det deportation? Eller var det ikke det, liksom, ikke sant? Og så ser vi på det, og så er vi litt smarte, og så finner vi, ok, hvilke aksjer som gjelder det? Puff, vi kjøper den. Det er sånn jeg er vant til å jobbe. Men nå, heldigvis da, i flaksen har jo da, så gikk vi ikke opp på det. Markedet stoppet det opp, den gikk i forkant på grunn av Nvidia. Nvidia begynte å ramle litt på slutten her, den var jo opp 1,5% og gikk ned 1%. Så i stedet for å se på makrotallet der, så rørte ikke markedet på det. Markedet rørte på seg av Nvidia og Apple, for de var opp 1,5%. Det er liksom sånn, i et normalt marked så skal vi gå opp på bra tall, og så skal vi se på hvilke segment det er, og hva betyr det? Jo, da kjøper vi det. Ikke sant? Det greiene her er bare sånn, blir bare mer og mer tullete. Det er ikke noe klaging.
Det var ikke så rart at det skjer på bonds da.
Hva sa du nå? Du har så jævlig dårlig lyd i den.
Jeg ser det ikke klart at det roer seg på gullet, så jeg er på kvarten når det skjer på bonds.
Er bonds som vil til å stige nå, eller?
Nei, da den har gått tilbake igjen, og 10-åringen er jo i rett da.
Ja, jeg ser det. Men synes ikke dere som er interessert i aksjer, synes dere ikke at det er litt sånn der... Synes dere ikke at det er litt sånn der slitsomt? Dere kan jo ikke handle shipping nå, liksom. For du aner faen ikke hva de tariffene vil gjøre. Dere vet jo ikke hva det ender på visa blir. Du kan ikke kjøpe... Altså, shipping nå er jo sånn... Du aner jo ikke. Synes dere ikke det er dritt?
Det er mye som påvirker shipping for øyeblikket da.
Det er alt, men det er basically en mann som roter til alt her da. Du har tariffen, så har du Syria, og så har du har jo alt krig, og du har jo alt den greiene der. Men hvis du ser bort fra det da, så er det tariffen som på en måte vil på en måte fortelle hvor mye de får solgt. Hvis han vatter på med for mye tariff, så vil det jo det er det her han surrer med. Han tror det at hvis du vatter på tariffer, så tror han at det er landet som betaler. Nei, det er privatpersonene som sitter og betaler en jævla tollen. Det er ikke landet. Det er du og meg som kjøper produkter.
Nei, det har de ikke merket av riktig godt ennå da.
Nei, det er det man går og venter på da. Du så det litt grann i går. Men det har ikke kommet nok på den da. De tror det at det er veldig mye av produktene som er nå er kjøpt inn på lager i forkant på grunn av at man var redd for at tariffen skulle komme inn så høyt. Veldig mye av lagerene der borte nå er jo slappet i forkant.
Ja, det skippes jo mengder med kaffe over til USA nå.
Kaffe?
Kaffe fra Brasil. På grunn av tariffene som kommer slår inn.
Har du handlet kaffe før da?
Hva sa du?
Har du kjøpt kaffe før? Har du tradet kaffe før?
Nei. Det har jeg ikke. Det blir noe mest spennende å se hvordan de kjører det nå.
Kjører
Gullet.
I natt, ja. Bare se den her. Nå det sånn komedie. Nå det på diskusjonsgrupper. Sjekk på greiene. Jeg synes det litt fun nå. Folk gidder ikke se på nyheter. Bare, ok, hva skal Trump twitter etterpå, liksom? Så bare, the markets have a lot of faith, maybe too much in taco. Dette et godt poeng, faktisk. Retail sales ned, opp 0,6% denne måneden, ikke sant? Retail sales. Men det var ned 0,9% forrige måned. Så nett vi ned 0,3% på 2 måneder. Og the stock market har gained 20% på den samme perioden. 10 trillioner of value på et marked som basically ned 0,3% på sales. Det ganske sjukt, altså, hvis du begynner å se på det nå. Og her det også the current P on the stock market. Her det jeg snakket om forrige uke, når jeg begynte å se litt på det. The current PE of the stock market is at the highest levels it has been in the history of the US stock market. The last time PE of the stock market approached these levels was right before the 2000 crash. Det liksom... Jeg tror ikke folk helt skjønner greia, altså. Taco av Donald Trump. Nei, men skal vi logge av, og så vi på klokka 12, da, så ser vi på gull, og den stikker av.
Ja. Det gjør jeg.
Jeg hadde ikke noe sånn fantastisk dag i dag, altså. Jeg dro nesten ingenting, jeg. I dag så dro jeg en $122, var det jeg dro med dag. Og urealisert så sitter jeg på svært tap på gull. Jeg tok jo ikke gevinst i går, før han jævla tullingen sa det, altså. Jeg hentet jo inn nesten i 1000 i går. Og så er minus nå med 54, så jeg sitter fortsatt. Så jeg har kjøpt hele veien oppover nå. Dere som lurer på hvordan det gikk for meg i dag.
Det er vi alltid.
Ja, da snakkes vi på. Ha det.